in my broadcasting app. Tested it so.
Hungaroring is a 4.3 kilometre or 2.72 mile race circuit in Magyarország in Hungary. I apologise already if I've just mullered that name. It has 14 corners, and the twisty bumpy nature of the circuit makes overtaking very difficult, so much so it's been nicknamed the Monaco without the walls. This is the closest track we could use to the Ukrain. We're here today to host a 12-hour endurance race with no restrictions on cars, no mandatory stint times, and we even have some drivers driving the whole 12-hour race on their own. We're here to support the charity Save the Children, and we're hoping to raise as much money as possible. So any donations that you are willing to give, please feel free to give. You should see on the stream some links, a QR code that will enable you to scan that code and take you directly to the Just Giving site, and everything should be golden from there. I'm very pleased to announce that I'm joined today by Dominic Geiss. I hope I haven't just mullered your name there at all, but good morning to you.
Good morning.
Are you looking forward to this fun event today?
Yes, I hope. I hope I don't fall asleep while the race ends. I hope we'll see a good race.
It's going to be a long 12 hours. Long 12 hours, especially listen to my dull and boring voice, but we'll see what we can get through. Currently, I think the chaps are out on circuit qualifying. We have 16 teams signed up for this event. And as I mentioned earlier, there are 3 or 4 guys that are doing this solely on their own. So you've got a feel for them, haven't you, Dominic? A full 12 hours without a break. You've got to imagine that they've probably got a hose pipe connected to the toilet or something like that. Or they're just going to pull up to the side of the circuit and we're going to see them pulled over for a few minutes until they can jump back in the car after a bit of a sanitary break.
It's crazy that they won't drive the whole 12-hour race without a break. I can't imagine that I can do this, but we will see how they would do.
We certainly will. The cars that are involved today, as I mentioned at the start, is there is no restrictions on cars. So everybody had a free car choice. So they could use a GT3 car, a GT4 car, Cup car, Super Trophy car. And we certainly have got a mixed bag of cars. Some people will be taking this seriously, some won't be, and we really hope that we see some, I won't say necessarily close racing, but good, clean racing, because there is no live stewarding for this event, so we're relying on the drivers to behave themselves. They're all aware it's a fun event, and they equally shared the donation link out as much as they can to raise as much funds for Save the Children as possible. And what you will see on the stream is the running total. We've got a target of £5,000. We're currently at £1,444 and 67 pence. Whoever donated the 67 pence should be ashamed, but I actually think that's something to do with the exchange rate between euros and the GBP. So you'll see that ticking over as the day goes on, hopefully. If you would like to give us a like and subscribe as well in YouTube, it would be greatly appreciated. Let's spread this feed out as far as wide as we can today. So, on the cameras today, and for the full 12 hours, will be Tom Vandermeer. You won't hear from him, he's very shy. And I think we've just crossed over to qualifying. So, let's have a look to see who's doing what in what car.
Yeah, exactly. We see the 991 Lexus. How would he do it? He's 7 tenths behind the leader at this moment, but we have 25 minutes on the clock to go. Oh, he jumped up into place 2. P2, yes. And 2 tenths behind.
I'm just going quiet for a couple of seconds. I'm going to try and answer a question in YouTube somehow. I can't do two things at once, I'm afraid.
Multitasking is not for everyone.
No,
possible.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, but at this point of time in qualifying, we see some preparation laps, some warm-up laps by the teams. Like the 73 car is 5 seconds behind the leader. I don't think he hasn't the pace for go further up, but he will.
I don't need to. Whoever UFP is, thank you for finding the entry list. Saved me having to try and figure out how to get it into YouTube. Thanks very much, Mark, for reacting to that as well about the comment on the man and I can't multitask. So, who are we watching? Oliver Anderson. Now they're in the Jag, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's a Jaguar. The old Jaguar from 2011 or 2012, when I remember correctly. It's interesting to see them out there. I didn't think he will do it sometime later. I'm sorry, I was interrupted. Yeah, usually you don't see the Jaguar out there on the track because it's very old and the other cars are way faster. But I think he will do good. I know Oliver a bit from the endurance season, and he can a pretty fast driver when he will.
He's also a really nice guy. Still owes me pizza, and I can say that now because he can't hear me. But yeah, I'm trying to think of his teammate. I think it's Rudy Stewart is his teammate for today.
Yeah, you're right.
R2R Racing Team. Car number 184. And apologies for everyone spotting our deliberate mistake. Yeah, it looks like we have neglected to upload the livery pack. I think because we were panicking so much to try and get this this race underway.
I'm gonna see if I can do it without anyone.
We are going to see if we can do something with it and get them uploaded between qualifying and race.
Yeah, hopefully we can see all the liveries, some really nice liveries in, and they're way beautiful.
There's a lot. They spend a lot of time creating liveries. We really do hope we can get them in, because a lot of them are all very similar in colour. Would you not say, Dominic? They're all blue and yellow, as you can see from John Doe Germany's car here. But there's a lot more features on them, logos for Save the Children.
Yeah, exactly. The coloring is related to the Ukraine flag. It's the only possible solution, what I think. And yeah, we need to show them we are solidarity to the Ukraine and what happened there. And that's our way to go.
Oh, currently leading is Jonas Hackler. I'm trying to remember. I think they're is it the RNR team? Apologise, guys. I'm trying to look at my entry list at the same time. Team RNE, ACC. So that's a 3-car team with Robin Hillman and Benjamin McConnell also driving the Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo. And we've just been joined by somebody else in the comms box. Oh my lord! How blessed are we, Dominic? We've been joined by Steve Proudly.
Oh.
Good afternoon, Steve. He's not going to talk to us now.
I think he's a bit shy.
He's never been known to be shy, I'll tell you that.
I've forgotten what to do. I've forgotten where am I? What am I doing?
Do you know what day of the week it is, Stephen?
I'm not really sure, Chris, but I thought I'd come and see what's going on, and it's looking a little bit exciting in qualifying. How's it all going?
It's going. It's going, which is a big plus for us today at the moment, with all the recent news going around about ACC. So
yeah, I mean, absolutely.
At the moment.
Absolutely, that's one of the reasons I'm free today is due to a cancellation because of some of the issues going on. But it's a blessing in disguise because it's really good to be here. What is going to be a very special event, I'm sure. And thanks for everyone for joining, and thank you to you guys for organising such a great event.
Here are we, Chris.
Hey, look at them! As if by magic, they appear. How did you do that, Tom? Don't tell the world. Or you can't, can you? Because you're shy and don't speak. So, as Dominic and I were mentioning before, that you can now see the liveries we're referring to. This is the Lock driving team. Actually, I think, have I got this right? Yes, that's a team of 3 in the Lexus RC GT3 car of Tim Kroll, Dennis Kroll and Martin van der Kram, and they are currently in 5th position in qualifying, having set a best time of 1:44.687. Now the Hungaroring circuit contains only 14 corners, and they're famously not named, so we'll have to be saying turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4. And as if by magic, God, Tom's on the ball today, isn't he? Start at the start, finish straight, as you normally would, as opposed to the finish and start straight. Into the first corner as a hairpin. Completes sector 1. Sector 2 main feature is that chicane that you can see in the top at the moment. A lot of battling goes on in and out of that chicane. Sector 3 contains multiple hairpins before coming back onto the start-finish straight.
Yeah, Sector 3 is really important, isn't it? Because obviously it gets around for the start of the flying lap in qualifying, and really, you know, those last sort of 1, 2, 3 corners, if you don't get any one of those right, it can affect your qualifying lap. And as Tim Kroll's finding out there, the barrier affects your qualifying lap as well somewhat.
Well, sometimes the barrier can be your friend.
He was not the first one who goes out off the track. We see multiple times this car 73 goes out. I wonder if this happens can happen because of the track status. It's only fast, not optimal. But we will see later.
Looks like a beautiful sunny day over here in Hungaroring as well. No rain forecast in the next 30 minutes, certainly. Track temperature 30 degrees. And ambient temperature is 25, with what is pleasantly 0 wind. So nobody had a curry last night by the sounds of it.
Perfect conditions for qualifying session.
Thanks for that, Steve.
It was either that, mate, or the tumbleweed noise.
Can you do the tumbleweed noise?
It's not quite as effective.
And that is the chicane I was talking about, where you get some people trying to overtake on the inside, coming into the chicane. Always ends in tears.
Yeah, it's also really hard to hit. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's a difficult circuit to overtake because it's very flowing, is Hungaroring. Some drivers say it's not the most exciting circuit because of that reason. Literally, it's left to right, and if you're on the line, it's very, very difficult to overtake. There's literally, I think, turn 1 and potentially turn 2 or 3, whichever they call it. I'm not sure if they call that second the kink after turn 1 a corner, but yeah, turn 1's your big overtaking opportunity, and that's if you can get the run out of the final corner and be close enough for the slipstream. So it's some drivers say it's a boring circuit. I quite like it. I don't mind it, but it's a difficult one to overtake, that's for sure. But 12 hours, I think we'll see some overtakes. So we've got plenty of time for that.
We better I'd see some overtakes because there's some cup cars in here. Even if it's not a pass for position or a pass for lapping, it still classes overtaking, my friend.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the cup cars aren't the easiest things to overtake. I mean, on the fast circuits, on the straights, they are every bit as quick, if not sometimes quicker than the GT3s. It's just that slight lack of aero and downforce through the corners that makes the lap times a bit slower for them, and the lack of driver aids maybe to keep everything in order and pointing in the right direction. Very, very much fun to drive, but it'll be interesting to see how they go.
Yeah, interesting thing about the Cup Porsche is that he got the engine of the GT3 car, but the area is not the best. So on the straight it's a monster, and in the corners he will suffer a lot.
This is the cup car, I think, it's being shown now, which I think is the original cup car from ACC, isn't it? If I remember rightly, John Doe is driving the original. Have a look at my entry list.
Yeah, it takes, I don't know whether to say a lot of skill and a lot of talent. I think it's a lot of bravery to drive the Cup car. I love it. I think it's great fun, and I've been part of a few Cup car championships, and they do make for some really good racing. Where I think you've got more aids in the GT3s and they're potentially easier to drive, the racing is close and it's hard to force mistakes out of other drivers when you get to the certain level. But in the Cup cars, it's all too easy to make those little mistakes when you're under pressure, and some of the racing I think sometimes is closer with the Cup car class, and it is great fun. But you don't see lots and lots of leagues with them because, for reasons mentioned, a lot of drivers tend to shy away from them.
Yes, that's right. But if you want really fun with the Cup Porsche, then you need to drive buffers flooded. I drive that sometimes with my guys from a team.
I think you've got the fun mixed up there. That's the wrong word. But I mean, I did a league race in the Cup car with the round Bathurst, but it was dry and it was good fun. And then the lap times were only literally a couple of seconds off the average lap time in a GT3 because of those two monster straights at Bathurst, which proves what you were saying about how quick they are in a straight line. It was just over the mountain, you had to keep everything in check. But yeah, it's definitely flooded. That would be a challenge.
It is, but it's also mega fun. Also, when it doesn't sound like that, but it's really fun. You make the other struggle, and you also need a bit of struggle, but sometimes you get it right. And this is the part where it makes fun.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Is when you slot into that groove, you get into the rhythm, and you start to put the laps in. And like you say, when everyone else around you is struggling, it's there's a certain amount of satisfaction and fun to it. But yeah, great stuff. I noticed Chris is staying very quiet on the subject of the Cup car.
That's because I've never driven it.
Now then, let's be having a championship then.
Right now?
I think we're a little bit busy right now, but maybe
in
the next few weeks, I think it could be a next challenge.
I think I've got enough challenges in the next few weeks, as you're fully aware of, Stephen. Oh dear. That's a beautiful coloured car, that. You couldn't get many more sunflowers on that, could you? We must also just quickly mention our sponsor for today, Sunflower Childcare Group, who very kindly donated a sum of money to direct to the championship, to the Save the Children Fund. We must also point out that any funding raised is going direct to them. There is no money coming out to support us in any way, shape or form. Everybody that's done any work on this, such as Dominic, Tom, Steve, all the admin team that have made this possible, are doing this for free, giving up all their time freely, as are the drivers.
Yeah, when I said giving up all my time, Chris, I'm here for another 5 minutes, buddy, and then I'm...
You promised me you'd be here for 11 hours, 58 minutes.
God damn. So, just for the uninitiated then, Chris, what are the rules today, as in driver stints and pit stops and things like that? Are there any rules? Is it as many pit stops and driver swaps as you like? Is it fairly relaxed? Are the stint times the usual sort of 65 minutes, or is it just open to whatever you want to do?
So I'll keep this very simple, because I know you like simplicity, and you're from Yorkshire. There are no rules.
Perfect. Yeah, that's
no rules, no restrictions.
You can tell it's been set up by a Mancunian.
Yes, absolutely.
No rules.
Oh dear.
The cross-border war has started already.
Yes, the War of the Roses. Oh, there's qualifying in a race going on as well, guys. By the way, just to let you know. Other than us battling with each other.
I think to be fair, I mean, a 12-hour charity endurance race, we're going to have to keep it alive if we can in the commentary box with a bit of banter, aren't we? I mean, the racing's going to be great on track, but I think we'll pass a few sly comments each other's way.
Bits of banter. I'm already on my way over. I'm in the car doing this live. I'll be at the house in 2 hours.
You must be better off than me then. Price of fuel these days, Jesus.
I've just remembered I'm coming back to my house now. Yes. Wouter's put in the YouTube chat, no rules, ping pong incoming. Well, when we say no rules, it's not like a WWF fight. Obviously, there's basic rules like of driving etiquette. In the driver's briefing, we did point out that there's no live steward in this event, so we expect them to behave themselves and sort things out amicably. Is that the word?
It was.
It was a word. Whether it was the right one or not, it's a different matter.
I'm not even going to try to correct it.
So if they do find each other punting each other off, we do expect them to rejoin nicely and give the place back. We were even contemplating getting people to donate to into Team Battle, to donate some funding. So €35 would have bought you 30 kilogram ballast for one of your fellow competitors, which we thought was a bit hard to administer. And there was also talks of the race win. If you paid £1 million, you could guarantee the race win, but I'm not sure how we're going to fix that. As Jack Alexander for SMR Racing goes, Team SMR goes top of the timing sheets, just pips Jonas Hakkela by just under 0.1 of a second.
It's almost a shame that ACC doesn't have like incident points like iRacing, and then we could charge them €1 for every incident point the team picks up during the 12 hours.
It would be nice.
Yeah, it would be really good, wouldn't it? It would encourage clean driving, no contact, track limits, but I'm sure the guys will do fine, and I'm sure, I mean, if worst push comes to shove, my money's on the Porsche Cup acting as a 10-pin bowling ball down the straight into turn 1. That would just clean everybody up and be away with it.
It's interesting to see that some clouds rise and some teams need to turn on the lights. So it's getting a bit darker, but we are on the clock 11:25 and we have about 8 hours to go to get in the darkness.
Yeah, the temperature hasn't dropped at all either, has it? It's still 25 degrees air temp and it's at 30 degrees track temp, so it's still relatively warm conditions on track. Not too hot, but just should be nice. When you see Lamborghini all sorts of sideways there. I mean, it's nice to see. There's 4 Lamborghinis on the grid as well, so that's good to see because the Lamborghini's not the most popular choice of cars. Has anything changed with the BOP and ACC guys? Is it?
Well, this isn't your normal Lamborghini, my friend.
No, it's not, is it?
This is a Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo Evo 2. That's a mouthful, innit? And I honestly did not read that off anything.
I was just going to ask if you had that written down.
All right, yes, I have. So I think there are 4 of them, driven by this one's Dan Lenson, Yannick Valenduc, stalling for time, team of Velki Mozok Motorsport, which is headed by Justin Paspon, who's put in the YouTube chat. For those wondering what our team name means, it is it's in Ukrainian. Just type it, Google Translate, and you'll find out. I'm not sure I want to do that now, just in case. And who's the 4th one? Peaceful Bulls are driving this with VT Ryan and Benjamin Simmers.
Going to be a little bit of competition with the Porsche Cup car then, because we can see by the qualifying times there's the Porsche Cup's in the middle of those Lamborghinis, so it'll be somebody for him to race on track and to keep it all a little bit interesting. But what's the performance sort of difference between the Porsche and the Lamborghinis? The Porsche the quicker one in the straight line and the Lambo more downforce, or is the Lamborghini very similar to the Porsche Cup? Because I'll be honest, I've not driven that Lamborghini at all.
I think you know by my silence already, and it's quick silence, that neither have I. So, Dominic, not to put you on the spot, have you any idea?
I didn't listen to you. I need to figure out some problem what I have here. Okay, repeat.
I don't think Steve could repeat that full sentence, but it was, do we know what the difference is between the Porsche Cup car and the Lamborghini Super Trofeo? Is one better than the other in straight line, one better than the other on the corners?
I don't know exactly. What I know is that the Cup Porsche have the engine of the GT3 car from Porsche, and this means it's very fast because of the missing aerodynamic. What the Super Trofeo has.
Hello?
Google's not working fast enough for Dominic today. He's just Googling it, isn't he? And he's waiting.
Ah, right, okay. I'm not sure if we've lost Dominic, to be honest. Because
didn't you hear me?
No, you stopped mid-sentence then. It just went, we can hear you now.
We lost all that information, Dominic. All those facts and figures that you just told us, you're going to have to repeat them.
Ah, that's bad. What I said is that the GT3 Cup Porsche have the GT3 engine of the GT3 car from Porsche, and because of that, the Cup Porsche is very fast in straight line because of the missing aerodynamics too. What the Super Trofeo has, I don't know. Doesn't informate me about the Super Trofeo yet.
What we do have, we have the world of YouTube, of people watching, haven't we? So, guys, in the YouTube, get engaged. Type in there what you think. Give us an answer. And we will donate no money whatsoever to charity on your behalf.
Yeah, qualifying over. At point we have Alexander on pole position with a 1:43.337. Behind him Hockler And the Ferrari with 5 tenths behind. It's a massive gap, I think. And we have some car way to go. But they're all 1 second behind the leader. So I think that means it's pole from Alexander in the BMW.
Does look that way, doesn't it? I'm just checking. Yes, sorry. Obviously I can't do 2 things at once, as we've already established. I was trying to do something else at the same time. Very Grinsmith, but you'll have my undivided attention for as long as my attention span is. Which Mr. Proudly will obviously now comment on. Unless, of course, his attention span is gone.
Comment. If the attention span's gone now, we're really struggling, aren't we?
We have.
I'm hoping it hasn't gone. But no, it's... qualifying's it's always a matter of fact, isn't it, with the endurance stuff, because 12 hours is a long time. As we say at the beginning of any endurance race like this, anything can happen, and it usually does. You can see problems. Thankfully, I mean, the grid's not stacked. There's a good amount of cars on there, but there's not too many, so potentially back markers and things like that, it shouldn't be, they should get a respite from it, anyone coming round, and they should be able to find their own space to race, which will hopefully mean less incidents and things like that, so it shouldn't be too bad today, I don't think. And yeah, looking forward to this one starting. Qualifying is over, and they'll all be going to the grid soon, and we'll be looking for that green flag.
There also appear to be one team missing. I'm trying to figure out which team.
Yeah, I think it's one Super Trophy. I think I saw last time out only 3 Super Trophy instead of 4.
No, is it F1 idiots? Yeah, I can't see F1 idiots on the grid, which is a shame. So they were supposed to be driving the Aston Martin, and I don't think there are any Aston Martins on the grid at all, are there? No. So, we've got the grid set. One black car. There's a second black car a bit further along the grid there.
Who have we got lined up to come into the commentary box, Chris, with us this afternoon? Have we got any drivers coming in, any team members? Or
we have. We have. Obviously, I can't tell you who they are until they arrive. But we have had several drivers saying that they're willing to come in and give us their view on how the race is going for them. I do recall Mark Neutlings. I'm going to get all those words out now, so that when he comes in, he can chastise me.
Oh, has Mark's commentary box ban been lifted?
It has been lifted, yes. He promised not to swear again,
Okay.
and call you what he really thinks of you.
He does that anyway. The messages I've had to delete, I'm afraid, yeah. But he's a good guy, Mark.
He is. He's a really top bloke. And we must give him credit, actually. That's looks like it's been through the wars, doesn't it?
It's no Mark's car.
Yeah, that's right. That's true. We must give credit as well. It was Mark that actually suggested that we organise this event. So
yeah,
we appreciate his idea and his enthusiasm. And Mark's just reacted in the YouTube chat as we knew he would. He's coming. Get him when he's here. Let's be nice to him, Steve, for a change, eh?
I'm always nice to Mark. I think.
And should we do a quick talk through the grid? So we've got Jack Alexander and Rob Jackson in the BMW M4 on pole position. Jonas Hackler, Robin Hullman, Benjamin McConnell in the Ferrari 488 GT3 in second. Matt Tubby, Patrick Prince, and I can't remember the first name, but Tom Lennox Brown springs to mind. In third place for one of the Snackers Sons cars in the Lexus RCF. Itzy Medema, Glasvester, and Patrick Treffers in the Ferrari 488 in fourth place. In fifth place, Adam Izalovic, Mark Neutlings, Ranjiv, I don't think he's actually made it. I think he had PC issues, and Reese Wigan in the BMW M4 GT3 as we go past his car. In sixth place, Lulu Burfoot, Alex Crawford, and John Bianchi in the Lexus RCF. In seventh, Tim Kroll, Dennis Kroll, Martin van der Kraan in the Lexus. Eighth, Rudy Stewart, Oliver Anderson in the Jaguar. In ninth, Aaron Van Drunen, one of our single drivers in the Mercedes.
Wow.
In 10th, Tim Paspont, Mark Steen, I'm making these names up, Jonas Peels and Steve Parker in the Lamborghini Huracan. In 11th, Vita Ryan and Benjamin Simmers in the second Lamborghini. John Doe, Germany, another single driver in the Porsche 911 Cup car. Yannick Valenduc in the Lamborghini is in 13th. Steve Allen, Walter Vogt, and Dimitri Van Beaver in the Ferrari 488 are in 14th, and in final place is Dan Lenson in the another of our single drivers in the Lamborghini Huracan. Oh, this is going to be fun.
Yeah, always exciting. Get this thing underway. Let's get started. Let's get the action going, and then we can settle into a cracking race. And I hope it is a good race. You know, as in a close race. Let's see. Got the webcam up there.
Sorry, could you just repeat who that was? Sorry.
Wouter Woert is
Wouter Woert. Oh, of course.
He's looking far too happy for the start of a 12-hour race, isn't he?
I won't mind, he's not even driving, he's just got that steering wheel and just going left and right with it. He'll be in a bit. Oh, we've got Mr. Neutlings in the shed ready for the start. Shall I bring him in? Good afternoon, Mark.
Good evening, good afternoon.
Oh, you're almost as bad as us.
Yeah, mate.
Are you looking forward to this, sir?
Oh, absolutely.
I've already mentioned it, but thank you very much for giving us the suggestion to host this event. As we've been debating throughout the weeks, we have carried on with it, and we hope to raise as much money as possible as we come down to corner 13, I think, ready for the start of this race. Do you fancy your chances?
Well, Adam did a great job putting us on fifth, so well, let's see what happens after turn one, but looking forward to it.
Steve normally does a really good job of doing the live commentary for the first corner, so I'm going to let him take over for that.
Oh yeah, just chuck me under the grid, why don't you?
No problem, absolutely.
Mind you, it should be a relatively clean start because Mark's in the commentary box.
Well, thank you.
Sorry, mate. We said we would be nice to you, and we are. Thank you very much for joining us, Mark. It's always good to have you in the commentary box, but you can see the cars now just going double file, lining up and jockeying for position because the Ferrari is just slightly ahead of the BMW, which is a bit naughty, but he will be within the limits of ACC, as we just seen him dropping back a little bit there. But the cars are getting ready to go now. The drivers will all be anxious. They're just waiting for that green. That they'll be on that limiter, on that speed limit exactly as we get the green light, and we are about to go racing. The BMW gets a cracking start there. The Ferrari just left behind, and he's actually being challenged by third place of the 991 car. We're going now into turn one. It's looking like the BMW's got everything covered off, and the battle is for second place and third, fourth, and fifth just behind us. We can see 3 wide through turn one. A little bit of contact from those guys in 5th, 6th and 7th, but they look to get it sorted out now. But what is sorted out is the top 3. They are single file line astern now, all looking very clean, very tidy, that start, Chris.
It's slightly confusing because Because
I think
I've
you're
already
watching on
watched the
YouTube.
start. You're watching
Yes.
on YouTube.
I was watching the wrong one there. That's why I said don't throw me. That's why I said don't throw me under the bus. I wasn't ready for it.
Oh dear. Sorry. I was confused. I just had to type in the chat. It's your stream behind mine for some reason. Oh. So, everybody in YouTube, you've just watched the start of the race twice.
I was just making sure everything was right, you know, just double checking, and that was it.
Thank you very much, Steve.
I'm going to go quiet now for half an hour.
No, Mark can now take the mickey out of you.
As we've seen already in lap 1, many contacts between cars. After 2, we have the first contact between a BMW and another car. I didn't see which car. And in the last corner, we have a little collision with a little drift of the car. But overall, it goes good. And we see the first overtake. Oh! There was the first crash with the leader. Yeah, he brake checked. No.
Bit cheeky push, door banging.
Yes.
The leader's now lost almost 3 places. He's going to try and recover back to 3rd. Tim Kroll, was it Tim Kroll that took the lead there? Riding with Jonas Sakala in 2nd position in the black Ferrari. Looking back on Matt Tuvick in 3rd. And Mark's teammate is up into 4th. So you've gained a position, Mark. Are you happy with that?
And it was putting the pressure on us, so I hope we can keep that up. But I don't think so.
Don't think you can keep it up?
No.
No, I didn't mean it in any sort of sense that you just took it as. I meant the pressure.
Mate, you're as worse as me, but no. During practice, I wasn't even close to the times that Adam can do, and even Reese is faster than me. So I don't know if we can keep that up, but we'll see. It's a long time.
A long time, and it's for fun at the end of the day. So
of course,
wherever you finish, you finish. You see a nice overtaking move.
Yeah, you say it's for fun, but you still want to do good.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true as well. That was Walter, wasn't it? And so, look at the concentration in his eyes on the live webcam. So, keep your eyes on the track, not on us.
Yeah, it's nice to see some drivers with their webcams and to see how they're focused on the race.
I'm not brave enough to do that. I would crash YouTube. He's up into 14th. So getting past Dan there. Now I think Dan started from final position anyway, so something must have happened to Walter to end up behind Dan. Is he one of the incidents that you think you saw in the background there, Dominic?
No. We saw in the qualifying he hasn't not the best qualifying session. He didn't get to the pace, and he has many crashes out there. He get often off the track, and I think that's why he starts so much in the back of the grid.
Is Walter one of the solo drivers?
No, he's a team of 3 with I think it's THRC team.
Oh, I got so much respect for the guys that do this solo. I mean, 12 hours, that's a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. We've already sung their praises. I think there's 4 of them, is there? 1, 2, 3. And now I'm just learning to count 4. Yes, so we've got 1 Mercedes with Aaron Van Drunen. 1 Porsche 911 Cup car with John Doe Germany, and 2 Lamborghini Super Trofeos.
Aren't you guys talking about the Super Trofeos? And I did one race in them. Absolutely fun to drive.
Well, can you give us some insight onto them then? Are they faster than the Cup car, or?
The Cup car doesn't have any traction control. I tried it once, but I spun, I think, 3 times in one lap, so ditched that one very quickly. But the Super Trofeo at least has a little bit of the traction control, and they are immensely quick on the straight, but more difficult in the corners. But they're a lot of fun, absolutely.
You're doing yourself an injustice there, Mr. Knightlings, because I remember being on the grid with you in the Cup cars at Bathurst, and somebody qualified on pole position.
Yeah, that was one of my better days, mate, but I don't have them a lot anymore. That was Bathurst, if I recall.
It was, yeah, great race. But yeah, good qualifying from you there. It was an astonishing lap. Couldn't get anywhere near it.
Yeah, but before the start of the race, I did something stupid again, if I can remember correctly.
I wasn't going to mention it. Yeah, you jumped the start, I think, didn't you? Just before.
Oh, yeah, I remember, yeah. That was fun.
Is that because you were so excited that you're on pole?
Yeah, that doesn't happen too much to me, Chris.
Yeah, the one and only time I've been on pole that happened to me, I jumped the start as well. And yes, there was more than me on the grid before anybody says it. You're all thinking it.
Yeah, I didn't want to mention it. But...
It was a reverse grid.
Yeah. What is it? Pick on the Mancunian Day? Yeah, that's every day, isn't it? Yes. I thought that one through before I opened my mouth.
Mancunian, is that Manchester?
It is, yes.
Yeah, they can't help it, Matt, don't worry.
Oh, you're getting a new trainer, I heard, a Dutch guy.
Excuse me, wrong side of Manchester, my friend.
Oh, sorry. I don't know, mate. How many clubs we got there?
In Manchester, there is only one football team in Manchester. Manchester City.
Yeah, first one were no good, so they started another one, and that's even worse.
The other team that that I will not mention is not actually Manchester, it's in Salford. There you go.
Did they open a can of worms?
Not with me, you didn't, but I'm sure on YouTube I might have just done.
Well, we better stop this now. We're not here talking about football, but... Well, Adder's still doing great.
Yeah, no, you were talking sort of, it is a long race, and you were talking down your chances, Mark. I mean, these endurance races, they aren't all about out and out speed, are they? It's more about consistency, and I know full well that, you guys are pretty consistent. You can stack the laps in, as long as you get your space on track, and you can do your thing, and you can just keep putting those laps in. So I don't think, I think definitely a top 6, if not a podium finish, could be on the cards for you guys.
Well, we were joking amongst ourselves early on, and we said, "Oh, at least we're getting a top 15 this time." So that wouldn't be too. It's not too crazy, but I don't know, Stephen. I hope you do good. We'll see. There are some really fast guys in here, so I'm not sure. And like I said, I'm not on the pace of Reese and Adam in this car, and don't know. We'll see.
If I recall correctly, did you not have some good outings last year in the endurance season?
Yeah, I especially liked the race we had on the 24-hour race in Spa. That was absolutely great. And at least when you saw our average age, that was way over 50, and we almost got a top 10 finish. So for a 24-hour race, I really enjoyed that. That means that we should do another one.
Yeah, at the end of the season, at the end of the year in Suzuka, we have one.
Yes, there is one.
Interesting.
Suzuka. You're quite right.
Another 24-hour race.
Yes.
But I don't like Suzuka.
Well, you can't have everything.
I knew there was something about Mark.
You said if I remember the admin meeting we had, Steve, you said we must host a 24-hour race at Suzuka because Mark really likes it.
I did.
Well, I don't believe you.
Imagine it's not Suzuka, it's Spa. So 130R is Rouge, and then it's all fine.
Yeah, it's all psychological, Mark. It's just a name.
I know, but Spa is my all-time favorite track. And I think of all the hours I did at ACC, at least 70% was on Spa. So
Everybody races Spa, and everybody does a charity event at Spa. We want it to be different.
yeah, but it's a good track.
It is, don't get me wrong. And I wonder if the new update, this is the closest it's been down the inside of Adam, and it ends in tears. And I did mention, didn't I, that, during the build-up, it could end in tears at the chicane for anybody, and that just demonstrates that for once I'm right.
Yeah, we talked earlier on that some overtaking tryings will be in the chicane. There was our first one, and it doesn't went great.
Oh, right, watching YouTube, just saw it.
No, don't do that, Mark. It's behind, apparently.
Yeah, it's almost like you talk about the start of the race whilst you're watching YouTube.
That's not that late.
Oh, we've never claimed to be professional, have we?
There's
No,
a reason.
that's
There's
true.
a reason I don't commentate anymore.
But yeah, that's unfortunately dropped your team 2 or 3 places there, Mark. No, it hasn't. Talking rubbish there.
No,
He's
it's
sacrificed himself. You're still in 4th. Yeah. But yeah, I can't even pay attention properly.
To be fair, Alexander out in front, he's got a nice little lead of just under 4 seconds now, so he's getting the pressure off himself, and that's important in these races, is to try and get yourself that breathing room so you can settle into the laps, because it's a long old day, it's 12 hours, and the last thing they want to be doing is battling all the way. We want to see the battling, but the drivers would like to settle into a rhythm and try and control a gap, but that BMW at the moment is looking pretty dominant with a 4-second gap up the road to the Ferrari in P2. So everything's settling down. How's the Porsche Cup car getting along? That's the car of interest for me. I've got no favouritism, obviously, but he's there he is, and he's going to be interesting to see how that one gets on. See if he can climb up from 12th at all today.
Well, it's sandwiched between 2 of the Lamborghinis.
Yeah, it's the sound, isn't it, of the Cup car? It's a raw sound. I know it's the same engine as the GT3, but it just that Porsche sound. It's very unique to that car.
Is he driving the new one?
No, he's driving the original.
Because the new one sounded incredible. I just couldn't drive it.
Yeah, so this is the 991.2 GT3 Cup. It's a mouthful. At what point did we actually mention to the drivers at any point that for each lap you lead you have to donate an extra £10 to the charity?
No, I think now's a good time just to tell them, though, isn't it? Maybe.
I think it might be,
Yep.
yeah.
We need to introduce that.
So
And every lap they lead that they don't donate is a 1 second time penalty on the pit stop.
we can't enforce that one. Man, we can't enforce the other one, to be honest. But so far, of our target of £5,000, we're at 29.8%, as you can see on the screen. So, if you can, and you're watching this, please get your hands in your pockets and donate as much as possible. Follow the QR code that's displayed in the bottom left of the screen, and that should take you direct to the Just Giving page. And as you can see, it's for the charity to Save the Children.
Yeah, all donations greatly received. Obviously, like Chris says, it's a good cause, and it's obviously very much in the news at the moment with what's going on, and the innocent kids and all the children, they do need, you know, they need our support. It's very important that we donate what we can and as much as we can. And if you can't afford to donate, we just appreciate the support in YouTube, watching, comments, and likes on the stream, and it just helps to promote this, because the Just Giving link will be live even when the race is finished. So the more people that see it, the more chances there are of people maybe just pushing that button to donate and increasing that target for us.
To echo what Steve says, greatly appreciate it. So much so, we've got another endurance race next weekend, which is part of our championship, and we're going to leave the link live for there as well.
Revive the Jag.
And we're about to watch a replay of what's happened to the Jag to make its bonnet go all sticky up. So far, everything looks okay.
I think you lost the car. Looks like. Yes.
You're quite right, yeah. Oh, that's a hard bash into that barrier. Nearly parks it perfectly.
Front and the rear. It's not good combi.
Oh, and that's going to be difficult to drive. What are we? 20 minutes into the race, something like that?
Yes. As we can see, he struggling with oversteer and understeer at the same time, and that's that must be neat meatball flag, but when you can then go on, go ahead and try it out.
Meatball flag.
Which one for you? Yes.
So just to explain to everybody, the meatball flag is a black flag with an orange circle in the centre that indicates that you've got carrying too much damage and you must come into the pits to replace that damage. You normally have to do that with a few laps to go, and Oliver commentating in chat there that the car is better now. I'm not sure whether it means it's better now it's been damaged, or they managed to drive around the issues with the front and back end damage. Possibly, without knowing Oliver, he's probably referring to the aerodynamics have been much improved now. Tough crowd today, I tell you. Benjamin, thank you very much.
Everybody's just pacing themselves, I think, out there with comments and everything, Chris. It's
yeah, no, it's not that. I'm just reading the YouTube. Thank you very much, Benjamin. Just to read it out for you guys that aren't able to see it. Our team is okay with the new rule about donating for every lead lap. If everyone would let us through, please.
Mike, what do you think?
I think we should let them through and let them lead the next what, 11 hours?
I've asked Adam and he said no.
I don't know why.
We are currently watching the leader, Jack Alexander, with a 5.5 second lead over second place. That's normally what happens when you're the leader. The person behind you normally is second place, isn't he? So I'm stating the obvious. Just looking on the graphic for the track map, and this is probably down to me not being really observant, that the orange tabs, the orange dots are the Super Trophios. The green dot, apologies if you hear that in the background, that's some idiot going past my house in a fast car. Yeah, the green dot is the Cup car, the grey dots are GT3 cars, and the red triangle is the leader. So it gives you an idea of where each and every car is on the track.
Looking like the Porsche Cup's potentially the closest battle on the track at the moment, if the relative timing's anything to go by, although that gap is around about a second, so it's not really an attacking position as yet, but it's definitely trying to keep in touch with the Lamborghini of Valenduk ahead, and we know Valenduk a pretty quick driver in his own right, so it's no mean feat trying to hang on to the back of him.
Absolutely not, and notice that Rudy's in the pits, so obviously to repair that damage. As,
makes
Oliver.
sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a 12-hour race. You need to get your damage repaired. People calling for rain or in the chat. We can't make it rain, unfortunately.
Mike, as we've seen the first pit stop of the race, how long do you think you can go with your car, with the BMW?
Oh, sorry, wasn't paying attention.
Okay. As we've seen the first pit stop of the race, how long do you think you can go with your car?
How long? Well, we're planning to just throw it full of fuel, 120 liters, and we should be doing 1 hour and 15 minutes around that.
That's quite a long time.
Yeah, for every stint.
Oh, and sorry, Rudy's now got a stop-go penalty, 30 seconds. No. So
Speeding in the pit lane.
yeah, more than likely.
That's not how the race should start for them.
It isn't, but we've got over 11 and a half hours left of this race, so still anything could happen. Oliver asking in chats if he can go into the water slides at turn 5. I think he's a bit too immersed. You like what I did there with that pun? Hey. Thanks, Steve. And now he's saying that he's on a 100-stop strategy. Oh dear.
You gotta watch slides.
Yes, just for you, Oliver. Off you go. See the water slides. The golf course there as well. You know what would be really nice around here? It'd be a racetrack.
Guys, if you don't mind, go back to my team for a little bit. I'm coming back later.
We're boring him already.
Yeah.
Absolutely no problem, Mark. Thank you very much for taking the time to come and join us.
I never said it out loud, mate, that you bore me. You know that.
You take it. Oh, we've got another guy coming into the pits.
Is this also damage related?
Oh, I don't know, to be honest.
I didn't see any damage.
And Rudy's coming in behind him to serve his pit stop. So perhaps this is... now, actually, I know this team was struggling for a 4th driver because they've got schedules to... Excuse me. External schedules to meet with work and stuff like that. So perhaps they're coming in for an early driver swap to satisfy some of that schedule.
Maybe. Or I don't know. How big is the fuel tank of them? Maybe they can only drive in half an hour. Is it possible?
Perhaps. We ignore that from the other, if the other Lambos decide to come in. So we're seeing Aaron van Drunen, car 69, the only Mercedes in this race. Who, knowing Aaron, is probably still drunk from last night. We don't condone drinking and driving, only in simulating races. Good, John Doe, Germany is right on the tail of Yannick Valenduk here. So if he gets the run down the straight as you suspect, Steve, might be in a good position towards the end, although he did just lose the back end slightly there.
Yeah,
turn 13.
too ambitious with that right foot, but you can see the Cup car just does like to twitch a little bit, and he is trying. He's got closer. He's closed that gap down to within half a second. He will be feeling the effects of a slipstream there, but not quite sure he's going to be close enough into the braking zone, because that's when it's going to get a little bit sketchy in that Cup car, and just trying to bring it down to the corner speed, all under control, staying close, managed to turn a tighter line than the Lamborghini, interestingly, and he's staying within that half a second, more importantly, and he's putting himself in a good position. I think he's just building the pressure, isn't he? He's not in a rush to do anything, and yeah, lots more corner speed there from the Porsche, but the Lamborghini just seemed to get out of that corner a little bit better, and he's just extended that gap a couple of car lengths maybe, but this is actually definitely a three-way battle here though, isn't it? Because one little mistake from either of those two up front, as we see the Cup car just losing out in the faster corners there, the more aero-dependent corners, and just lost out to the Lamborghini a little bit there, but he's doing a good job of hanging on, and we expect to see him now closing back up again through the latter part of the lap, as he does do in the braking zone again there. Doing a great job though. That Cup car is a difficult one to drive. I can't comment, as I said before, about the Lamborghini because I haven't driven that car, but he's doing a great job in the Cup car, and he's keeping it very competitive at the moment with the Lamborghinis, and I think it's a matter of time before he gets himself in a position, as he's very, very close now, close as he's ever been, within 2/10, actually drives alongside into the braking zone, but he's not quite close enough, and brings it down to corner speed in a controlled fashion without any contact there, but keeping it close. He needs to wind it up through these next couple of corners as he is doing now, keep it as close as he can, really make himself large in those mirrors on that Lamborghini, and then just make use of the slipstream. If you can just modulate that right foot now without losing the back end, without losing traction, that's closer than he was on the previous lap. Definitely in an attacking position now, definitely in the slipstream, and I think he might just get a bit of overrun, but is he going to have speed? It's not looking like he is, you know. That Lamborghini, it's not slow in a straight line, is it?
It isn't. That's surprising. But he has took a dive around the inside. But Yannick's still got the drive for the next corner and the line for the next corner, and does manage to fend off. But John Doe's not giving him much breathing space at all, is he?
No, John Doe's driving his lines, as it were. He's, he's focusing on where he needs to be. He's not worrying too much about defending. He knows where he's strong. He knows where the Cup car's strong, and he knows what he needs to do at this moment in time. And to be fair, he won't lose too much sleep over it if the Cup car gets past. It's just it's such a long race like this. It's not about the immediate track position at this moment in time. It's about just keeping it going, keeping it pointing in the right direction. So while he's not making it easy, he's not really defending very hard. We haven't seen any aggressive moves on the straight. He didn't try to break the slipstream at all. He just carried on driving, and he's letting the Cup car go where it wants to go, really take the line as it wants, and if he is quick enough to come past, I don't think we'll see a massive desperate sort of defence for that position. I think he'll end up letting him go.
Very, very good and very close battle.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, like I say, that Cup car, it's not the easiest to drive. It's very twitchy and delicate under braking. It's very, if you're aggressive with the throttle, it likes to step out on the corner exits as you're trying to get the traction and the drive out the corners. But he's doing a great job at the moment. He's staying in touching distance. But that last lap, he's never been closer. But the Lamborghini just does stretch its legs down the straight. He's struggling to match it in straight line speed. He's definitely closing up in the braking as he dives to the inside there, and he's going to be side by side as they run down into what is, I think it's called turn 2, isn't it, that one? But he's going to run through that corner into the hairpin here, and the Lamborghini's just outdone him on drag, but runs very, very deep, opens the door, and is the Cup car going to take the inside line? He is. He's going to take the inside. He's going to take the position. Now then, will he hang on to it?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see, certainly over the next lap. Won't be doing anything into this corner, I wouldn't have thought. Possibly the chicane, maybe his next point of battle. As we see the Lamborghini, see if he gets a good drive out of the corner. Not close enough for the chicane move. And you may be right, Steve, he may just let the Cup car go. But what is interesting to see is the second Lambo in the background there is not who I thought. I thought it was Yannick's teammate, Dan Lenson. It's not. It's the Peaceful Bulls, isn't it, with Veterainen.
Yeah, indeed. It's almost looking like Valenduk's lost a little bit of pace there, because unless it's just a case of at that section of track, the mid-section there, the Cup car was holding him up, because Ranson, that other Lamborghini, he has really closed that gap down now, and he's right on the back of Valenduk as well. So I'm not quite sure Valenduk will look to attack this position now, unless he's got some massive overspeed on this straight here. But I think he'll be looking in his mirror at the other Lamborghini, because that's a like-for-like comparison. That's a like-for-like competition there. So it's it's very much the case that he'll probably defend against that one. Although he did look a little bit cheeky there. Thought he was going to try and put it down the inside. So the Lamborghini definitely carrying that bit more speed down the straights.
Lately, we've got another gentleman waiting to come and speak to us, Steve Allen. Good afternoon, Steve. I think you're from the THRC racing team, are you not?
I am indeed, yes. Good
afternoon, team.
Let me just mute this. So, yeah, at the moment, we're just running our own race. We've got about 5 seconds worth of damage after a small bit of contacts on lap 1, but yeah, we're just doing our normal race, really.
Yeah, we've been on board with Wouter, and he's doing a reasonably good job. As I could hear in the background, you've been watching it on YouTube as well, so
yeah.
I hope we're coming out loud and clear to you, and you're enjoying the stream. What's your, as we see a car go wide there, and it is Wouter, he must obviously know that he's live. Always happens. So what's your strategy then, or do you not want to give that away just now?
Not going to give that away just now, but we just did. Oh, that was a big accident there. What we're going to do is we're just going to go have a bit of fun, see where we finish. After all, it's only a charity race. It's just how it is, really.
Yeah, and as we see picture in picture, Walter Constraint, I think he's now struggling with the car, with the damage he's got. Who's next up in your driver lineup?
That would be me. So I think we are going to go for a 2-hour stint anyway, and then I'll jump in for a couple of hours. And then Dimitri will join us.
Okay, well. Walter's coming into the pits now, so obviously to repair damage, so I don't know if you need to go back to your team. Just in case he does.
I think Dimitri's actually going to be taking over from looking on my end of it. So,
right.
So yeah, a bit unfortunate, but I think I was the older commentator's curse. Jumping in.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to this weekend. We've got the 12 hours that we're doing now, and we've also got the start of the second season of Touring Cars on iRacing tomorrow night. So that's going to be pretty good fun for myself. Nice way to spend Easter weekend and also birthday weekend.
Happy birthday then.
Yeah, it's my birthday tomorrow, so I'm going to enjoy tomorrow's race and then probably have a cheeky drink afterwards.
Well, you'll deserve it after this.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for taking the time to come and join us.
No worries. I'll probably pop back a bit later on if you guys want me to.
More than welcome. More the merrier.
Okay, no worries. I'll catch you guys later.
See you later. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Ciao. So the second season of Touring Cars, is that one you're involved in, Steve, as well?
Yes, it is. I'm hoping to race in that tomorrow evening, and we just I may end up streaming it though, I'm not quite sure yet, but it starts tomorrow, and it's I think there's around about 20 some drivers signed up for it. So we started last season with 10, I think it was, and it grew to around about 14, 15 throughout the season, different people attended, but we this time we've got a good 20 or more signed up for the start of the season, so it's definitely growing in popularity, and there's some quick drivers joining, some quicker drivers should I say, joining this time, so a little bit more competition for the guys up at the front, which I hasten to add isn't me.
Right, okay, so thanks for that, Steve. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring in Tim Kroll, who's actually driving at the moment, and he's going to give us an interview from the car. So we'll try and pick him while he's on the straight. Tom, if you can hear me, can you see where he is on track?
Yes. It's halfway now.
So coming out of the chicane, we're on board with Tim Kroll, and he has joined us for an interview. How's the race going for you, Tim? Are you able to talk at the moment? You just talk when you're available to.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Perfect, thank you.
No, my tires seem to go off at this very moment, so it's kind of busy now, but it's fine.
That's
How are you?
Go off
How
now.
was the start? I didn't actually see a lot of it.
Yeah, we didn't see a lot of the start either because Steve was commentating on the wrong thing, but you know, let's not take the mickey out of him too much for that.
No.
No, the start went really well. I think have you gained places or?
No, we dropped back to, we started P6, then we dropped back to P8 I think, and then after a few laps we were back at P6, and then I think the one who was in the pits, the Jag, he got kind of dive bombed in front of me, so he went to pit, and then now we're P5. So we dropped a few places, but that's fine. No worries, it's a long one, so.
And you're, if I remember rightly, you're racing with your brother, are you?
Yes, Dennis. And we're racing with Marta, which we actually met through SSRi as well, or I met. Because he was looking for a team to join up for the GT3 league, and then we just met up, and now he's also entered our endurance team, which is great fun, so. It's not Tinder, but it does connect people.
It's not quite Tinder, no. It's not Grindr either, Steve.
No, let's keep out of that one, yeah.
What also, Mike, how long do you think you can go with your fuel?
Sorry, you dropped out there a bit.
How long can you go with your fuel and your tires?
Well, how long has it been now?
We are now 40 minutes into the race.
Then I think about another 35-40 minutes tops, because I'm just past the halfway with my fuel. My tires don't seem to like it, but yeah, I'm not gonna pit earlier, so we'll see what happens.
Last time out, if I remember rightly, did you not win this event? Last
Yes.
time we did an endurance race at Hungaroring?
Yes, we did. I did with Dennis, my brother. Yeah, but then it was rain, and the Lexus at that time was kind of the rain god, it seems, and we had a proper setup. And now, yeah, that made us win the race in the end. That was great fun, though. First ever and only win, by the way, but still, it was good fun. But yeah, what's his name? Crew chief says Alexander, the one at the front.
Yeah, Jack Alexander.
He just bailed, doesn't he? He does 44 somethings, and I'm stuck now in the 46 even. But I was doing 45s. But he's a second a lap faster than I think anyone. I'm not sure where P2 is, but to be honest, but
P2
he
is 10
just
seconds
bolted.
behind.
So
Yeah, he's gone.
yeah. P1 bolted. So I don't have what do you call it? The imagination that we're gonna win this one as well. No way. As long as he keeps on track, though, that's of course one thing to keep in mind.
Never say never, my friend. Never say never.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for joining us for an in-car interview. Really appreciate it. I shall drop you back into your team.
Yeah, thank you very much, and have a good one.
You too, my friend. Thank you.
Oh, there was a little contact between the Super Trofeo and the Porsche. They're battling the whole race now. And I think the Porsche has a little bit of damage. He's struggling.
Sliding, I think.
Something there. I'm not sure. Was there a bit of netcode involved there, or did I imagine that?
Imbalanced in the sliding.
Yeah. And right behind the Cup car now is the race leader.
This will be interesting now, how this will work.
Race leader gets past the Cup car. It's the first car. Well, it's not the first car to be lapped. It can't be, can it? Just lap the others. Past the first of the Lamborghinis. And there's a bit of an incident there in the background. I think John Doe saw the opportunity to try and get past the Lamborghini whilst the race leader went past and accidentally clipped his rear. Sent the Lamborghini off the track slightly, but John Doe was good enough to wait. And the race has restarted.
I think the Lamborghini wants that the leader passed. We want to drive this race and keep building a gap. Because what we see after lapping, there's a big gap behind between the Lamborghini and the other Lamborghini. But
Yes, so Van der Kaas bolted now, hasn't he, from the 3-car battle that was.
Replay of John Doe.
And this is the incident I tried describing in the background. No, it isn't, is it? This is not that incident. This is.
That was the crash between the both. Ooh,
Big slide.
Yes, massive slide. And what we see in the Lamborghini turn into the Porsche. I think he thought that the Porsche is back, so I'm sure, but he wasn't.
We also have another of our drivers waiting in the to come into the shed, so I'll drag him in. And it's driver who we put the commentator's curse on. It's Walter. Good afternoon, Walter.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for coming to join us. We've seen that you've had some trials and tribulations, and obviously you've handed the car over now to Dimitri.
Yeah. First of all, the last couple of days I was feeling a bit sick, so I just want to give the best shot to this race. So I was planning to do the first stint. I'm the standard starter of our team, and the start went pretty well. After I went a bit on the curb and slide a bit, but yeah, I didn't know what happened there. Unfortunate.
We see that your car's carrying some damage, and unfortunately we were on board with you when you lost control a bit and slammed the barrier quite hard. Did you repair the damage?
Yeah, I did repair the damage, and after that I directly went to get a drink, so even I don't know where this damage comes from. But yeah, bit hit. But yeah, nothing we could do about it. Handed the car over, get some rest, and then it's still 11 hours to go, so we'll see what happens after those hours.
Plenty of time left in this race, my friend, plenty of time. Yeah. We were speaking to Steve as well live on while you're on your trials and tribulations, and thank you very much for sharing us your webcam as well. We saw you trying to concentrate. And one tip that we've got for you as well: keep looking down at your webcam. Just keep focused on the track when you're driving.
Yeah. Nice to see Tom at work. Well, good fun with the rest of the race, and see if I come by later today.
Yeah, you obviously if you're still feeling sick, you need to go and get a bit of recovery. So we appreciate the time you've taken to come and see us, and just keep watching the rest of the stream. And if you feel well enough to come back and have a chat with us, then feel free.
See you later.
See you later on. Thank you very much.
So,
It's good for the drivers are willing to take the time to come and chat to us during the race, before they actually get in the car, after they've got out of the car. It does aid to the stream in the chatting, and it just goes to show the concentration levels that they have, and the concentration levels that us commentators don't have, because I don't even know where I was going with that sentence.
yeah, it's nice that everybody wants to talk with us. It's every time nice to see their reactions after a crash, after they get out of the car, or maybe they're right there in the car. And it's nice.
It's also interesting to hear from Tim that he's done something that I struggle to do, because I've done a couple of in-car interviews, and as I do with the commentary, in all honesty, I go quiet for a period of time while I'm concentrating on something else, and it's really difficult to do, but he just seemed to just talk his way through, which is impressive in itself, and he didn't go off either.
Yes, it's massively impressively. When I'm driving, I don't want to talk to everyone, only to my engineer when they say some interesting information. But I don't want to talk it to everyone when I'm driving.
As we see GT3 come in for the first pit stop. Is this going to be a driver change? If it is, it'll be Benjamin Simmers that takes over the wheel. We won't know until he comes out of the pits and for a sector after that, unfortunately.
And there we see after 50 minutes the second Lamborghini comes into the pits. They might have a bigger fuel tank than I might thought, but not as big as the GT3 cars have.
Oh, indeed. Still running out up in front. They're all still running, and I've only watched 2 pit stops where the driver change. 2 for repair as well, I should say. And the Jag here looks a lot nicer now. Now it's had the bonnet stuck firmly back down. As we see, Benjamin Simmers has taken over the Peaceful Bulls car now. So that was for a driver change, and we've got a brief yellow flag as Dimitri goes off circuit. And now the Jag goes off circuit. Now, was there an incident between those two? There may very well have been, because they were in the similar sector.
At a similar spot.
Yes. Looks like the Jag came slightly worse off. So I'm sure
hopefully we will get a replay of this.
I'm sure Tom will be feverishly trying to find that replay for us as we speak.
Yep. Replay for Jag.
As we see what happened with the Jag of Rudy. It does catch a bit of curb. Oh, it's just a coincidence. They've both gone off at the same corner, completely separately. So we'll stop speculating at the battling, shall we, guys? Steve's gone really quiet.
Probably both hit the curb and go off.
Replay of the left front.
See what happened to the Ferrari again.
Yeah.
Very similar.
He hit the curb and then hit the wall. But what did he do? Seeing angle was a bit big.
And then in the background, I think we could see the Jag there, the shadow of the Jag. Coming up to the first hour complete. Second place guy, Jonas Hackler, just passes the Lamborghini of... Good question.
What's on flowers?
I think that's the Benjamin Simmers car, is it?
Yeah. 164. Piece of woods.
Very much appreciate any donations that you guys can give to the Save the Children charity. Follow the QR link in the bottom left hand corner. Take you straight to the Just Giving page. So far we are coming up to the £1,500 mark. So let's see if in the next few minutes if we can top that £1,500. All donations gratefully received. Thank you very much. Also, whilst you're watching the YouTube link, if you would like to give us a like and subscribe to us, we would appreciate that. Steve, is this a bit of a come down for you? You were hoping to be broadcasting SRO, I believe, today, and then you
I just hope I'm up my audio's okay, because you were all sounding a bit robotic, which usually indicates internet connection at one end is not so good on Discord or whatever. I've just rebooted Discord to see if it fixed at my end, so hopefully everyone can hear me alright.
We can hear you here. Hear you here. That makes sense?
Yeah, cool. That's why I've just been quiet a little bit. I've just been trying to fix that, see if it was at my end, but it seems to be okay at the moment. But yeah, so the racing's going really well at the minute, isn't it? It's looking good. A couple of cars picking up a little bit of damage, but everyone's still pretty much circulating and doing what they can do, and a few maybe early pit stops. But like you said, I think I heard you say we're coming round to the. We've just obviously completed the first hour. Pretty much nearly, so we'll start to see maybe some of the thirstier cars come in for a pit stop and start to see who's playing the long game and maybe trying to do less pit stops, and the leaderboard may get thrown into disarray a little bit by the different strategies very soon.
Yes, indeed. Can anybody remind me who's got the bigger tank in the ACC GT3 cars? Normally the Bentley, isn't it, I believe, has got the largest of the tank, but there's no Bentleys in this race.
No, and I think the Mercedes, is that one of the thirstiest or the smallest tanks? I think that usually goes the shorter distance, doesn't it?
Yeah, so that's the only Mercedes we've got in the race is Aaron currently in 8th place.
So yeah, it'd be an interesting one to see what happens with the pit stop strategies, because that's one of the big tactics in the endurance stuff, is to try and run as long as you can and maybe not battle too hard for positions. Just concentrate on eliminating an extra pit stop that maybe your opponents are going to have to make, because that pit lane time, it's pit stop itself can be 30 seconds if it's a driver swap. If it's fuel, it can be stationary for maybe 10-15 seconds, not quite sure, but obviously there's the pit lane speed limit time as well that you're travelling down the pit lane that adds to that lap time. So I'm sure somebody a little bit more knowledgeable about that at Hungaroring than me will tell us what the total cost of a pit stop is around here.
from me, I'm afraid. You know me, Steve, I don't bring any facts. I just bring lots of
joy, lots of character, lots of comedy.
Oh, thanks, mate.
And a bit of flair and talent I might throw in there as well for you, Chris.
Oh, that's very kind.
I'm getting you mixed up with someone else.
I think you're getting me mixed up with somebody else, yes. I knew there was a punchline coming somewhere, and I just couldn't quite
it was Dominic.
place
it. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah,
Dominic's the one that's coming with all the facts, flair, and talent.
And Tom with the talent behind the scenes, bringing us the great pictures and this great looking stream as well, all colour coordinated, and the updates for the charity amount, the donation total there. Absolutely fantastic work by Tom, and thanks very much to Tom for all the hard work that he does for the community throughout, all the streaming, all the leagues that he puts out there for everybody to watch. Does a great job. Fantastic.
He's an absolute pleasure to work with. There's another guy that does it as well, I can't remember his name. He used to do it for us, he disappeared off the face of the earth.
Not sure who you mean.
I think he came from Yorkshire as well, I can't quite remember his name though.
He must have gone on to, can't think.
Be very careful what you say next, sir. As we've just seen a flurry of activity on the donations, thank you very much. It's just boosted us straight over the £1,500 mark. So, current total £1,536.85. 85%, that's an impressive one, isn't it? 85 pence with 30.7% of our target achieved. So, thank you very much. I did see one or two popping up there. Tom on broadcast, thank you for donating. And Mr. Oliver Anderson as well has donated as well. So, thanks, guys.
Yeah, we appreciate every donation, however big or small, and as we said at the beginning, it's not just about donating, it's about being here and supporting us and watching the stream and popping those comments in the YouTube chat to keep us all awake and entertained, because you know what Chris is attempting to do here with 12 hours of pretty much solo commentary, because me and Dominic are just going to sit back and let him run the show. Is no easy task. I've been there and done that with 12 hours of commentary, and it's a big undertaking. So yeah, well done to Chris as well, and I'm not joking there either, mate. It's well done for setting all this up and taking it on, because I know for a fact that it's caused a few stresses, behind the scenes, getting everything sorted and what have you, and it's no mean feat. So congrats on what you've done so far, mate.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. And I've absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Stressful? Never. I don't carry any stresses in my life whatsoever. Honest.
You lie like a hairy dog.
Did I commit to 12 hours? I thought it was 12 minutes.
You were committed. Sorry.
Committed. Yeah. Should be.
Yeah, as you can tell, the commentary is not strictly going to be a commentary. It's more of a podcast.
We're not a one hour into the race and it's go all wrong.
Yeah, we need the producer director Tom to bring us back into line, but that's not really happening at the moment. He's providing the pictures and we're just totally ignoring them.
Why, is there a race going on as well?
Allegedly.
Oh yes.
But I mean, joking apart, there's a race on Alexander, obviously 15 seconds up the road now, so it's unless they start making any mistakes, and obviously only 1 hour in there, he's doing an absolute cracking job of building that lead, building the gap, building the cushion, and making it a little bit easier, if you ever can do that in an endurance race, for the rest of his team and for the rest of the 11 hours that's to go. But it's still going on behind. There's still a few gaps that are within a second or so of each other, so there's still some battles to be had. Some of the guys, as we said earlier, they will be just thinking about strategy. They won't be worrying too much about the other cars around them. They'll just be doing what they need to do. But ultimately, I think what's on the mind of all the teams out here today is just to finish the 12 hours, just to do this for the cause that we are doing it for. It's not really about winning, although it is, because they're all racers, but ultimately the goal is just to raise as much money as we can. That's the checkered flag today, isn't it, Chris?
Absolutely. Let's raise as much as we can. for such a great cause. It's unfortunate that we have to do it with the current situation. Don't want to start talking politics or anything like that. I really don't. That's not what this is about. This is about raising the money to support the children that have been afflicted by the what's going on over in the Ukraine. Hence why the majority of the cars were that you can see on stream that are sporting a livery were given carte blanche. They can do whatever they want with the car livery. Obviously keep it clean, but they must carry the logo for Save the Children, our racing logo, which is the SR in the blue and yellow Ukraine tribute, and a sunflower. As you're probably all aware, the sunflower is the national flower of the Ukraine, and we are very fortunate that we know the Sunflower Childcare Group, who is our main sponsor for the race today, who have donated to the charity, and there are 2 cars carrying their logo as well. This is one of the cars. That's sunflower on the front of the car, of the 991, and on the 990 are carrying the logo for our sponsor as well. So thank you very much. We brought the hour mark, guys. We brought the hour mark.
Yep, 11 hours to go.
It's all uphill from here.
So Dominic, how long are you here for, buddy? What's your time constraints today?
I've plenty of time. I hope I can do the rest of the race.
Oh,
The whole 12 hours.
Well, credit to you for doing that as well, because as I said, Chris, it's not easy. It's not an easy task, but I think we're approaching it in the right manner, light-hearted, bit of banter, bit of fun with everybody. Don't forget to get involved in the YouTube chat, and anybody is welcome to come and join us in the commentary booth as well if you want to just have a chat with us on air and talk about the race, talk about sim racing, talk about whatever you want really within reason, as long as it's broadcastable. We're the door's always open to the shed, and everyone's welcome.
Yeah, I have plenty of training. Last time out, my friend Mike Schubert comes along with the idea to make the whole night through for the Australian Grand Prix, and I stick with him. And after 26 hours, I fall asleep. So 26 hours I can do. 12 hours is possible, but we will find out.
Adam Izalovic pits for their first driver swap in the Dirty Old Guys car. I think the Dirty Old Guys refers to the colour scheme on their car. It's obviously plastered in lots of little specks of dirt. Now, is that going to be a driver swap? And if so, who's taking over? Let's see. And this Reese Wiggin has taken over the driving of car 666. So Adam's going for a well-earned rest. Dropped down to 7th position from 4th, with all of the drivers in front yet to make their pit stop. Must be said, they don't have to swap drivers. There's no mandatory driver stint time. Otherwise, the guys that are driving on their own would be at a disadvantage. Some would say they are at a disadvantage anyway, trying to drive 12 hours on their own, and certainly in the cars they've opted to drive them in.
Yeah, Reese Wiggin. I remember Reese joining SSRi. God, I say I remember him joining. I can't remember how long ago it is now, but it's certainly quite some time. We're talking, at least a year, if not longer, maybe 2. And just having such a chat. He's a really fun guy, very open, very honest sort of a guy, and he wasn't the quickest guy when he joined us, but he was there for fun. But it's good to see that he clicked with the group at the time, and he's good friends with Mark and Adam, and they've gone on to race with SimSport and with other communities, and Reese has really developed as a driver to the point that when he's doing these races now, as I said earlier to Mark, they're a pretty consistent team. They can put the laps in. They're not always the fastest, not always putting the fastest times in, but that's not what endurance racing's about. It's about being there at the end, and it's the average lap time really that wins the races.
As our leader is in the pits, we see on the table after 38 laps.
Well, yeah, this is Jack Alexander. As we, I'm going to say cross live to him, but it's obviously live, isn't it? I don't even know what I'm talking about now.
It's live unless I'm commentating.
That's no, you now are live. Steve, come back from the brink.
Oh.
As we see the dual screen of the pit stop with Jack Alexander, who's dropped down to 3rd at the moment, and John Doe Germany in the Porsche Cup car, currently in 10th place. That car's not been round as many times as I would have thought, spin-wise. As Rob Jackson takes over the car for Team SMR, and it's currently down in 6th position. Lost 5 places there, but obviously had a good healthy lead. All the other drivers now will have to do their first pit stop. Now whether they choose to swap drivers or just fill up with fuel, we'll wait to see. So Rob gets a bit squirrely there on his outlap.
So what we have seen, that the BMWs have the smallest tank of the GT3 cars. Both were in, all others stay out to this time of stage.
I suppose they're answering the question that we asked, aren't they?
Yes.
We just have to be patient and wait for it. Having said that, only
1 lap later the Ferrari comes in.
Yeah. So we've got 3 Ferraris in this race, haven't we? One's already been in for driver swap and to repair damage. The next one will be Yitzi. This is Jonas Hackler. Team RNE. If they're going to do the driver swap, will it be Robin Hullman or Benjamin McConnell that takes over the wheel? As we see Rob Jackson come across the start-finish line, whilst Team RNE, who were in 2nd place, are still in the pits, just leaving the pit lane now. Sorry, their pit stall. Current race leader is Matt Tubby in the Snack and Sons car. Snack and Sons car, and I just can't quite read. So Benjamin Connell has taken over the car for Team RNE.
They didn't swap drivers.
Yes, they did.
They did. Sorry.
Yeah. Originally in there was Jonas Hackler. Now it's Benjamin McConnell.
Yeah, I looked on the table left.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of while on the table on the left for it to catch up. Catches you out very quickly, that. So Tim Crowley was one of our in-car interviews before, is still circulating. And at the time he told us his tank was just about half full, wasn't he?
We need to stop the count. We have a triple podium of Alexis.
We're in for another lap. The second Ferrari of Medina hasn't been in either yet, has he? As I open my mouth too late, and he comes into the pits. So will this be a driver swap? If it is, it'll be for either Patrick Treffers or Klaas Wester. Klaas has been very supportive of this campaign. He's running his own stream as well, as he does for all his races. The Alfa Navinta team.
So this means that Lexus and the Mercs have the biggest fuel tanks of this GT3 cars.
It does at the moment, which, if I remember rightly, did somebody say before that the Mercedes had the smallest tank?
Mercedes is very thirsty.
Very thirsty, sorry. Very thirsty.
So it's unusual to see it doing the longer stints.
Man, you haven't said that driver's very thirsty normally as well, isn't he? Especially on a Friday night, he gets through some alcohol.
Is that just alcohol?
No comment. As we see the Ferrari come out of the pits.
And that comes Lexus in.
This is the first of the Lexi. And Klaas Wester has taken over the Ferrari duties for the Team Prancing Ponies. And Matt Tubby comes over to his pit stall. Trying to see who's in that team. So there's Tom Lennox Brown or Patrick Prince going to take over that car if they do a driver swap. I said do.
Do a do.
If they complete a driver swap.
Grief, the level of conversation.
It's gone to no, won't complete that one.
It's gone south.
Well, we all have our cross to bear, don't we? People going down south. Anyway, at least you and I are on the same sort of level, Steve. You know, across the country.
Yeah. That's it. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Today's the day. It's not the day for arguing.
It's a mouthful.
It was, because it was all wrong. But anyway.
This is a close battle as well, isn't it? Sorry,
yeah.
I only just realised they're only 0.2 separating these two experience.
Seems to be a long stop for their Lexus.
Yes, as Tom's just whispered in our ear, the car of 991 has been in the pits for far longer than we were expecting.
Maybe they will repair damage.
Oh, that looked like do the opposite to what the other one does then, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
For pit lane.
Quite a little misunderstanding.
Tim Kroll comes into the pits. Dave Hedges in chat reminded us that don't forget the quickest pit strategy is to get over the 1 hour 10 minutes. Saves a lot to stop over 12 hour. Oh, a pit stop over 12 hours. Thanks, Dave. Missing your voice in the commentary today, I'm afraid. The 991 car come out of the pits yet? Oh, it's still stuck in there, isn't it? It has got Tom Lennox Brown in it. And I wonder if he's got an issue with his pedals or wheel. It's not letting him press the go button. Tim Kroll still in the pits. That looks like it's been taken over by Martin van der Kram. Goes down in 5th place. So currently leading is Lulu Burfoot after 42 laps. Who's surely got to be in on this lap.
Maybe, and here he comes.
He? Lulu's a lady, my friend.
Yeah.
Pay attention.
I was talking about the car.
The car's not a he either, that's a she.
Okay.
You don't need... Oh, come on, Steve.
What?
Cars aren't a he.
Pick on Steve there.
Well, it makes a change. It's normally pick on the fat one.
Like I said, pick on Steve there.
Alright, the fatter of the two, one.
It's not a competition.
Isn't it? I'll put these Pringles down then and stop eating them.
Put this can of beer back in the fridge.
Well, so Tom Lennox Brown has come out of the pits, but we've dropped a considerable amount of places down to 12. Hopefully we'll hear from one of their drivers as to, or one of their team members as to what went on there. I know Patrick Prince was going to join us at some stage for a chat, but Rob Jackson has now retaken the lead.
There's a surprise.
And status quo is now resumed.
Absolutely.
So Rob Jackson now leading, Benjamin McConnell in the Ferrari in 2nd place, Lulu Burfoot just leaving the pits now in 3rd, but maintains that 3rd place, I think. Yep. Sorry, there was a Ferrari in the background that just threw me a bit, which I think must have been a back marker, as our friend Aaron Van Drunen comes into the pits to serve his first pit stop. And am I right in thinking he's one of the final ones to do a pit stop? Or
yes, he's the last one.
Some of the Lambos haven't pitted yet, have they not?
He's the last one of the GT3 cars, we can say. So, which means the Merc has the biggest fuel tank, or they're driving on a higher mapping, which comes into my mind.
He's driving on his own as well. We must add there, and we do have Patrick Prince in the waiting for the shed, so I'll drag him in and we can ask him what his trials and tribulations were there. Good afternoon, Patrick. Thank you very much for coming to join us.
Hello. I thought it was a good time to do it, as we just had some horrible technical issues in the pits, which had stopped us a couple laps down.
We suspected as much, because you were sat there for a long period of time. Was it something to do with Tom's system?
Yeah. So his pedals just weren't being read. They weren't working. No idea why. Had to basically unplug them and plug them back in, and then they worked. But we went through a few different bits first, and yeah, unfortunately, we tried the simple take it out and put it back in again at the end.
And it worked. See, everybody that works in IT is right, aren't they?
It's the first thing to go. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
But besides that, no, we had a very good first stint. We got into 2nd for a lap somehow on the start before the Hackler got right back past us again, and then just held our own in 3rd. Matt had a great stint, no real issues, and it was all going cleanly. But these technical issues happen, you know. It's something that could plague any team, any car, any driver, both in the real world and here in the sim.
Absolutely, it happens infrequently, to be honest, and thankfully. It's normally disconnects that cause the issues, or drivers joining the wrong order. I'm pleased to say that today that it doesn't look like that's the case. Looks like we've got everybody joining in the correct order. So, yeah, your race is going well. You've already said your sister team's doing quite well as well.
Yeah, they've been quite close. 6th, 7th, 8th all, I think, were within about 3 seconds to each other just before the pits. I'm on board with Lulu right now, and yeah, right behind the Ferrari. And then you've got just the other Lexus right ahead of them as well. So I think they're in a long haul battle for the whole event.
Yeah, we were sort of just viewing Lulu's and Tim Kroll's battle just before they pitted, and it did seem that it was, if he goes into the pits, you stay out, and vice versa for the battle for the pit stop, and Tim came in first. That's not really cost there. I know it's your sister team, I do apologise. It doesn't seem to have cost them too much time.
Don't worry about it. We're all sat in the same voice call together anyway, so we're just having a good laugh, enjoying the event. Very close here between the two of them right now, actually.
It is.
No, thank you for putting this on. You know, it's obviously going for a great cause with what's happening in the world right now, and I think it all going similarly so far, so let's hope that continues.
Yeah, thank you very much for joining us. Thanks for certainly getting 2 cars into the battle for us. It's greatly appreciated.
That's fine. We were going to run a team of 6, and then once we realised sign-ups weren't quite where we wanted them to be, it was like, let's split. It's good practice for more longer stints as well, and for later on in the regular endurance series. So I think overall, because this is the first 12-hour I've ever competed in, so great experience, I think, going forwards too.
So your next race, actually, I'm not sure if you're away for the next endurance race, are you? For the
unfortunately,
next week.
Yeah, I'd already made plans before I realised there was a clash, so I'm on the other side of the country, so I won't be anywhere near my rig, sadly.
It's on the other side of the country. Just get a transit van and take your rig with you.
Yeah.
These people come up with these excuses, Steve. I don't know.
It's a fairly valid excuse, though, I think, Chris, to be honest.
Yeah, it is. You know, I'm being completely unreasonable, aren't I?
Yeah, definitely.
So it's a shame as well, because I love Nerves. It's a great track. And we're in the Lambo, which is the car I main as well for the Sprint series.
Yeah, sorry, you're in the Lambo. Yes, you are, aren't you?
Yeah. And I got my first ever win on stream at Misano during the week as well, that I think you commentated on.
I believe I did, didn't I? No, I half commentated. If you remember.
Yeah, you were there.
I was there. I was doing the pictures. Yes, badly, because my mic packed up for some reason during the second one. So, but yeah. Well, it was a good win. You were almost on for a second as well, weren't you? For a double header for a car.
Yeah, before the drive-through. Before I just overdid it.
That's all it takes at Misano, though.
You have to push the limits at Misano to get the most out of the track.
Indeed you do. And what do you think about the drivers that are doing the battle? Sorry, the whole 12 hours on their own?
A fair bloody play to them. Sorry for my language there.
I think that's acceptable.
Yeah, I did make sure to tone it down, but honestly, like, they're nuts. I don't know how they're possibly like going to be able to push through. After 3 hours, I think I'd be dead. So to do another 9 on top of that is just insane. I have no idea how they're going to find, the time for toilet breaks as well as all, just getting food down them in energy. But honestly, complete warriors, full respect to them all. Don't think I'd be able to do it.
I think Steve and I know how Aaron's going to get through it, don't we, Steve?
Couldn't possibly comment. I think he's been practicing though.
Yes. But yeah, we did touch on that, how they're going to have a toilet break or take any food. And I suspect we may see them parked up the side of the road for a few minutes, or in the pits.
If they can time it with their pit stop, so they just sprint out the room within the 30 seconds, then yeah, they could make it work and lose minimal time, but it will be tight.
They could have a hose pipe. some people are practical like that, aren't they? Anyway, we'll stop this conversation now because that's just going to start getting weird.
Going to start.
Oh dear. So what's your ambitions on finishing then, Patrick? Where do you see yourself?
Well, it was P3 based on initial. I think before the event, we were looking at just in sort of where we stood in positions and with the other cars. I think P7, P8 was the end of the GT3s. So that was like looking at around there. And then after Matt put in his great lap for P3 and held it throughout the first stint, it was like, actually we could get a podium out of this. Gonna have to, I think, pull that down a bit now and maybe try and just work our way back up, back to like P7, P8 by the end of the race. But there's 10.5 hours to go. There's so much can happen. I'm sure there's a big chance of at least one other car having technical issues or a server disconnect or even just a lapse in concentration, take too much curb, as we saw Stuart do in the Jag earlier on already. He had a big moment coming through turn 4. So there's a hell of a lot of time for anything to go on. I think we just got to keep our targets open and try and push and just do the best we can, and at the end of the day just enjoy it as much as possible.
Yeah, I'm just looking up the grid from where you are at the moment. So there's 1, 2, 3. There's 4 single driver teams above you, and if they do have to have a stop for any reason, you may get those 4 places back then as well. But we obviously don't want anybody to have a disconnect or anything like that.
No.
It's unfortunate that you've had the system issues that you had that's dropped me down the field.
Someone's got to have it though, haven't they? As the Lexus Van der Kran just had an issue. He's literally right in front of this pack now. Little 3-way battle going on. I don't know if he got held up by one of the Super Trofeos that's just gone into the pits, but suddenly a nice little battle all within a couple seconds of each other.
I think Tom may be able to find something for us that's happened there, because you're right. Van der Kran, Klaas Vester and Lulu are all quite close to each other. We see 2 of the Lamborghinis coming to the pits. So that is their first pit stop, isn't it? So they can run for almost 1.5 hours.
Be interesting to know if that's max map as well, because that's a long stint.
I'm correct, aren't I, Dominic?
No, I said it's impressively that they go 1.5 hour. Wasn't any question.
No, sorry, I said I am correct. They are that is their first pit stop.
Are you guys, are you 2 in for the whole event then? The full 12 in the comms box?
We're trying, and Mr. Proudly's joined us as well. I'm not sure how long Steve's going to be with us. But you're obviously more than welcome to come and join us anytime you want.
Cheers, I will take advantage of that, because after my stint, I'll be in probably about an hour's time or so once Tom's done his, and then Matt's back in for a double stint because he'll be leaving us off to a mate's this evening, as always. He did this for for an endurance race previously. My first ever endurance race, we were doing a 2-driver team at Laguna. He did his 2 stints right away and then left me alone for the last hour and a half. It was like, oh.
It's just not on, is it? You need to have words with him.
Yeah, he's just popped up in my stream now and just apologised.
John Doe Germany is coming to the pits as well. The first of his pit stops. That must be the longest.
Well, Tom's managed to get himself back up to 9th. We're looking good already then with the pits, but it's going to be interesting if they're that out of sync with the Cup cars. Because they'll probably be doing a pit stop less if they can do the extra 15 minutes compared to the GT3s. Because we're looking at about an hour and 15 per stint, and then a 45-minute one till the end.
Yeah, and these are doing almost an hour and 30, aren't they?
Yeah, so they'll be making it. There might even be 2 pit stops less by the end.
But on pace, you should be faster than that. It's going to be interesting towards the end then. Really going to be interesting. I don't do maths on a Saturday. In fact, that's one of my main statements through any day of the week, to be honest.
I was going to say, is it dependent on the day of the week? But anyway,
it depends whether we've got enough fingers left.
Loving this battle with the Lexus at the moment, and the Lamborghini ahead of him just closing in on Ballanduck there, and obviously expect him to make light work of that, but sometimes expectations are disappointment, and it's going to be interesting to see if he can what the legs on the Lexus are like compared to the Lamborghini ahead down the straight now, because we know that Lamborghini's not slow down the straight, is it, Chris?
It isn't slow. And right behind them, is that our race leader? It is, isn't it? Our race leader coming to put another lap on people, and Tom gets out of the way and lets the race leader pass. So he might stick right behind Rob now. See if he can get a run on the Lambo. And the battle for it's still going on in the background. Picture in picture even, sorry. Glass Wester in the sandwich between 2 Lexpians. Oh, really should be careful what I'm saying.
You should, but you're probably not going to be.
No, you know me too well, my friend.
That's what we expect.
Try not to use foul language on the stream, but I try to use banter. In the build-up, I did point out that this track is difficult to overtake on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Likened to Monaco without the walls. Glass has been on the receiving end of defensive moves before by myself around this circuit.
It's a tough track to overtake on as well.
Yes, absolutely. There's only the 2 or 3 recognised spots, isn't there? Here into the first corner. After the kink, I'm taking words out of your mouth here, Steve. After this.
I'll go for it, mate. Go for it.
After this not so straight corner, and into this third corner, and then other places that are available are into the chicane, but that tends not to come off that well, as we witnessed earlier on.
Yeah, it's very. Both drivers have got to be 110% compliant through there, and it's you've just got to carry so much more speed to get it forced down the inside, as it were, and through. And then the chicanes, if you cut them, they can be very aggressive, and you can soon end up facing the wrong way coming out the other side. So, not the best place to try and overtake unless, like I say, the opponent's made a mistake and carrying a lot less speed than you. But this is an interesting little battle we've got here now forming with these cars all sort of bottling up behind the Lamborghini, which is obviously
Steve, sorry to interrupt you, but this is first and second place. So what's happened? Why have they lost so much time? They had an extensive lead, didn't they? But there's only 0.3 separating the first and second now. Has Rob had enough somewhere?
It's the trouble passing the
Yeah, Lamborghini's not making it easy for him to get past. Maybe that's part of the issue, but I'm not quite sure there. But they're all past now, all through, as the leader gets through. But yeah, I'm not sure if that accounts for the, what was it, about 7 seconds?
15.
No, they had 15 seconds, yeah.
15 seconds, yeah.
Yeah, so it's an awful lot of time lost, but the Ferrari now very much in the slipstream, and McConnell will be thinking that he's going to try and hang on to that if he can, but we know that Jackson's got a good pace. And contact into the first corner there, the Lamborghini that was causing a few issues with letting them past actually gave the Ferrari a little bit of a tap up from behind, and I'm not sure if the other car wasn't involved in that as well, to be honest.
Yeah, I just watched that. That was my car. We were going for a move to get past the Super Trofeo, and it looked like he turned in on the brakes. Maybe because he went a bit late and was going to hit the second place car Ben, and that just looked a bit messy.
Hopefully nobody's picked up too much damage from that one, but that has given Jackson a little bit more breathing space now, as McConnell's 1.7 seconds further back, and I think he's the real loser there, because he was right on the back of Jackson, and I'm not so sure he had the pace to pass him, but we know how valuable it is sometimes to be stuck to the back of somebody. It can drag you along a little bit and improve your pace, but he's lost that bit of an advantage now, so I think going to have a replay and see what happens from maybe the helicopter cam, a little bit of a different angle to see what we can see. So we're watching the fourth car in the picture, yeah, I think it's a case of he was coming from maybe a little bit too far back, because the Lamborghini's not slow, but the Lamborghini really, when they're putting a lap on him, should have possibly been a little bit more compliant and left that door wide open for him. So these things happen. It's a fun race. Charity, everyone picking themselves up now and just crack on.
It wasn't a clean move. But we need to take that. It's good for the race leader, but
yeah,
hopefully we can see the battle for the race leads. Few laps later.
Yeah, I mean, you have to point out it's very easy for us guys to have opinions sat up here where we are. We're not down there racing, so these are just our opinions, and everybody else's may differ. But yeah, for me, it was a little bit of the Lamborghini wasn't compliant with the move from the Lexus, and the Lexus was coming from a long way back. So yeah.
Well, we are allowed to debate it, aren't we? And if we get a group of us doing it, it'll be a mass debate.
Yep, it will be a big conversation.
I'm a bit biased though, because that was my Lexus car. That was my teammate.
Yeah, well, obviously your opinion doesn't count then, does it? Come on.
That's fair enough, yeah.
Well, obviously everybody's opinion counts. It's great that you're here, Patrick, to listen to us and help us talk through the rubbish that we will be talking about for the next 10 hours and 20 minutes. Plus stoppage time.
Sausage time?
Stoppage. Not sausage. My little princess.
That's one, you said sausage.
No, I said stoppage. I think you're just obsessed. You want a sausage butty, don't you?
Be nice.
Well, do you want me to phone Jackie up and ask her to make you one?
No, but if I give you my address, you can order me one on Just Eat if you want and get it delivered.
I think it'll be cold by the time it gets from over here in Manchester.
No, mate, I said I'll give you my address, you can go to one of my local takeaways.
How am I supposed to go to one of your local takeaways?
On Just Eat.
I'm not going all the way over there just to order something, then come back, am I? You're crazy.
I can see the whole Pizzagate conversation starting again.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's been going on for 2 years, so...
Yeah.
We see a stop-go penalty for Dimitri Van Bever. 30 seconds.
I'm going to pop out for now, lads. I need to I'll check on the team after that incident and get myself some lunch before I jump in the car in a bit. So
no problem, Patrick. Thank you for coming.
See you later on in the day, I'm sure.
Yes, it's more than welcome, as I said.
I'll see if I can get a few of the others in the team as well to pop through at some point. Have a chat with them.
That'd be cool. Thank you very much.
Right, cool. See ya.
Goodbye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And good luck.
This is their second stop and go 30, I think.
Cheers.
Yes, Tom just whispering in our ears that second stop go for 30 for the team of Dimitri Van Bever. Is it actually, or was it not Rudy that got it for the in the Jag?
I believe it was Wouter Boer.
Anyway, they've got a penalty. That's all we need to say, isn't it, really?
As you seen a bit early on, Yannick Wallenberg led that one Lambo and the Porsche Cup by. I think he has too much damage to hold them behind him, but he doesn't stop. It's interesting.
Battle's intense with Klaas and Martin. That Lexus isn't too far behind them, is it? In the bottom corner, seeing the Porsche Cup car against the Super Trofeo. Troffa, oh, the Lambo. I think I'll just go with Lambo from now on. You're dying to laugh, aren't you?
Ba-dum-tsh.
The Cup car goes down the inside. And does he get the move done on the Lambo?
There's a song there somewhere.
Can he do it around the outside? No?
There's definitely a song in that one. Trailer Park Girls go around the outside. Around the outside.
Yes, he did. Well done.
Very well done. Nice clean move. That's allowed the Lambo of Alan Lenson to try and attack the 444 car. In fact, 3 Lambos in one shot there. Yannick's joined onto the back of this group after his little spin at turn 1.
Yeah, Yannick's got some good pace in that Lamborghini, to be fair. Just show what Mammy's saying, he just needs to keep it pointing in the right direction.
So on the entry list that I asked people to fill out for the charity stream, I'm just trying to find what Mr. Wallenberg put down.
Next Lambo come in.
So it's the 444 car on its way into the pits. So I gave them a template to all work to, and Yannick's team is Team Rocket Hazardous Duke, although he's called himself Duke Against War at the bottom there. His driver 1 is himself. His driver 2 is Boss Hog Duke. Driver 3 is Sheriff Roscoe Duke. And driver 4 was Cooter Duke. And Steve and I know exactly what I'm talking about.
I nearly burst into an impression then.
Dominic, you probably haven't got a clue what we're talking about.
No.
Just think yourself lucky you don't, mate.
There's a television programme called The Dukes of Hazzard from the early 80s.
I'm just going to say Daisy.
Yeah, Daisy Duke.
Oh.
Anyway, moving swiftly on. Yeah, so it's a television programme, and
I've never been able to move on from Daisy.
I'm feeling a bit too young for that.
Steve and I are the right age, but not now.
Oh, is there any racing going on? Yes, there is.
Yes, there is somewhere on the track. And it's
We're
still
watching it now. It's close.
It's still the same battle, though, isn't it? Klaas still can't get past. Oh,
look at our director! Wow.
God.
And like I said, Daisy.
Now, Daisy's the one with the blonde hair and the hat.
Oh man, Tom.
No, that's the Milky Bar Kid.
We see a drive-through for Aaron van Drunen. So that must be for track limits.
And that little bit of research there done by Tom shows that Tom is the hardest working member of this team right now.
Absolutely, without shadow of a doubt.
Although you need to delete that sort of thing off your PC, Tom, when you finish, mate.
Yes. Mrs. Tom will not be pleased. As Aaron comes in to serve his drive-through penalty. Yitsy's joined in on the YouTube with, I even had the PS2 game of the Dukes of Hazzard.
I didn't even know there was one.
Neither did I. And you're a PS2 fan, weren't you? Or a PlayStation fan? Or were you more Xbox?
I don't know, I can't remember. I think I did have a PS2. I can't remember when I switched over to the Xbox. I had the Xbox 360, so I don't know if that was PS2 time. I have no idea, mate. I've got an interesting PlayStation story, but I can't share it on stream because I might end up getting arrested.
The police have listened to this. It'll be fine.
It's not a case of whether they'll be listening to it. Somebody might draw their attention to it.
I think Sting's got much better things to do. He's got to fight the rainforest and stuff like that anyway.
Yeah, true. True. This is a good battle though now with the two Lexus within 2/10 of each other. Just that 990 Lexus there of Barefoot just really positioned himself well. He seemed to be able to turn that really a lot tighter than the Lexus ahead, and I think that was just a case of a little bit more control. But yeah, out and out, obviously pace-wise they're very, very similar. He just wasn't quite close enough into the slipstream to get any sort of move done onto the inside. Whoa, throwing it round the inside onto the apex, too much curb, just unsettled the car then, and lost the back end, but did well to control it. Just lost a couple of tenths though to the Lexus ahead, and he's just trying to apply a little bit of pressure, just stay within that couple of tenths. Loom large in the mirrors, because that is about all you can do around Hungaroring. You've just literally got to apply pressure, drive clean, and just drive as close as you can to that guy in front, force him to make the mistake, because overtaking opportunities don't present themselves very often around here.
Well, I've got to respect Tom for getting up the Dukes of Hazzard image as we were talking about it, but whilst we were talking through that falafel, we've actually missed an overtake, haven't we? Because Klaas Vesta was sandwiched between these two Lexus, Lexians, whatever you want to call them, and is now in front. So we've missed an overtake. Tom, can you find that for us, please? And we'll start talking about racing. Not for long though.
Speak for yourself.
It sounded very good what you were saying about getting in the slipstream and all that. You've been rehearsing that.
It's a script. I just draw back to it every 10 minutes or so, and people don't realise I'm saying the same thing over and over again. I nearly started watching the wrong stream then and talking again. I was going to be 5 minutes behind. Fallenduck's having a good resurgence though. He's getting things together, and he's putting some pressure on Lenson again. He's going for a repair now of the overtake. Let Chris talk us through this one.
So this is into turn one. Bass goes down the inside, and does he get the drive out of the first corner down towards the second? He does. Covers off the inside line. A very nice clean overtake.
Yes. Classical move around Hungaroring into turn 1 and then get better exits into turn 2 and be ahead.
He's off up the road now.
That's That's what makes the racing good round here. You do have to set the moves up. It's not all done in one corner, is it? You know, you do have to plan it. You have to get that good exit onto the start finish. You have to manage to get into position to get down the inside to force the other car wide, and then you're completing the move in sort of turn 2, turn 3. So it's does take a bit of planning and a bit of tactics to get into that position.
Planning and tactics. Yeah, not in my vocabulary. That was a bit naughty, but giving the place back, which is the right thing to do. And he actually set the car back up into the right direction after he half spun. So that was, I think that was Lulu. I'm saying he. It was Lulu that had that little incident then. But they'll soon be back on the tail and fighting again for the position. And in chat, we welcome everybody in chat. Obviously, Rudy's saying that the 184 is now flying, going for the win. The 184 at the moment is in 15th position. It's the Jag being driven by our friend Oliver, who certainly does owe me pizza still. Very brave to be driving the Jag. Sorry, what was that, Dominic?
I think I need to order pizza later when you talk the whole time about pizza.
It's when I start talking about brands of pizza that you got to start worrying. I think I mentioned a certain brand of crisp I'm about to start eating as well before, so I'll be very careful. Unless, of course, they want to do a donation to our charity event. I'll mention them as much as they want.
Probably not.
Sorry, what was that, Steve? I've got my mouth full.
That must be more than one packet of crisps then to fill your mouth.
He's fine. Bass is doing well here. He's got up to 3rd place now as well, hasn't he? This is Reese Wiggin in the BMW. He's battling with.
Yeah, but and Reese will defend well against him. But like I said before, I don't think he's not going to be the quickest out there. So he'll defend while he can. But when it starts to cost him time, I think we'll see him probably forego that position just to concentrate on basically the overall event rather than just one lap pace. So let's see what happens with the Ferrari. But I don't think there'll be many corners before we see him make a move.
There is a stop go 30 for the Super Trophy on screen now. That must be a pit stop infringement because Benjamin Simmons was in that car not so long ago. Obviously speeding in the pit, saying obviously, possibly speeding in the pit lane. As we go back to the battle for 3rd. Bass Wester and Reese Wiggin.
Wiggin tries to put pressure on BMW to make an error of him.
I'm just gonna have to disappear for a few minutes, guys. I will be back as soon as I can.
Right.
And VT comes in to serve the stop go 30. nearly 5 seconds between fourth place class here and Lulu Burfoot in 5th place. So that class gets very close there.
I think
Almost pushing along the track.
Yeah, I think the Ferrari is much faster in the corners than the BMW, isn't it?
It does look that way. Then when it gets on the straight, as you rightly says, it does speak volumes for your statement. When they get on the straight, the BMW pulls away.
But it's interesting. The BMW isn't known for his top speed. But we need to apologize. It's very short straight. We are not in Hungary.
One of the only straights.
Yeah.
That was close this time round. But the class will keep applying the pressure. Reese will probably keep soaking up the pressure. So we're almost 2 hours into this. That last hour seemed to go a lot quicker than the first one.
Yeah.
Still no sign of rain on the race server. This class gets very close. This back marker's going to either help or hinder the battle. In the end, the back marker gets out of the way. Driven by Steve Parker in the car 444 Lambo. It was a last minute sign up to that team. He only signed up last night, so he's had no practice in that car, so respect for trying to do a 12-hour race in it.
I think the easiest way to get past the BMW is for the Ferrari to pit earlier to make an undercut, and then comes after the pit stop of the BMW ahead of him.
I don't think it'll be long. We're half an hour off the pit stops. I think we will be, won't we? There's a drive-through for Oliver Anderson. Down in 14th place. Now they had picked up a position because they were in last place, but they've now. When they serve that drive-through, we're going to probably drop back down again.
Yeah. I think he got ahead to P14 because of a pit stop of the Ferrari. But the luck is not on the side of the Jack.
Assault, not from what we've seen so far. The final corner. Will class get another drive-through? This time for the car in sixth position, car 33, Martin van der Kram. So these drive-throughs, and he serves it straight away. These drive-throughs will be for track limits.
Yeah. I think they come more often in this time being because of the track limits, or gained about 2-3 warnings for track limits, and the fourth is usually the DT. And I think many of the cars are now on this edge.
into this battle, and another back marker's going to get in interested here. I think this time it's Yannick Valenduc.
Oh,
And
this could be the move.
yeah,
And it is.
BMW there had to get on the brakes there to avoid contact with the Lambo. It meant that Class could get around the outside and take that position away. But now equally, Class has got to get past that Lambo. So
Yes.
we'll
Not a Ferrari need to get
reserve.
past straight away the Lambo to be ahead.
Lexus is back on the scene as well, isn't it? Right in the background.
Yes, it is. It's
Lulu.
a wild fight.
Reese could lose out with another position here because of the Lambo. He needs to get past it as quick as possible.
But the Lambo wants to get out of the way for the script better.
Certainly got the pace down the straight, hasn't it? And even into the corner.
Yes. It seems like the Lambo is a GT3 car, not a Super Trofeo.
Yes. Perhaps it makes it a good choice for this event then, because that was one of the final ones to pit. It's got the biggest one of the biggest fuel tanks, and Reese.
Ooh. Porsches move. Oh, and that crashed.
That was a forced move.
Yes.
I don't think Reese will be waiting. In all fairness.
Hopefully the car doesn't too much damaged. It was a heavy impact.
Oz and Lulu's right up the backside of the BMW now in the Lexus. Yannick Valenduc was the Super Trofeo that went off. Got collided, and beautiful power slide there. Must be really enjoying driving the car.
I think you don't want to do this power slide more often. It's hurt the tire really much.
Not like you need the tyres for an endurance race, though, is it? Oh yeah, yeah you do. He comes into the pits.
After this heavy impact, you need to
get the damage repaired straight away and straight back out again.
Yes. But the BMW is also damaged. It's really much more understeer than before.
I imagine they're going to come in pit though, just to repair the damage at this stage. They'll be waiting for the pit stop. Even then, they might not bother repairing. So it depends on how many seconds it's going to cost you. But then you've got the math to work out there. How many seconds are going to cost you overall in the race for how many seconds a lap you're going to lose carrying the damage. Certainly a fine balance. See Class go past the Porsche Cup car even.
Porsche, it's a German car.
Sorry, Porsche. Sorry, for years I've been calling it a porch.
Yeah.
Which is the front of a house over here.
The most of the English-speaking persons call it Porsche, but in Germany you pronounce the E with, and then it's Porsche.
Where too caught up again.
Ooh. I think the BMW in front will make a big mistake. Some laps earlier were a gap of 5 seconds, I think.
Yep.
Let's have a look how this battle ends with the damage of the Ferrari. I think he doesn't repair yet.
Go on board with Benjamin O'Connell. Ferrari. See how close he can get to the BMW. See if we can spot where a likely overtake may take place.
As we have seen in the battle for P3, the Ferrari is way faster in the corners than the BMW. I think it's also here.
Did take a back marker though, didn't it, to assist class in getting past the BMW?
Hopefully not again.
Yeah.
But when we have a look on our track map, there isn't any back markers near the both.
No, not for a long while. Not unless somebody goes in the pits and then comes out. Battle for 7th with Aaron Van Drunen and Tom Lennox-Brown. Speaking to Patrick Prince before, his teammate. Oh, I'm sorry, I've got the wrong car. Sorry. Thanks, Tom. It's a good job you're paying attention. Missed an overtake of Aaron Van Drunen on Martin van der Kram. It's car 33 behind, so Aaron will show in the 6th place very shortly.
Was it an overtake, or is it maybe a clipping? Because I see the whole time blue flags waving.
Yes.
And then the table in car 43 is ahead of the Merc.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Dominic. It's a good job you're here voicing reason. Apologies, YouTube, I've got it completely wrong. It's Aaron Van Drunen unlapping himself on car 33. Or is car 33 coming around to lap Aaron Van Drunen? We just don't know, do we? Meanwhile, up front, Ferrari and the BMW still battling. Ferrari's got a good jump here.
Oh, I think they come to move. Not quite yet. But if
Rob
put the pressure off.
Rob Jackson is certainly struggling in that BMW at this moment in time, isn't he? He's lost a considerable amount of seconds in order for this battle to start taking place. Now we saw he had a poor exit out of one of the corners, giving Benjamin a bit of a chance and a sniff down the inside.
There you see the Ferrari is much quicker than the BMW in the corners.
Well, last time round it was coming out one of these, not this corner, no, this one, one of the next corners. Now Benjamin had a bit more of a better drive. Down the short straight here. But this time round, Rob's managed to break that and not lose the back end as much. We go around for another tour. Got 74 laps completed so far, I think. Only 9 hours 48 minutes of this race left, Dominic.
Yes. 2 hours we have passed yet, 10 hours to go. It's quite good to see the clock drop down, but it's much time to left.
Weather looks fine as well. Track temp 34 degrees. Ambient air temp 26 degrees. So a lovely day out there. The wind's picked up slightly. It's now 1 km/h.
I think the track temperature comes a bit down. It was early on 36 degrees, I think. So we've seen the Lambo.
Yeah. Lambo of Yannick against the Porsche.
Yes. But this isn't a battle. Yannick is trying to unlap himself.
After his slight spin, there's power sliding again. Nice slide. Very nice though.
Yeah. But the sausage scrubs aren't the best friends of these cars.
No. Nobody likes to ride a sausage, do they? Ooh, very close. See the speed of the Lambo against the Porsche now. Even Stevens, would you say?
Steven isn't here.
Sorry, it's an expression over here. Would you say that was about even? The power down the straight then between the Lambo and the Porsche.
Oh, the Lambo comes to this corner. Did he want to try? He committed. Yes, he committed.
Very brave.
Oh. Yes, very brave. But for this move, you need both to work on.
Both to be compliant.
Ooh.
Got moved on.
I learned some things from you, you learned some things from me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gap is now, we're back 5-6 seconds.
Yeah, Rob Jackson has managed to pull out a gap now of nearly 6 seconds on second place Benjamin. Not in any traffic that I can see at the moment. So Benjamin must have made some minor mistake somewhere. Certainly to pull in such a gap in such a short space of time.
As we've seen on the table, the BMW, the car 666, had to be at the pits because Mark Neutlings, sorry, is in the car.
Yes.
Let's have a look what he can do.
Mark was telling us earlier on that he's not quite as familiar with the BMW as the rest of his team. I do like speaking to Mark. He calls a spade, which, sorry if you don't understand that expression. It means he says what's on his mind straight away. Doesn't mince his words.
Okay.
Reading in Discord chat that Benjamin Simmons is having problems with his brake pedals.
That's not good.
Benjamin is driving the 164 car with Veterinen. Rob Jackson comes into the pits. This is for a relatively early pit stop. Well, he was the first to pit. Sorry, that team was the first to pit on the first round of pit stops, weren't they?
Possibly.
And the lead is now taken by Benjamin Connell. Martin van der Kraan also in the pits. Is this for a driver change? Is Dennis Kroll now going to take over the driving duties there? So this is a time for Benjamin to try and make up some time. Whether he can close down the 5-second gap that was there before Rob pitted, possibly doubtful, but you never know. All it takes for Rob to have been for speeding the pit lane at any point, he will have a stop-go penalty for it. So fingers crossed that doesn't happen. Benjamin gets past the 444 as Rob Jackson now leaves the pits. We'll soon find out if they've actually done a driver swap and whether it's now Jack Alexander back in the car. The second stint it isn't. Rob has continued on with the second stint.
Yes, but unfortunately they come back into a bit of traffic. That can cost them the lead. Yeah,
traffic being the Porsche and the Lambo.
But the Ferrari is also now in the pits. Maybe not.
So second place guys pitted as well. Well, let's see if they take a driver, make a driver change as well. Who else have we got in that car? Robin Hultman possibly taking over. So we're following Lulu Buffalo. 999 0. Currently in third place.
There comes the BMW. Will be close.
So it's going to be very close, in fact.
But the Ferrari is ahead.
I think Ferrari's got the lead, hasn't he?
Yes.
That's a massive undercut, that. Now, as the BMW took on more fuel and spent longer in the pits.
I think that's the only possible solution. I don't think that the traffic cost them so much time.
Or did he have some damage to repair? Because he lost 15 seconds, didn't he, at one point? And
right.
So perhaps he did have a bit of an incident that caused him to need to repair damage to the car.
But that means the Ferrari doesn't repair the damage, because they have also damage.
And who's driving the Ferrari now? Yes, they have indeed swapped drivers. So Robin Hultman.
Going in.
The second Ferrari pits now, and I think the Lexus will gain the lead now. Yes, indeed.
And going into Ferrari, if they do a swap, will be Patrick Treffers.
Let's see how much longer can the Lexus go. We know they have a big tank, can go 2-3 laps more than Ferrari and the BMWs.
Well, they are coming up to traffic. So
Yeah.
The Jag, the Lambo, and indeed Patrick Treffers does take over the Ferrari. We have a yellow flag.
Yes.
The Porsche goes off circuit. A 990 gets past the Jag. Lambo next up the road for him to, for her to overtake.
I hope there wasn't any error. When I was driving to Lexus, I would stop now to get out of the way from the traffic. I think this way he much lose more time than he gain.
Especially with the Lambos, we've seen them not really letting other faster cars through, haven't we? Who's in the BMW just up the road from this? It's the race leader. Well, what was the race leader, isn't it?
Yes. Right under the pit stop that Farah jumped him.
Oh, of course, yes. Pay attention, Christopher.
No problem, you have me.
That's why you're here. To put me back in line.
John Doe?
What's this replay? So this is the Porsche of John Doe. Just taking too much curve and gets sent around the other way. Didn't collect anything on the way. Oh, just caught the barrier at the end.
He
Not
missed
too
a
much
break.
damage there.
He put too much speed into the corner. The rear comes oversteer, and then the curb to the west. As the Jaguar comes in.
Not unfamiliar to the pits, unfortunately, today, this car.
Yes.
Been in several times.
Nearly 5 seconds ahead of P2 is the Lexus. How much did he gain in Sector 1? No, he loses some time. 1/10.
Well, it goes round again. Carries on, does not pit.
Some fuel must be in. 146.2. And Ferrari closing the gap. They need to box. As Oliver's spun around again.
Only just come out of the pit, so I hope he's not collected anything this time. That was look like a similar place to where Rudy went off as well before.
Yeah, it's this corner with the curb. When you hit too much of the curb inside, then you spun around. It's in every car, not only in GT3, also in Formula cars. The curb, you don't like the curb. They lost nearly 1 second per lap. It's massive. But they stick onto another lap. Wow.
The question is, will they maintain the third spot when they come out?
Oh.
Excuse me.
Car 19 now in Sector 3. It will be close.
be coming close to the time. Just under 9.5 hours to go. So we were thinking an hour and a quarter, weren't we? Stint time for the Lexus.
Wow. When Lexus stick to another laps, then the Ferrari will stick in his gearbox. So close they are. Cool. But how will the Ferrari affect the battle between them both? Not really much. He goes around the outside into the off the track to let him pass.
Driving.
I said my English is not the best.
No, I said good driving. It's
I said good
to
driving.
let them pass. Now you know why I was quiet for a little while. I was trying to figure out how to do it.
There's one. If it's above 20, you get a sound cache register.
Oh, you do you? Ah, we have somebody waiting in the shed to come and speak to us. Rudy Stewart from
Jaguar.
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
Good
I keep calling you Rudy on the stream. I hope you don't mind because I can't pronounce your full name.
That's fine by me. I don't like how much you've been talking about me though, because I seem to be backwards every time you bring me up.
That's because of our race directors, very good at picking things like that.
Yeah, too good. I'm not pleased.
So, yeah, your race is going reasonable. You're still in it. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, we're still in it, I suppose. But we're on the alternate strategy. We're going for a pit stop every half hour at this point to see if it works. We've picked up quite a lot of damage, so not ideal.
We unfortunately picked up that Oliver just came out of the pits and had a spin as well. Very similar incident to what you had.
Yeah, that corner doesn't seem to be very good in the Jag.
So, how's the Jag driving for you in general?
Not great. Not good at all.
But it really is a challenge to pick the car. I mean, you're very brave to pick it anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, we appreciate that one of the reasons why you've done it is because it is a charity event, and there's nothing to be gained out of this apart from a loss of 12 hours of your life that you'll never get back.
Exactly.
But
just a bit of fun.
Absolutely.
Try something different.
But any of the money that raised might help the lives of children through the Save the Children organisation in the conflict that is taking place in Ukraine. So thank you very much for taking the time to join us in the race.
It's all for a good cause.
So you're pitting every 30 minutes. Is your new
yeah, it seems to be that at the moment. Yeah.
So
that wasn't intentional, but
I'm going to say that's not an intentional strategy, is it?
No. We've had a few. We're having a bit of fun with the guys lapping us as well. So it's all fun.
You've been very clean with the guys coming past you as well. We've noticed you're not holding anybody up.
Yeah, we're a bit of fun with them, but not be too. We're on the limit, I'd say, but we're having a bit of fun. We're not opposed to anyone else on track, so I mean, we've got to have some battles somewhere, you know?
You've got to entertain yourself somehow.
Exactly. Otherwise, it's just a 12-hour-long practice session.
And while we've been speaking, we've seen Aaron Van Drunen come into the pits and pick up a stop go 30 as well. So,
I think he's a few laps ahead of us. I don't think that's going to help us too much.
well, you never know. You never know if you carry on doing that.
Exactly, 9.5 hours left. We've got plenty of time.
So your closest battle is with the THR team, isn't it? THRC team.
Yes. And I'm not sure how far ahead they are at the moment.
I'll be honest, we can't tell either, because it just says we rely on the timing tower. It just says +5 laps for their team and +6 laps for you. So
Yeah, well, we're pretty close to. We're just about to overtake P14, so that's a positive.
that's
Never mind, he's just come out the pits. Never mind. Oh god, it's not going well, but oh well, it's a bit of fun.
Absolutely, and Aaron comes in to serve his stop go 30. So if he gets another one now and keeps doing it, you may get a chance of getting past him.
That would be nice.
Not so sure for him.
We're due another pit stop soon, so we'll wait and see.
It's not been half hour yet.
Not kick off it. No, we haven't done any sort of practice in the Jag either, so we haven't a clue with the tyres and temperature and all that. We're just kind of making it up as we go along.
Is a Jagger car you'd pick, Dominic? Have you ever driven it? Yeah.
Yeah, I driven it in the career mode. Because it doesn't know how the car's feeling like, and I have sympathized, yeah, a bit to the Jaguar, and I took him. In the career mode, you can't say is a car great or not, because you have no comprehension, because the AR is bullshit when I can say it so. Sorry for the word. But yeah, it's an interesting car to drive, but I don't want to pick it for any league racers. So
no, I don't think I would either. Not after this.
Not after this, no.
No.
So we've just seen that I've actually gone up to 14th place.
Oh, nice one. I missed that. I haven't been paying attention.
Steve Allen's in the car for the THRC team, who joined us much earlier on for a bout of commentary, as you have done, Rudy. So
hopefully we can build up a bit of a gap to them. That would be nice. Or at least fight them on track a little bit longer.
You've got what looks like first place guy right behind you as well at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think Oliver will make it easy for him to get past though. He's been doing this all race. It's probably not great for the guys leading, but it's quite funny for us. So that's all it is.
Well, first place guy's right up Oliver's chuff, as we say. So see how this goes. It's the Ferrari. Yeah, not letting pass there.
No, he's defending hard.
I think the Ferrari makes some studies for the gearbox. And
there he goes, down the inside.
There we go.
And, here's one for you then. You might like this.
Oh.
Probably not right for THRC, and I do apologise. Steve Allen has got a drive-through.
I can't say I'm disappointed about that one.
Also, the Ferrari doesn't look so good.
No, it looks quite battered and bruised as he comes in straight away to serve his drive-through. Obviously, can only serve the drive-through. He can't repair that damage at this stage.
Well, if a few guys out of the top 10 wanted to have the same sort of issues, that would be nice. bring us back into it a little bit.
Oh, we can already tell you that 13th place 13th place team, Benjamin Simmons is having problems with his brake pedals.
I did see that. It's a shame. It's just the two of them in the team.
It is, yes.
Yeah. So if he doesn't get that fixed, it's either a retirement or a long drive.
Vita's going to have to do the long drive, yeah.
Yeah.
You only need to ask the other 4 teams with 1 driver only.
That's crazy. The guys doing it by themselves.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looking at the guys that are doing about, as we see, Steve has a bit of a spin, hits the same sausage curb, the same curb as yourself did, Rudy, and goes round, so costing a little bit more time. So all of us should be able to pull out a bit more of a gap now.
Hope so. Hopefully we can get back into a fight a bit more. We seem to be behind all these Lamborghinis now. They're so quick down the straights.
And that about to say that Dan Lenson is the lead Lamborghini at the moment, single driver, up in 7th place. So he's doing quite well. Right behind him is Patrick Prince, who we were talking to earlier, in the Snack and Sons car. We may have missed it, but Lulu must have come into the pits now and taken her second pit stop. She's now showing in 4th place. When I say we must have missed it, I have. We've got another driver waiting to come in and chat to us. And this is the... So, we have been joined by Jonas Akula from...
that's correct.
From the lead car.
Hello, how are you doing?
We're doing fantastic, thank you, sir. How's yourself?
I'm doing okay, A bit of a miss of a first stint for me, but otherwise we seem to be doing quite okay.
And leading the race by a few seconds now, aren't you? From Rob Jackson.
We were actually the most recent. Yeah, the most recent pit stop. We were still behind them. I don't know if they had some damage they had to repair. I know we had 4 seconds that we had to repair after Ben McConnell got hit in the rear in turn 1 by a lapped Lambo, I think. So there was something going on there. We got hit in the rear, we got some damage and repaired that on the pit stop, but we managed to come out like 7 seconds ahead, so I guess they might have had some more damage maybe, or then just a slow stop. Or something on the outlap, I don't know, we haven't really seen it, but that was a pleasant surprise, however, to come out on track ahead. And yeah, now we're just trying to keep the warnings away and keep doing good pace.
We were a little confused, and this is no disrespect to your team, as the Team SMR in front of you had a 15-second lead, and then all of a sudden we saw you right behind them. Do you know what happened? Was it just your sheer pace that brought you back in line with them, or did they have an incident that caused them to?
Certainly. I think they were held up massively by lapped cars when that happened. We saw the gap come down like around 5 seconds per lap, and he was and they were stuck in a gaggle of lapped cars, I believe, who were fighting. So they were quite unlucky with that. They just wouldn't. I guess they wouldn't just let him go, and lost a lot of time as a result of it. Yeah, the first stint. I don't know that their driver who started off the race, he was very quick, very fast. I had difficulty staying with him at all. I was consistently about 3 or 4 tenths per lap slower, and with that as well, I was trying to push. I unfortunately acquired our team 2 warnings during my stint. But the guys have done a great job so far not to get any more, and hopefully I'll try and keep it clean from now on as well.
You're on 2 warnings for track limits. Is that correct?
Yes.
I think we'll be paying close attention to your track limits from now on then. Now we have that little bit of information.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I usually tend to very much. Considerably slow down if I notice that I'm going wide anywhere, because warnings are just unnecessary and they lose you in the end a lot more time than if you just make sure that you don't get them. And the first warning came in the the last corner of sector 2, the quite fast right-hander. That was the first one. I sort of slid the rear of the inside curb. I corrected and went a bit wide, and I wasn't on the throttle, and I thought, yeah, this should be okay, and gave me a warning still. And yeah, the second one was then in the exit of turn 4, pretty much the same story. And that's when we decided, yeah, let's just try and be consistent rather than fast, and hopefully, yeah, that seems to be working okay so far.
After a huge crash from the Porsche, they can go further up, can drive out. It's nice to see. Hopefully we can see a replay of the crash from the Porsche.
I've just realised my mic was off. I've been talking.
Yeah, you were talking, and the Porsche came to the pits, and the whole car was more than terminal damage.
Yes.
It looks like, but indeed it wasn't.
Oh, I'm sure I asked Jonas. Yes, I apologise to Jonas for your livery not showing up. Not sure what's actually gone wrong. It doesn't appear to be in the livery pack, because we know you won't be running a full black car.
Yeah, it's all right. These things happen. I'm not sure. I mean, I did post it, but I didn't post it with any pictures, so it might have gone unnoticed quite easily, I suppose. I just posted the folder into the chat there, but if nothing else, this livery, the black livery, can just be a pay of respect for every victim in this terrible war that we are driving against here.
That's very respectful and very appreciated. And Rudy, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but we're watching Oliver come in to serve a drive-through.
I know, I've just seen it. I think I'm going to have to go and give him a bit of a bollocking for that one.
Wait, that's fair enough then. You go and do that.
I'll see you later, guys. Cheers.
See you later on. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
We've also got, I spotted this, Class Westers waiting to speak to us as well.
Yep, I will thank you guys for my time here. I'm sure I'll check back in a bit later.
Appreciate you coming to join us. Speak to you later on, Jonas, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
See you.
And we're joined by Class, but he is on mute at the moment. Oh, he doesn't know we dragged him in. So give me a second, guys, and I'll drop him a message. We're seeing fourth and the battle for third place here, very close. Patrick Treffers in the Ferrari in front of Lulu Barefoot, who's apparently, according to her teammate Alex Crawford, on a triple stint accidentally. Ah, Mr. Vester, thank you very much. Thank you very much for unmuting yourself. We're currently watching you, your team on stream. You're doing very well. Patrick's holding off the pressure of Lulu Barefoot at the moment.
Yeah, the pressure is full on at the moment.
So tell us from your point of view how the race has gone. We've seen you up and down the grid, up and down the field. Sorry, I should say, and it looked like it was going quite well.
Yeah, and I can't complain. I can't complain. Did you already talk to my teammate Jitse by chance?
No, we've not spoke to Jitse.
Okay. Well, the start, we started fourth. The whole quali was a bit, yeah, I would say disappointing. Whoa! Massive shunt.
Hopefully it doesn't break the suspension.
The quali was not on optimum track but on fast track, and yeah, I guess we miscalculated that a bit. The car was a bit sketchy, so we got fourth, and then during the start, during the first lap, we lost a position, and then he wanted to retake the position, and we dropped back 2 other places because we had a spin. So that was a pity. So we were 7th, and then somehow, yeah, I got right smack in the middle of the both Lexuses. Well, behind 2 Lexuses, and I overtook the last one. Mr. Marcel van der Laan, epic battle, if I may say so. It was really, really fun. Lap after lap after lap. And then I had the other Lexus in front of me. Woo, close. Darn. Mr. Burfoot, which is now harassing Patrick.
Might be Miss Barefoot.
Yeah.
It's a lady driving that car.
Oh! Seriously?
Seriously.
Okie dokie. So,
Lulu Barefoot, yeah.
Okie dokie. What's the first name?
Lulu.
Lulu. Okay, did not know that. So, Mrs. Barefoot. So, yeah, it was an epic fight. In the end, I overtook both of them, but as you can see, they just retaken their position. So, yeah, I can't complain.
Oh, well done. Do you want to give a shout out for your stream? I can never get the name right. Is it Alpha Novinta?
Novanta. Alpha Novanta. Yeah, if you go to YouTube and you just search for Alpha Novanta, which is 90 in Italian, then you will find me right smack on the top. And yeah, there you can click the stream and watch live on board how our team is doing.
Oh, well, we're not promoting your stream.
Oh, sorry.
Come on, man. Nah, all the viewers go off away from our stream.
Yeah, no, you shouldn't do that. You should not do that. This is much more fun. This is the best stream out there.
I appreciate you coming, joining us, and taking time away from your own stream to have a chat with us.
No problem at all.
You've been very vocal in the chat sessions in Discord and trying to promote this race as much as possible, which we greatly appreciate. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. I'm gonna grab myself a beersky now. I mean, some refreshment.
Sure you not already had one?
No, I'm still sober.
Well, enjoy the rest of your race.
Yeah.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you. Good luck to you guys too.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye.
It's always great having drivers come in and have a chat with us.
Yes, absolutely.
If any other drivers want to come in and chat, then feel free. Just drop in the waiting for shed on the Discord channel, and we'll providing we spot you, we'll drag you in and we'll have a chat, see how your race has gone, see how your race is not going so well. We're not here to criticise or mock. We're just here to have fun, and I hope everybody's getting that from the stream. and the live broadcast. So currently Rob Jackson is now 15 seconds behind the race leader as we approach the 9 hours left mark.
3 hours into the race.
3 hours into the race,
Wow.
almost 100 laps done.
Yeah.
Very respectful of Lambo to let Lulu pass there. Lulu currently running in 3rd position. Dan Lenson in the pits at the moment, the lead Lambo. Obviously, Dan won't be changing drivers unless he's schizophrenic and we're changing with himself, because he's one of the teams that are a single driver team.
Yeah. He's doing pretty well. He is ahead of the Merc GT3 car, and to be ahead with a super trofeo is not the easiest way, but we know he's pretty fast on the straight. Maybe because of that he could hold him up.
Around there we saw the Lambo pull to the side there as well and let Ferrari pass. That's Ferrari for the 4th place, Patrick Treffers. This is a close battle, isn't it?
We have many close battles seen to this time.
3 hours into the race and we've still got close battles. It's awesome to see.
Yes, absolutely. And with only 15 cars on the grid, it's massively.
This is Mark Neutling's leading Dennis Kroll. BMW leads Lexus. Lexus looks like it's holding the line very well there. We get a run down him on the straight. Flags are being waved in the background for the cars behind. This is a battle for position. In fact, the blue flags, that's the race leader behind these two.
Yeah, it's a Ferrari.
I'm really glad they haven't got a livery on now. You can tell. The black Ferrari.
It's a black Ferrari. I didn't see any livery.
Dennis is trying all sorts to try and get past Mark here. Oh, Aaron Van Drunen has got a drive through.
It's bad for them. Maybe the second or the third drive-through this time being. It's not the best.
As I think we were just about to watch the Dennis Kroll go past. Mark Neutling's there. Indeed, the overtake has been done.
Sorry.
And Tom will find a replay for that overtake, I'm sure. Just a bit of bad timing there with Aaron coming into the pits. But Dennis has already puts a second or so on lead on Mark, and then brakes too late, almost goes off the track, pulls it back in, gets back on his lines. We see a replay here of the overtake. Dennis got a much better exit out of that corner and does him on the inside. Clean pass.
Overtake.
Yeah.
More of them, please. Instantly he can build a gap. Now the gap's 1.6 seconds after one lap.
That's impressive, and the race leader is just about to take. That Mark has pulled over slightly and let the race leader past. Over 3 hours of this race now gone. Track temperature has dropped another 2 degrees, now at 32 degrees. And the wind is picking up, it's now 2 kilometers per hour.
2 kilometers per hour with the wind doesn't affect the cars too much. Need some more wind to affect them, but a little bit affecting we have.
It's a bit cloudy as well.
Yes.
Not like it's sunshine anymore.
It switched the whole time between a bit cloudy and a bit sunshine. I'm asking me the whole time if you see some rain later.
Never know, do we? It's the beauty of ACC. You can set a weather profile and it works it all out for itself. Obviously, if there is rain, we hope that the drivers have. Although they can't change their car setup, they could have gone offline and practiced in the wet and got the tyre temperatures at an optimum temperature. PSIs at an optimum temperature, I should say. See, Lulu's. I assume she just overtaken the Porsche. It's now in my natural language now, Porsche.
Your learn curve is quite rising. It's good.
Roll in chat, asking what's this talk about rain. I think I mentioned that it was going to rain, did I? As I mentioned, you just don't know.
Never can tell.
Let's not forget we're doing this for charity. So you can spread this stream far and wide. Let people come and watch. Let people come and donate for us. Scan the QR code in the bottom left-hand corner. It will take you straight to the Just Giving page where you can set a donation amount of as little or as much as you want. Any funding that we receive is going straight to save the children. No fees or monies, let's say, are going to any of the admin team, any of the broadcast team, or any of the commentary team. They've all give up their free time to organise and broadcast this race free of charge, which we greatly appreciate. Also, if you want to give us a like and subscribe in YouTube, we have regular streams being broadcast during the week for our iRacing, for our ACC leagues of GT3 and GT4, and our endurance season, next one of which is next Saturday, with qualifying taking place during the week, which won't be broadcast, but hopefully the endurance race itself will be. And that's what you're saving yourself for, is it not, Dominic?
Yes. I will drive also at the Nürburgring. 8 hours for Team Hot Air Balloon Yellow, BMW. Yeah, it will be quite a bit of fun. Nürburgring is quite a funny track. Also my home track. So I'm quite excited to drive there.
Are you far from the Nürburgring?
About 100 kilometers, and I'm there.
Is that about 2 hours?
Yeah, 2 hours, 1.5, maybe one more, only one.
Depends what car you're driving at what speed.
Yes. But when you're driving over the highway, then it's about 1 hour.
I think is Patrick Treffer's trying to put a lap on the Porsche. Porsche signalling to let Patrick know that he can go past. Yeah, Porsche gets a bit squirrely there. Sorry, Porsche. I reverted back, didn't I? I do apologise.
No problem. You can call it Porsche, you can call it Porsche, it's all fine. But you know how to pronounce it right. That's the main thing.
Well, Tim mentioned in the stream there, did I mention the sound of the Porsche? I can't even get the pronunciation right, so I don't know about the sound. So hopefully, as right on cue, Tom's got the sound now for you. You can hear how beautiful this sounds. But I believe the new version of the Porsche sounds incredible, even better than this. I've not heard it myself. I don't know if you can comment on that, Dominic.
Yes, it's a really nice sound. My boys in my team, they like the Porsche much more than any other car on the grid. With the new car Porsche. Yeah, the raw sound of that, it's crazy to hear it. and the new Cup Porsche sounds not it sounds better than the old one. It's incredible. Unfortunately, we can't got any car on track from our team. But if he had driven there, then another Cup Porsche were on the grid. Would be on the grid.
Which is a shame, but also equally nice to hear that you would have joined in the cup. I'm trying to multitask again, and I'm trying to find out what car you're driving next week.
BMW M4.
Ah, yes.
I drive in BMW M4. My teammate in Team Motorballoon Motorsport Green, a McLaren 7020S. And we have Team Hungaroring Motorsport Blue in the AG. So we have 3 cars on grid. It's incredible that we got that. Last year we only have 1 car on grid of the Porsche, and now we have 3 other cars. It's nice.
If you enjoyed yourself that much, you came back for more punishment.
Yes.
So Aaron Van Drunen here, currently in 8th place, having served several drive-throughs. I think it's fair to say. It's a pity we didn't put a fee in for that. For each drive-through you got, you have to donate some more money. That could have been fun. Especially around a track like here, where over 12 hours we're more or less guaranteed to get a drive-through. We had a brief yellow flag at the first turn there, which I think Oliver Anderson may have had a bit of an excursion in the Jag. Might have just been getting out of the way of the first position. Just extreme. Well, first, second place. There's a 22-second gap now, so it's built up quite nicely. And obviously, we've got that little bit of inside information that nobody else knows, unless you're watching on YouTube and listening on YouTube. But car 169 currently in first place, had 2 track limit warnings already, and are trying to make sure they don't get any more track limits over the next 8 3/4 hours, which is going to be a challenge in itself.
Absolutely.
Dan Lenson's dropped a few places here, hasn't he? From being the lead Lambo down into 12th now. What's happened to him?
absolutely right. I'm thinking about what happened, but I don't know what's happened. Could it be that all Alabama doesn't pit yet?
Possibly.
Also quite a bit of better between Lance and Parker. Only 6 tenths between them.
Yeah, and just to remind everybody, Steve Parker was a late call up to that team. He's doing a great job in it, in the Lambo. I don't think he'd ever driven it before. Last night.
Now the sun's come out and shows again. So how long it took to get cloudy again?
It's certainly messing with us, the weather, isn't it, from that point of view? Wind's still at 2 miles an hour though. We approach 3:30 in the afternoon here at the Hungaroring. It's just 10 minutes behind the real life timing in the UK. Obviously appreciate over in Europe where you are, Dominic, that it is an hour ahead.
That's right. When I watch on my, when I look on my clock, there isn't any 3 more. It's 16 o'clock.
So second place team of Rob Jackson putting a lap on the 6th place team of Mark Neutlings. Both BMWs. One looking shinier than the other. It's amazing how we can give, and Mark Neutlings comes into the pits, possibly for a driver swap.
BMW doesn't look clean anymore, a bit dirty.
I think that's their livery, to be honest. I think that's what they set it up as. So, if they do a driver swap now, will it be Adam going back in or Reese? Just have to wait and see. Patience is a virtue. As we go back on to view Dan Lenson. Oh, and we have a car retired to the pits. Return to the garage. Peter Ryan.
Did they maybe overspun the engine?
Blown the engine.
Blow the engine, yes.
Right,
in German, you call it like that, with the German words instead.
Okay. So hopefully we'll find out why there was a return to garage there. Maybe he's run out of fuel.
I think so, here's the replay.
See a replay of what actually happened. So he comes towards the chicane. And
He doesn't accelerate anymore.
yeah, just pulls over to the side of the track and then returns to garage. Now that's the thing with Benjamin Simmons that's been having the issues with the brake pedal. So I'm hoping and fingers crossed, but unfortunately they've retired the car because we're down to 14 drivers now, 14 teams, sorry, on the timing tower.
Yes.
So that's a real shame. Adam Izalovic is now back in the car for the dirty old guys. So indeed, they did do a driver swap. I think they maintained their 6th position though, didn't they? Even with the pit stop. Team with 991, car 991 being driven by Patrick Prince, who was in chat with us earlier on as they were having issues with their driver trying to connect his pedals. They were down in 12th or something like that. They've now got up to 7th position. So far a good recovery drive for them. If I'm not mistaken, right in front of them is their team, their fellow team, car 990, driven by the triple stint in Lulu. Lulu currently driving in 3rd position. Let's see. We've got quite a good lead from 4th position of Patrick Treffers. Certainly 2 or 3 corners.
Well, Ferrari built up a lead about 20 seconds, 22.5. Wow.
As Oliver Anderson comes into the pits for their half-hour pit stop, as Rudy was telling us before. I'm sure we'll be seeing Rudy in the car very soon. With Yannick Valenduc came out, and he's now the lead Lambo, despite the trials and tribulations he's been having. just a good old boy.
Nice to see him up again at the top.
It's me no harm.
It's Tom. I know you're speaking and no one else can hear you, but it's wasted on Dominic. He doesn't even understand the Dukes of Hazzard.
I knew what he meant.
And now Steve's just come back at exactly the right time.
With a reinforced chassis.
With a reinforced chassis, yes.
To do multiple jumps.
See Rudy come out of the pits now, taking over the car from Oliver. So
what have I missed, guys?
Not much. There's been a bit of racing, a lot of abuse. Some drivers have come in and told us about their races.
If you want to document the abuse, the stewards will investigate later.
Oh no, it was me. It was me being abusive towards myself, just in my own head.
Oh, okay.
As the second place driver of Rob Jackson comes into the pits.
And
will they change drivers?
Oh!
And
Third place. Comes along with a Ferrari.
1 and 2.
Who have we lost? We've only got 14 cars on the leaderboard.
we've lost the Lamborghini of Peaceful Bulls, I think.
Okie doke. And
Yes,
the
Peaceful
VW
Bulls.
Cup car's still going?
Yes. Yes, it is.
The Porsche.
Porsche, yes.
Porsche.
As I've been educated.
Good man.
Oh, Tom, can you find us a replay of what happened there? I'm sure you're already on it.
Yeah, okay.
Stop putting pressure on me. Stop putting pressure on me. You concentrate on your commentating, Chris. I'll commentate on the carry on with the directing.
He'll probably show us one of the Dukes of Hazzard stunts. He'll be getting mixed up with what he's looking for at the moment.
Is that the Dukes of Hazzard where it was just one car that ever did the stunt?
It was one stunt, just played over and over again. They filmed it from 3 different angles, and yeah.
So you were going to say 30 then? I've told you before about exaggerating.
Yeah. Here we go. Just them good old boys. Here they come.
So this is Lulu trying to get past the front.
Oh!
What was that?
That was a T-bone and a half, that wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think we need that from another angle, Mr. Producer. From behind the Ferrari or something.
It looked like that the Ferrari wants to crash into him.
Yeah, the signage just got in the way at the wrong time then.
Jack Alexander now in the driving seat as we watch the replay.
Here we go.
He was letting him past.
Yeah.
Just completely misjudged when to go back behind.
It was like the moves in Australia with Latifi and Stroll in qualifying.
I don't think it was that bad, was it? Let's not open up the debate about Latifi and Stroll, the two highest paid billionaire sons drivers in Formula One.
They want to spend some money into the cars.
Daddy, buy me a team. Okay, so
Well, that didn't work out for the last driver that tried to get his daddy to buy him a team, did it?
no, and that's quite pertinent to our charity for today, really, isn't it? Thinking about it, but yeah, I said we're not going to bring politics into this today.
That's just politics, stupidity. I suppose it's all the same thing, isn't it?
It is, yes.
We see the Ferrari out in the lead at the moment. Then, so what's happened to the BM? Alexander? What's going on? I've been away, mate. I've been away. I've been working.
Working, schmirking.
I have.
I'll phone Jackie up and find out.
Please do.
Okay. So what have you missed? We're not entirely sure what happened, but it appeared that Rob was losing about 5 seconds a lap, according to the teammate of Robin that's in now. Robin that's in the Ferrari. now. And they caught them quite quickly, and they, if I remember rightly, they jumped them on the pit stop.
Yes.
Wow. That just goes to show then, doesn't it? Because that BMW had all the pace at the beginning, so...
Well, I think, to be honest, I think now that Jack's back in the seat, I think that's because Rob double stinted. I think that gap will start coming down.
Yeah, it's but that just it reinforces it's a team race, isn't it? So it's it's all about that average pace, which we was talking about earlier with regards to Neutlings and Rhys Wiggins and Adam Azailovic. It's same for every car. It's okay having one particularly quick driver, but it's all about the average pace.
It is. It's a long time to go. 8.5 hours.
Well, I never get picked for an endurance team.
Oh, I'll drive with you, Steve.
Tumbleweed.
Yeah, didn't set me up on that one. I think he's just realised how rubbish I am. No, he hasn't realised, he already knew.
You're not rubbish, mate.
Not that good.
Anyway, moving on.
Yep.
Oh, Oliver Anderson's looking for a chat.
Ooh. I hope he bring some pizza.
Pizza? Somebody mentioned pizza. Oliver normally brings pizza.
What? You want pizza?
Yes. There's some.
Then ask Chris. He's the best delivery guy for me.
Oh, you went there.
I didn't start it this time.
Neither did I.
I'm not sure it was ever finished. Did you get the pizza?
I heard you saying something about I owed you pizza on stream, Chris.
Damn it.
Which is not true. It's the other way around, as we all know. How's it going in the commentary booth? Are you bored?
It's going really... No, not bored at all. You're certainly keeping us entertained with your drive-thrus.
Yes, we are trying the best.
Rudy's already told us you're on half-hour stint times now.
Oh yeah, but it's actually the best strat because our tires are overheating like crazy, so it's the only way we can do it.
Have you not managed to get on top of that yet?
Nah. Last time I started off with tires at about 24 psi in the pits, and when I finished my stint, they were at 29.5.
Oof.
So it's just how it's supposed to be in the Jag, apparently.
Very brave of you, as we've already said to Rudy, for you to take part in the Jag, having no experience of driving it before.
No, and also not driving it before earlier this morning. It's just the perfect practice for this. As per tradition.
That's the 101 way though, isn't it?
It is, but I'm not in the 101 this time.
No.
But I'm trying to teach the R2R guys, or whatever they're called. R4Is. Don't know. I should have asked them. What's our team name? You should know that, Chris.
What's your team name?
Yes, I have no idea, actually.
Let's get this right. You're asking me what your team name is.
Yes, as I remember, it was Chris Hill owes me pizza, but I'm not sure that they actually put that in.
No, that's changed. It's shortened a hell of a lot since then. It's R2R Racing.
Ah, yes. But you can see that's just an abbreviation of Chris Hill owes me pizza.
Stuffed crust.
Obviously.
What possible language is that an abbreviation?
Swahili. You don't speak Swahili.
No, I speak a lot of other languages such as gibberish.
Nah, but no worries, I don't speak Swahili either, so we can never check.
Right, I'm going to leave you guys in the capable hands of Mr. Proudly and Mr. Dominic for 5 minutes, and I'll speak to you.
Hill.
Speak to you guys later.
I'll just send you my address for the pizza.
No problem. Consider it on its way, my friend.
Thank you.
It will be there in 3 years. If you're not.
3 years, if we're lucky, Oliver. If we're lucky.
To be honest, Oliver, he's got more chance of getting pizza than you have. He's in the same country after all.
Well, we have Domino's as well.
Sorry, you're breaking up now.
Domino's.
Other pizza companies are available.
For some.
Tell you what, Oliver, to settle this once and for all, how about I put a donation for the price of pizza to save the children now?
I think you need to talk that over with Stefan. He's the one in charge of that.
I don't know what you said because it went really quiet.
You need to talk to Mr. Stefan.
What, Mr. Stephen in the chat here?
No, the Stefan Hoffman.
The Stephen that matters.
Yes.
The man you owe pizza to, and with all the interest it's accrued, I think you may be able to just buy us all pizza.
I think so as well.
I never owed it in the first place. Speak to you guys later.
Alright, Chris, take care, mate. See you soon. So Chris taking a well-deserved rest. Oliver, when are you back in the car? Oh, Oliver's gone very quiet. Not sure if you can hear him, Dominic.
No, it's pretty quiet.
Yeah, he's gone very quiet. So all the action at the front of the field there just been shaken up in the sort of last couple of hours or so. A few changes, and P3 we're looking at in the BMW with the fastest lap at the moment. He's believing on lap times he is closing down on the positions ahead. Not quite sure what the state of play with pit stops is at the minute, but yeah, it's good. I think it'll start closing up soon, and there might be some battles to be had not too far away. The donations are rising quite nicely as well. 1,630, 32.6% of the way to the target, so that's always good. We appreciate that, and that's what it's all about today, is trying to get that up to that target that we've set, and see if we can get at least somewhere close to it. And don't forget, after the stream, please share the stream, because that donation link is going to remain live for at least the entirety of next week and during our endurance race next weekend, which is part of our endurance league. So we've got lots of opportunities to get that target reached and get as much money raised as we can for Save the Children. Have any of the teams surprised you today, Dominic, with their performance so far? I know we've still got 8 hours and 20 minutes to go. There's a long way to go, but is there anybody maybe exceeding expectations, or anybody you think that maybe is not where they should be?
Yeah, I don't know really the other teams. I don't know them so good, but I am surprised by the leading cars. In the first 2 hours, the BMW 715 was the fastest car on track. Now they have also the fastest lap of the race so far. But it was a must clue that I jumped in by the pit stops, and that was really nice to see.
Yeah, it's always good when a little bit of strategy comes into play and things stay close, and especially on these races like this where 12 hours is a long time, obviously, and if the field gets split up and the battles become distant, then it's not as interesting to watch. So it is nice to see a little bit of chopping and changing, and we all like to see a good strategy battle as well. Try and work out if the undercut or staying out's going to work, and see where everything pans out. Might be quite nice to jump on board if we can with that BMW 715 with Alexander driving at the moment, and just have a full lap on board with him and see how hard he's pushing, see if we can work out how hard he's pushing from the steering inputs and the driving style at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an incredible task to get all the cars around the track every lap, because it's not the easiest track to drive, especially not in a GT3 car where you have less downforce than a Formula 1 car, for example.
Yeah, for sure. The concentration levels, isn't it? The longer you go into the stint, then that you start to make little mistakes occasionally.
Yes. I will see the car with Lula. She drove, or she is driven right now a triple stint. It's absolutely surprising Did you drive a triple stint without any big mistakes?
Yeah, absolutely, because it's that focus, that concentration, especially when there's not as many cars on the grid. It can go both ways. A busy track can breed mistakes, as it were, but then sometimes when you've not got enough to focus on, then mistakes creep in just through that lack of concentration and a little bit of complacency. So we just see the Ferrari there just going slow. Yeah, I wonder what's going on there. Medina in the number 90 just dropped back a bit.
Letting the lead car pass, guys.
Yeah, just being lapped and putting another lap down. So all fair in love and war, all going well. But yeah, like I say, it would be nice if Tom, our producer, is listening to jump on board with that 715 BMW and try and get an on-board lap with him. I'm not sure if he's on a short break himself, to be fair.
Oh,
there we go. Your wish is my command. Yeah, just have a look at the steering inputs here and just let's follow him for a lap and see how hard he's pushing and see what the intent is with the lap times at the moment.
Quite comfortably when he is hitting the solid grips.
Doesn't seem too easy. I mean, he's pushing. He's obviously behind the Lexus in front and challenging for that second place at the moment. So this is where it's all at. We'll just see how hard he's going to push and see if he's going to try and make some moves. But everything looks looking fairly calm, and it has to be said it's looking relatively easy at the moment. He just goes down the inside there. No real fight, no real battle there. It was just a conceded position, and he's up through into second place.
Do you know Jack Alexander is faster than she? Yeah, it's the best thing faster guys passed, and to don't be interrupted in the stint and lose. So I'm missing words.
Yeah, I'm just going to look at the last sort of lap times, and it's sort of 8/10 faster than the lead Ferrari on the last lap. So he's certainly reeling that gap down, and it won't be too long. Is it around about 15 seconds at the moment, just over? So it won't be many laps until he's up behind. But it might be that the pit stops come into play, and the position changes in the pits again. But we'll see. As we saw from the steering inputs and the sort of the responsiveness of the car there, the actions of the car, it wasn't being pushed too hard. Everything looked pretty natural and pretty smooth there for the 715 BMW as it slotted up into second place. Just looking at Burfoot in the 990 Lexus that's just conceded that position and dropped down into third place. Very wise decision, really. Like you said there, Dominic, Alexander was obviously lots faster. It was almost pointless trying to defend it too much. It's a case of just settle down and probably just drop into the race where you think you're comfortable. Everybody knows who they're racing against and their expectations, and at this point, if that had been the last 60 minutes of the race, maybe there'd have been more of a defence. But with 8 hours 14 to go, it's a case of just see where you lie, isn't it? Just run your own race at this stage.
Yeah. To see after one lap, 2 seconds, the gap is he's quite faster than. And keeping him behind would lose more time than gain.
Tell you who else is motoring though, Medina in the number 90 Ferrari. They're matching Alexander's lap times at the moment. They're they're the only 2 cars, I believe, in the 44s, and they're both in the sort of mid to high 44s at the moment. But it'd be interesting to see what Alexander does with an absolutely clear lap and see where his pace is at the minute. But yeah, there's those 2 cars lapping in the 44, so it won't be long before Bedima's up behind Barefoot, I wouldn't have thought, and potentially catching and battling, although they are showing as a sort of a lap down at the minute. But yeah, with that sort of pace, they will catch. Looking like the Porsche Cup's got the better of the Lamborghinis at the moment as well, with John Doe in 9th place, ahead of those Lamborghinis. Still looking comfortable, just got a Lexus coming up behind. I'm wondering, you know, as a GT3 driver, Dominic, you probably dread trying to lap these cars, and not because of the drivers, just because it's not the easiest thing to do, is it? They're so quick.
Yeah, especially the Porsche Cup or the Lamborghinis are so fast on the straight. They can match the GT3 power. Especially the Porsche Cup have the GT3 engine of this GT3 Porsche. It's so difficult to overtake them.
Yeah, absolutely.
The only chance you have is in the corners because they have less downforce. But it's quite difficult when they don't play with you.
Yeah, I mean, are the Porsche Cup cars lighter than the sort of their big brother, the normal Porsche, the
Yes.
GT3 Porsche? Yeah, so they've got that top speed. Obviously, like you say, they haven't got the aero, but they've got the straight line speed, and they've probably got the matched acceleration out of the corners once they can get the grip. As we just see, the Porsche there just struggling for rear end traction as. John Doe just asking a little bit too much of the car with his right foot, but now he's going to power it onto the start-finish straight to complete another lap, and he's just currently 3 laps down on the leader as it stands at the moment. So that's not bad going really in the Porsche Cup. He's doing well and keeping things tidy. But like I said, the main thing is that he's ahead of those Lamborghinis, which are his direct competition, I believe, in this race.
Yeah, when you compare the lap times between the Porsche Cup and the GT3 cars, then you see the Porsche Cup's only 3 seconds per lap down. It's incredibly fast. And this is only related to the less downforce they have.
Yeah, it is. And just looking at the last lap times there on Pitwall Live, and everybody can join us on Pitwall Live, looking at the lap times, driver stints, and all the other wonderful information that app provides for us. And just interesting to see that the Lamborghinis were, all of them except one of Parker's, were quicker than the Porsche on the last lap. Yeah. So Valenduck and Lessen are they're pushing hard, and they're not wanting to let that fight go. They're putting in some good lap times as well.
Yeah. The two cars are driving not in the same class, but they could from the speed.
Yeah.
They're quite the same speed. They can fight it that we saw watched in the first 2 hours. They matched them all the time. It was incredible to watch.
Yeah, and I think if I was out there racing in a Porsche Cup, then I would be measuring myself against those Lamborghinis, chasing the GT3 cars, but it's the Lamborghinis that I'd be keeping an eye on. That's who I'd be matching myself against. And John Doe doing a great job at the moment, and maintaining that 9th overall, ahead of Valenduck in the 301 Lamborghini that's in 10th. But if you look at the track map on screen at the moment, you can see everybody's fairly well spread out at the minute. It's not too bunched up, so everyone's having a relatively easy time of it. Just a couple of cars together at the moment. But the man that we are looking at the moment is the leader in the Ferrari, the 169 Ferrari, just coming around to has just completed another lap and starts away to head round Hungaroring with 8 hours and 8 minutes still to go on the clock. So what's the estimations for number of laps to complete in this race? Has anybody had a guess yet?
Yeah, I thought they complete about 33 laps per hour. This multiplied with 12, we are about 369 laps. So
yeah, we should get somewhere near that. I mean, it's obviously just depends on incidents and accidents and things, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if we do get to that sort of target, and that's a lot of laps to complete around Hungaroring, because it's like we said before, it's not a lot of drivers' favourite track. It's a good flowing track, difficult to overtake on, but it seems almost like a relatively short lap around here. I don't know how you feel, Dominic, but when I drive it, it doesn't feel like a long lap.
No, it isn't. I only have experience at Hungaroring with Formula 1 cars, and it's quite fast. You can match a lap by 1 minute 40 in a Formula 1 car. We have in a GT3 car about 1:45. It's incredibly fast. When I compared it with Spa, you have lap times in Spa by 2 minutes and 20. So it's half a minute faster than. It's an incredibly short circuit. Oh! Quite a big moment for Lulu.
Yeah, just wonder what happened there. I'm sure.
Go into the pit or,
Just to see if there was some sort of whether she was trying to make the pits or whether it was just a bit of an over-aggressive cornering technique that went wrong. I'm not quite sure there, but hopefully if she was trying to get into the pits, she's got enough fuel on to get around again to have another go at it. But are we at the point with stint times where she would be needing to pit that car?
Yeah, about the 8 hours mark, they should come into the pits. We have seen the stint times about 1 minute 5, 1 minute 15. And maybe what should we get first? Yeah, he wants to go into the pits, but
just a little bit aggressive on pit entry, and then once those outside wheels got back onto the curb for the inside of the final corner, it just dragged her over the curbs, and entering the pit was no longer an option, and another lap had to be done, which is unfortunate because it cost him a bit of time, and that Ferrari's in 4th place is still lapping quickly and closing that gap, but I think that's going to be irrelevant once Lulu comes into the pits this time and makes the stop.
It's also a problem with the fuel. You don't know how much fuel you left, and when you go into the pits with about 1 liter left, and then you need to drive another lap, it's crazy.
Absolutely, yeah, but it's looking like she's got back round. She's got it right this time, and just swinging it round that tight hairpin into the pit lane, and now hitting the limiter and hopefully getting it down to the correct speed and making that pit stop.
Yes,
hopefully
indeed.
this time she doesn't quadruple stint.
Quadruple would be a bit hard.
It would, but hopefully she hasn't made the same mistake she did on the previous stint. In chat, she was the teammate was telling us that it was an accidental triple stint.
Yeah. We don't need to forget that we have drivers in the field. They want to drive the whole 12 hours.
That's true. They must be about time for a toilet break.
It's easy done, isn't it, though, because as the driver coming in, not the toilet break, Chris, but as the driver coming into the pit stop, just going back to doing the triple stint by accident, but you've got to select the next driver on the pit strategy. For those that aren't familiar with how driver swaps work in ACC, as the driver coming in, you have to select the next driver, and if you don't do that, then they can't join the car. You end up staying in the car.
Yeah, it is a.
Speaking from experience.
Yeah, it's a pity that there's no automated tool.
Or even the driver that's out of the car can make those selections.
Exactly, and that's what this platform is missing, isn't it?
Yes.
Certainly engineering input from outside of the car, because the driver's got to make all the changes for the incoming driver, for the driver that's about to get into the car to go out again.
Yeah, so if the conditions on track have changed, if the temperature's gone up, gone down, wet, dry, whatever, the driver that is currently in the car driving has to set the pressures, has to choose what tyres they're putting on, absolutely everything, and then select the name as well. All while still driving at the optimum pace and remembering to hit that limiter when he comes into the pits.
Huge amount of work for people.
Yeah. Especially when you're not used to it. Some people aren't. I think the endurance scene has really sort of taken hold with ACC, and a lot of people now, obviously, it's second nature to them because, you know, it's fair to say there's any amount of endurance races going on ACC all the time, isn't there? So it's people are fairly well rehearsed in it, but the one thing I will say is I think SSRi's endurance league is one of the best out there. It's absolutely fantastic, the fact that it spans the whole of this year basically, so we're not trying to cram it all into a few months. It gives you a chance to practice, it gives you a chance to take part in our other leagues that are ongoing all the time, and it's a season that really allows you to get gelled with your team, get your teeth into a championship and race in events that range from 6 hours, 12 hours and even 24 hours potentially. So it's if you like endurance racing and you're watching SSRi for the first time, then definitely join our endurance Discord server and get signed up to that one.
Also, if you don't fancy the long endurance but do want to have got a team of two, and join our 2.4 series as well, which is held on Friday nights once a month, where you can do driver swaps.
Yeah, and it's a good point, is that as well, Chris? Well made, because it's a chance to test, to practice, you know, and drive against obviously other teams. But if you do make mistakes or you mess it up, it's 2.4 hours and not a 12-hour event or a 24-hour event where it's can be a bit more catastrophic regarding the commitment, time and practice you put into an event.
Absolutely. You speak volumes, my friend.
It's only volumes due to the rest of the admin setting all these events up, and I know Bass, through one of them, I'm sure you'll name the rest of them, Chris, but Bass setting up the 2.4, having the idea of it in the first place, I believe, and keeping it moving, and it's been a very successful series.
Yeah. I will name the others if you wish me to. So we've got Bass and Dimitri setting up the 2.4. Dimitri controls the GT4 league along with Bass. See what we've done here. Aaron Van Drunen and myself control the GT3 league, and as a team of administrators we set up the endurance league. So, and obviously that's not all we offer in SSRi. We obviously, not obviously, but we do offer iRacing, as previously mentioned. There's a touring car season 2 coming up this Sunday, I believe, which you'll be taking part in, Mr. Proudly. Yes, you're not broadcasting.
Yep, all being well, I'll be racing. As we just seen. Oh no!
John
The BMW spun.
But I think he doesn't hit the wall.
No, it's just a little bit exuberant maybe around the outside. I'm sure we will get a replay of that very soon. But looks like he's all intact. There's no extra scratches or scrapes on that car, and he's trying to get back up to racing speed now, and he's still ahead. Well, let's see as he passed a timing point to see where he is in relation to the Lamborghinis. Let's have a look at what happened here. Obviously entering into turn 1, just no problem on the entry. Just gets just a little bit, tank slapper. Just got a little bit aggressive with the right foot, lost the back end, and as he tried to correct it, it just snapped back and went round. But as stated, no walls made contact with, so no damage picked up there. And to be fair, could have been a lot worse. Don't think he lost too much time there, and he's still ahead of those Lamborghinis at the moment.
It's quite difficult to drive the Porsche Cup without traction control.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially when you want to drive backwards flooded.
Yeah. Just talking about some of the other leagues and platforms that we race on at SSRi, we also have an AC league that's just undergoing a revamp under new management at the moment, so there'll be some new leagues hopefully coming out very soon. for people to take part in. We broadcast those races when we can also. The iRacing leagues that are set up at the moment, the touring cars, it's you do have to purchase a touring car. You don't have to buy them all. You just have to buy one of them to race, and the tracks are carefully selected that a percentage of them within the league are free tracks. There are a couple of others that are cheaper tracks, and then you will have to purchase one or two. So we try to keep the cost down related to iRacing, but that league is now growing in popularity, and we are expecting at least 20 cars on the grid for the first round tomorrow.
Okay, guys.
To hear that.
I will take a break now.
Yeah, you've well deserved, my friend. You do that. Have a beer for me. Yes, we shall sit here waiting.
Perfect.
We'll not say another word till you come back.
Absolutely. All down to you.
He thinks I'm joking.
But you just spoke.
Oh, are we live?
Yeah. We were live at the start, my friend, when you caught that up.
Well, hell. I told you, I should just broadcast.
That was funny, that.
I thought I did a good job. I thought I did a good job as well.
You did a very good job. Very, 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 very good job. Just a few seconds behind.
At least I was at the right event on the right day.
Yes, no, I really, seriously, we really appreciate you coming join us today. I know you had other commitments that unfortunately fell by the wayside, so it's always a pleasure to have you in the commentary booth, my friend. We always try and have a good laugh together, don't we?
We do, my friend. And, I'm surviving as long as I can. I was streaming last night till 3 a.m. this morning, and then back up at sort of 7 o'clock to work alongside my good lady. So I'm surviving on minimal sleep at the moment. So I'll keep going as long as I can.
Long weekend, though, mate.
Absolutely, it has been a long weekend.
And it's great that Dominic has been here throughout as well. Great pleasure. He's been teaching me how to say the word Porsche, which you very kindly now refer to as VW.
It's just abbreviation, mate. That's right, isn't it? And to be fair, I am one of the biggest fans of the Porsche. I've always driven it in ACC. I've driven very few other cars. Right from day one, I've had ACC from its early release. When what was the only car you could drive? The Jag was one of the first cars. What was the? Yeah, there was the Jag was one of the first cars. I can't remember what the first car was though. Somebody in chat might tell me, unless you can remind me, Chris.
I can't remember either. I've very similar to you. I bought it when it first came out, but never went on it.
You bought it and you could only drive one. There was literally, I think, there was only one car.
I think I bought it because it was a beta version, if I remember rightly, and that was the reason why I bought it.
It was cheap, and it was only going to get more expensive until that famous Steam sale when it comes crashing down in price again. But yeah, I've always championed the Porsche. I've always enjoyed it. I've always found it good fun to drive. It did suffer a while ago. The GT3 version with a new BOP that made it pretty uncompetitive. But I believe it's getting back to where it should be now. And the Cup car I think it's great fun to drive. It is challenging, but if you do put a little bit of time and effort into practicing with it, you can actually get some really good results from it. And we are just seeing Alan just off track and recovering. So down in P14 at the moment, but it just looks like again another incident maybe where he hasn't collected the wall, but he's certainly been facing the wrong way, I think.
Yeah, and we've got Jasper Peels here in car 444 that's got stop go 30 must be for a pit lane infringement.
And we have somebody to speak to.
I was going to say I'm going to oh, you've done it.
I beat you to it.
Beat me to it. Good afternoon, Lulu. How was your triple unintended stint?
Probably helps if I unmute my mic.
It would do, yes, that's great, thank you.
Yeah, it was pretty painful and not intended. I struggled to get out of the seat after that.
I bet you did.
Yeah.
Very impressive that you were still driving throughout that stint.
Yeah, I was relatively happy with my pace. I want to get this out of the way as well. I want to apologise to the 33 car. I was way too aggressive with them in the early stints, so I'll just say that now. Apologies to them. There's a little bit too much rubbing in those fights. But yeah,
It's fine. I'll accept their apologies on your behalf. No, that's one way around, isn't it?
What happened with the driver swap, Lulu? Was it just a case of not selecting the driver or something like that?
Yeah, so focused on getting the pressures and all that. I stop in the box and I go, oh, I haven't requested anyone, have I?
That's exactly what we said, wasn't it, Chris? That we were saying that the simulation ACC is just lacking the fact that the next driver in can't select themselves, can't help you with the tyre pressures, things like that.
It could very much do with the crew chief mode from iRacing.
Yeah, absolutely, and then it would just take a little bit of pressure from yourself, because that is a lot to do on your in-lap when you're trying to focus on what the tyre pressures need to be, and the fuel load if that needs adjusting, and then obviously to remember to select the driver, all while remaining competitive on your lap time and hitting the limiter coming into the pits. It's difficult. We saw you as well when you did try to get into the pit. You had a little bit of an incident on the pit entry.
I was hoping no one saw that.
we got thank Tom for a full replay. We did manage to get 2 looks at it.
Yeah, that was unfortunately, I think, fatigue in both the tyres and myself. Realised I couldn't quite brake where I would normally brake for the pit entry.
Yeah, so, once you got onto that rumble strip, it just pulled you back to the wrong side of the track, didn't it?
Yeah, to be honest, I think I was lucky enough that I didn't hit the entry and I didn't have to limp round with doing the lap of shame. No.
So now you've done a triple stint, does that mean that you get a longer time off now before you have to get back in the car?
Yeah, I probably won't be getting back in until later this evening. Fortunately, we have an American in our team, so he's going to be taking the middle stints with Crawford.
That's nice to know then. You can go put your feet up, recuperate, rest and recharge, ready for some of the later stints then.
Oh no, I've got to go put a barbecue on now.
Hey!
It's a nice day. Annoyingly, it's a bit too warm to be sat in a room sim race.
Fair enough.
And nice 27 degrees in my room right now.
So if you want to send Steve and I your address, we will turn up for the barbecue. Not a problem.
More than welcome.
Well, petrol prices, Chris, I keep telling you.
Well, you come and pick me up then.
Well, yeah, we won't give the address out on air, but yeah, it just depends how far away it is, buddy. I'm a Yorkshireman, remember?
That's true. You don't like spending money.
No.
Yeah, no, although it was a triple stint, it was actually very, very enjoyable. I had a bit of a panic moment when I was in between a Ferrari and a Lamborghini. I don't know how I managed to get past, but I somehow did.
On the roster of tracks, on the subject of the track, how does Hungaroring rank amongst your favourite tracks? So do you enjoy this track?
Personally, I do love this track. I think it's nice because you don't get a lot of time to think, which is probably counterintuitive, but it just means you have to focus the entire time. The only time you get a chance to have a breather is down the straight. And if you're focusing on getting a run on a car in front or running away from the car behind, even then you can't really think. And I personally really enjoy it. I know it's a difficult track to race at, but in terms of just pounding around, doing lap after lap after lap, I do enjoy it. It's got a great go-kart-like flow.
I was just going to say it's like a hot lap track, isn't it, where you can just get into that rhythm and just put some laps in, and it's not, if you make a mistake, it's not long before you're back around to start another lap, as we're just looking at a move on the screen at the minute of is that Tim Kroll moving up a place. But yeah,
Tim Kroll, putting a lap on Rudy.
Just lapping, yeah. But it's you're not too long before you're coming back round to put another one in, but quite rightly, as you say, racing on here is difficult because of the nature of the track, with the way it twists from left to right, and the lack of big braking zones to actually try and put a move on. And even braking, trying to make an overtake into turn one, you've really got to set that up very well from the last 2 or 3 corners of the lap, haven't you?
Yeah, and the big problem is like naturally, because of the way the corner is, it's not a true hairpin. People are gonna close that line on the inside, and if you're not fully alongside them, you can't really make that lunge because people are turning in, they're going for that apex. And that was something that even I encountered. I made a go on the Ferrari, I think it was the number 90. And just because of the nature of the corner, the gap just kept closing and closing and closing.
Yeah, and quite often we've seen it a few times today where people do get alongside for that turn 1, but the move isn't done there. It actually runs on then to turn 2 and 3 before you can actually complete the move, because it is possible to go sort of round, to be pushed wide on the outside by the attacking car, but still manage to hold that line and have the inside for the next corner.
Yeah, and then again, even turn 2 or turn 3, I'm not sure if they count that small kink.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Run down. Again, it's another one where you wanna die for that apex and you almost want to diamond it. So if you're on the inside, you run the risk of being pinched or squashed. So it's just a tough one.
Yeah, it's a good circuit, like you say, for the hot lap inside. Racing's difficult, but to be fair to you guys who are out there racing today, we've seen some good moves, we've seen some clean moves, we've seen a few questionable moves, but that's racing, and it's a long race. Everybody's doing a great job so far. 14 cars out of the 15 left on the track, so we're not doing too bad. We've only lost 1 car so far, and the lead's swapped hands a couple of times, and there's been a few different cars in that sort of top 6. It's been changing around a little bit. The strategies are a little bit different. So it's going to be one to watch to the end. It's what have you got a prediction for your team, where what you're aiming for and where you think you might be?
I mean, I didn't expect to be P3 by the end of my stint by any stretch of the matter. This is my first time racing the Lexus. I drove it for the first time on Friday. Same with all of our team. We've never been in this car before.
Holy heck. But
we just wanted to. I mean, it was basically the other team, the Sun's car. One of the drivers in there, Matt Tubby, he loves the Lexus, so we kind of just decided to copy him, go with the Lexus for this weekend. Yeah, no, it's a very fun car, actually. I'm really enjoying it, and I normally only drive the Honda. It's a nice change to not have understeer.
I was going to say there's a challenge in itself, the Honda, but yeah, great job then for the whole team there, because it's not that easy to swap cars anyway, but when you're doing it as a team and it's sort of a one setup to suit all, it throws a whole new challenge in there. So well done to you guys for and to you especially for getting that car into P3 at the end of your stint, and yeah, maybe a podium could be on the cards at the end of the 12 hours then.
Yeah, I think for us, as with all of our endurance races, it is let's finish first and then let's see where we end up.
Yeah, definitely. There's probably the best attitude to have and the best approach, and just keep consistency. As we've said many times on the stream, it's not about the fastest lap, it's about the consistent laps and the average lap time at the end of the day.
Yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, I think the Lexus is, although I think some people are a bit scared of it, people think that it's a bit tail happy, which it can be 100%, like any of these cars. But I think once you get into a nice groove with it, it actually is a very predictable car.
Yeah, it's become a more popular car in recent months. I think it received a change to its BOP that made it a more popular car, and it was always a popular car in wet conditions, but it's good to see now that it can be a competitive car in any conditions really, and it's certainly not OP. You have to fight for it, you have to work hard to get it where you've got it, but yeah, it's good to see that you can put a challenge in, and maybe try and keep in touch with those two guys with the BMW and the Ferrari that are out front at the moment. But you know, if you can get on the podium with those, I think you'd have to come away from this event very, very happy. But we have got 7 hours and 44 minutes to go, so we've got a long time to go. You've got a barbecue to look after, you've got some burgers to cook, I'm guessing, or some food to cook anyway at the very least, and you've got an order to dispatch to Mr. Hill's house, I think.
Yeah, and unfortunately I did the wonderful teammate thing of leaving my teammates with 3 track warnings.
Oh yeah, that was a question I was going to ask, and I forgot, to be fair.
Managed to leave them, and I'm quite happy because I managed to pick up all 3 of them within the first 40 minutes, I think. So I've been clean for the past God knows how many hours, but now it's down to there.
What do you think of the track limits at Hungaroring? If I just ask you before you go, do you think it's going to affect a lot of cars drive-throughs for track limits today?
I mean, we've seen a few trickle through already. I think the hardest thing to do is knowing, particularly the big sweeping right-hander down the hill, that's another one you just want to keep your foot in because it is so minimal. It's like, am I still on the rumble strips? Am I not? And then up the hill is another one that catches people out. I think those are ones where you just want to keep your foot planted. And sometimes you roll the dice and sometimes it rolls up short. So
yeah, it's not your problem though now, is it?
Exactly. I will be happy to get back into a car with no track limits and a drive-through.
Well done on the stints so far, on your first 3 stints, as it were. There, absolutely awesome performance to get that car where it is and hand it over, regardless of the track limit warnings. But hand it over in the position it is. I'm sure your team are very happy with what you've done today, and thank you very, very much for joining us in the commentary box. You are welcome back anytime.
Thank you for hosting the race.
Thank you very much, Lulu.
Right, talk to you later, guys. Bye.
Bye bye.
That's really good to get a good insight there, and some open honesty about track limits and handing the car over with the warnings. It always brings a chuckle, doesn't it? It's like, yeah, that's not my problem now. There you go. Keep it clean.
It's definitely yours now. I've done my bit. Oh, yours.
Yeah. But an awesome performance from Lulu there to get it up into that sort of 3rd place and you know, be competitive as well. You know, it wasn't. We saw some sort of sensible, mature driving as well, because when the Ferrari, forgive me because I can't remember now actually, but when she was running up in, I think it was up in 2nd place, and the Ferrari came past her, didn't really put too much of a fight on. It wasn't really worth the hassle, so just let them go. I'm sure it might have been the Lexus, I might be talking rubbish, but she lost her position basically to a faster car, and it was a case of, she just more or less drove her lines, and then when they made their challenge for that position, there wasn't too much of a defence. It was just let them go.
Yeah, I think it was our current leader that she was letting pass at that point.
Right.
I could be wrong. A bit like yourself, my memory's failing.
Yeah, but that's what makes endurance racing such a different discipline, and I think a harder discipline sometimes for drivers to adapt to, because while you are a race driver and while you are always racing for the best position possible, you've got to know when to pick your fight, haven't you, and when just to think, you know what, it's not worth losing time over and potentially a crash.
Absolutely, it's the opposite of a sprint race, really, isn't it? Sprint race, you've just got to go from start to finish, go as fast as you can. An endurance race, you've got to do a lot more thinking.
Well, the endurance race, I mean, you've got a 12-hour endurance race here, and you've got 11 hours building up to a 1-hour sprint race, basically.
Yeah, there's that way of looking at it, but you've also got your team to consider. Obviously, there's some drivers here that haven't got a team because they've got no friends. But clearly, you've got a team to consider, haven't you? And am I going to let that team down by making a stupid mistake or a stupid decision? But they don't, or very rarely do. And you know, we're watching some great racing, although you probably don't see it as racing, if you understand what I mean. Because they're not going flat out all the time. As we see, I'll stop that sentence now, as Yitsim team has picked up a drive-through for track limits, which we've just been discussing.
Yeah, well, Medina, I was mentioning him a few minutes ago. I think you were still on your break. You maybe heard me, but we were talking about he was the only one matching Alexander in lap times, being in the 44. So he was obviously pushing very, very hard. And as Lulu was saying there, you know, you roll the dice on some of the corners and you can pick up those warnings. And if you're pushing as hard as that, obviously you're more likely to pick up those warnings. And then for those, it's a shame, isn't it? Because for those few tenths that you gain in every lap, 2-3 tenths, they've now just been wiped out by a drive-through penalty that's going to cost him what? I can guess, is it about 30 seconds to drive through the pit lane? I'm not sure here at Hungaroring, to be honest, I can't remember. But it's a long time.
About that time, yes.
Yeah, so you know, that's 30 seconds lost for those few tenths gained. You know, you've also, that's a big gamble, isn't it, that you have rolling the dice, as it were, of track limits. That's the risk you take, but that's going to drop him back down the leaderboard a little bit. But more importantly, is it not just dropping him back down, but it's the gap to the front cars has just got 30 seconds bigger.
Hey guys,
Yes. Yes, sorry, Steve. I was trying to do two things at once again.
You were just trying to put your barbecue order in, weren't you?
No. How dare you say things like that? That was already in.
Was it?
Yeah, I'm jealous, aren't you?
I was thinking of going on Just Eat and ordering you some food.
I've got food, I'm alright, mate. It's not like I'm going to waste away, ever.
If you don't eat, your body stores fat.
I mustn't eat then. Because there's plenty of me. Welcome back, Dominic.
The conversation is pretty much where you left off.
Yeah.
No, actually, we have had probably 10 or 15 minutes of, 10 minutes of, 5 minutes of good conversation. But that's because we had somebody intelligent in the commentary box with us, as in Lulu joined us for an interview.
We need to look how much time we spent to talk about food, and how much time we spent about motorsport.
Well, obviously the food is the bigger priority.
Yeah. And with the topic of pizza.
Other food is available.
No, we've not mentioned a particular brand of pizza, but you know, it is kicking off in the YouTube chat about pizza. Funnily enough, it always does.
Well, there was that craze going around a while ago, wasn't there? Where you, if you went into certain pubs and put out on Facebook which pub you were in and the table number, because everybody was ordering from apps, that you would get drinks and things turning up at your table. So maybe we should try that in the YouTube chat. Just pop out your postcode and your house number and see what food you get delivered. No?
That's a good idea. Let's try it.
Now put your house number in and then postcode first.
Yeah, okay.
He's got my address on it. He's not putting mine in, is he?
Yep. I'm not stupid. Hull.
Ryuzi Medema with the drive-through penalty. Is he going to take it this lap? Yes, indeed he is. So here he goes to take the drive-through penalty, and let's see where this pushes him out. Why he's pushing that pit entry very wide there, and really maximising the speed he could carry through there. But yeah, this is going to hurt, isn't it, Dominic? It's just driving down here now on the pit limiter, and for nothing other than taking a penalty.
Yeah. It's quite difficult, and it's quite bad when you take that. I'm not quite sure if you can take a penalty when you go a bit too wide at pit entry.
No, I'm not sure, to be fair, but I've just noticed that Domino's have just donated £50 to the Just Giving page, so that's a nice little donation there. Thanks, whoever that was, Chris.
No, it was definitely Domino's.
That total's growing very, very nicely now, isn't it? It's
see if we can get to the 2,000 mark. 2,000 before 6 hours, 4 half distance would be really nice.
I think since the beginning we grow about 5% or go.
Yeah, I think
it started with 28. Now we are with 33.
It's great to see. Obviously, we'll carry on accepting any donations. Are gratefully received for such a good cause. Just scan the QR code that appears in the bottom right-hand corner, on the left even, bottom left-hand corner, left and right. I was never very good as a navigator. Got lost a lot, which is a bit of a shame on a single lap track. I'll stop talking rubbish now. No, I won't. I'll carry on. Oh, I was Mr. John Doe, Germany, speaking to us in the chat of YouTube. whilst driving his Porsche.
He's in
Sorry,
pits.
Porsche supercar. Must be taking a break. Please tell us you're not retiring.
I think he's retiring. He's maybe just pulled over some food. There we go. Food subject again.
You're obsessed, man.
I'm hungry. Hi, John. Good to see you in chat. An apple and a coffee, that's what he's taking a break with at the moment. So you have no opinion whatsoever, do you, Chris, on an apple or a coffee?
I like a coffee. And apple is my phone of choice.
Yep.
I haven't thought about eating one though, to be honest.
A bit of cinnamon, sugar and pastry.
Right.
Apple pie, nice. Especially with some nice thick custard.
Salivating now.
Over the Lamborghini currently on screen as we get back to the racing. Do you see what I did there?
That was very good, that, yeah, with a nice custard line down the centre of it.
Oh dear, we're struggling for commentators. We couldn't get any commentators, so we just got us three. Chuckle Brothers, ×3.
Oh dear. I'm sure if people didn't like the commentary, they'd tell us in the chat.
If they don't like it, they can come and join us.
Absolutely. Anybody's allowed to come and chat. Yeah. Even Oliver.
Really? Again? He just talks about pizza.
Yeah, but his mic's not working properly.
No, it's not. He goes quiet when it mentions pain.
Yeah. Must be a Yorkshireman's microphone. Oh, I never thought I'd be able to get it.
He bought it from Poundland in Doncaster. Yeah, that's it. Is Poundland still a thing? I'm not sure it is. Anyway.
Yeah, we're now talking about other low budget
Adam Azalevich
are available.
Adam Azalevich is in the pits now. I wonder, is this going to be a driver's swap for the 666 car as I try to get this commentary back on the right track?
Well, it'll be either Mark or Reese going into that car if it is a driver swap.
Yeah, absolutely.
John staying in the pits and having a break for 5 minutes. Good lad, well deserved.
I think our producer's trying to lead us down a slippery slope. Oh, we've got Yannick Vallenduck come for a conversation. I'm wondering if Yannick can get us away from the subject of food and back to racing, or whether he's just going to join in with pizza.
To be fair, he's just a good old boy. He never did mean no harm.
Some pizza would be nice.
Yeah,
I'd have some.
It would be.
Why don't those Danish guys fix that for you, Chris?
Why don't the Danish guys do what, sorry?
Fix you some pizza. And us.
Because, to be honest, they firmly believe that I owe them pizza when everybody in the whole world, and it's on YouTube, knows that it's the other way around. But it's all right. Domino's have donated some money to the Save the Children now, so that should please them now.
Okay.
So anyway, back to racing and cars, which is what we're here for.
You'd almost forget, wouldn't you?
I've just realised you're actually driving this car interview. So how is it going for you?
It's okay. It's been a bit of a challenge, mostly not to get killed by GT3 cars, because it's quite hard for them to overtake us, because we're quick on the straights. So I've been killed twice, but that's okay. It was just misunderstanding. And otherwise, it's basically whoever doesn't take a long break is in the lead in our class right now, I think. Dan and me did our breaks a while back, so we swapped the lead twice. And I think the Porsche that you guys mentioned were racing with also did the same just now. So, but it's nice. It's still easy going.
So, what's your opinion of the Lambo? Now you've driven quite a few laps with it.
Well, it's quite good to drive, but sometimes it likes to punish you for making a little mistake. And yeah, so you need to stay a little focused than I wished I would have. I thought it would be a bit more easy, but yeah, it's really fun to drive. To be fair, I heard you say that we were having power slides on the stream, and I think I've had a lot of those. So
yeah, you was sort of clipping a curb, and it was sending your back end out a bit, and it just looked like a bit of a power slide.
Yeah,
particularly around the corner where you're coming up to, I think it was.
Yes, that's the one that's always really hard not to slide in, but it's quite fun. I've been listening to what you guys have been saying, so.
Oh dear.
Yes.
Steve, Dominic, remind me, we haven't said anything bad about Yannick, have we?
No.
We're just showing a picture of the Dukes of Hazzard. That's it.
Yes.
Coming. To be fair.
to be fair, I think we've been talking Yannick up really, and yeah, he's done a great job. That should cover it, shouldn't it, Chris?
I think so. Yeah, absolutely. Now we also have John Doe waiting to come in the shed. Would you like to have a chat with John, Yannick?
Sure. Have me.
Yeah. Hi, John. Welcome, and thank you very much for joining us. Now we've currently got a treat here for our viewers. We've got yourself, a single driver, and Yannick, a single driver, in the voice comms together. Would you like to have a quick chat with each other?
Oh, hi Yannick.
Hi mate.
Hi, you're really pushing hard.
Yeah.
Slow down, man.
I wasn't planning on doing it, but then we were fighting in the first stint and I just never stopped pushing.
Yeah, but the Lamborghini is so fast, I had to back off at a certain point.
Yeah, it's so fast on the straights, man. It's really,
absolutely. It's just flying. Yeah, but it's really fun. A fun race. But I did my first break now, so I think I can take it a bit more relaxed now.
Yeah, fair enough. I've done my first real break in the last pit stop. So you're doing like, how long is your break now?
My break was, I don't have 11 minutes or something, I think, 11 or 12 minutes. I think the whole in-lap was 12 minutes.
Not too bad.
Yeah, it's okay. Another break in the next 3 hours and then to the finish.
Yeah, I think the brakes will even out in the end, probably. More or less. So we'll probably meet again on track, but we'll take it easy.
Absolutely, yeah. See you.
See you, man. Anything you want to add to that, Chris?
No, I'm absolutely in awe of the both of you driving. I'm going to call them both cup cars, so you just have to apologise. Just have to accept my apology for that. Single-handedly, with no teammates, because you've both got no friends. But more importantly than that, you're driving and talking to us and the stream both at the same time, interviewing each other.
That's some multitasking, isn't it?
That is some multitasking.
Just going right back to the beginning, if I can, though. But this is for John. When you were pushing to overtake, I think it was Yannick. You got really close to him in the latter parts of a couple of the laps. It must have been so frustrating for you to be in the slipstream of the Lamborghini in the cup car that isn't really that slow on the straights, but that Lamborghini just seemed to pull away. I mean, how do you compete with something like that?
Yeah, absolutely, it's so hard. The problem is, I mean, I don't know, I think about 200 brake horsepower less, so yeah, on the straights, the Lambos are just driving away. The problem is, I think the cup car or myself are very good in the corners, so you get really close, maybe even a bit too close, Yeah, and then they're just driving away. But it's part of the game. I just see it. I'm the only cup car on the track, so a class win should be possible. Yeah. So.
Well, the bad news for you, John, is that as commentators, our word is law, and we've said that the Lamborghinis and the Cup car are in the same class.
No.
We appreciate that is total garbage, and we are wrong. But for our entertainment, you're in the same class.
Yeah, but for myself, it's just for myself. No, I'm trying to have a good time. Yeah, as good as possible with the Lambos. Yeah, but it's great fun. The respect on track with the lapping cars is really good, and yeah, I'm having a good time. And now I'm really looking forward when the sun sets and you have that beautiful night sky. Then, yeah.
Yeah, the cup car is a great car to drive when you can hook it up and when you put a lot of time into practice to get it to stop how you want it to and modulate that right foot very importantly when you're trying to get the power down as well. But it's a rewarding car to drive, isn't it, as well?
Absolutely, it's my favorite car since I don't know when I first went to the VLN many years ago. I just fell in love with the Porsche Cup cars, the 997 back then. Yeah, and I think it's pretty close here in ACC from driving wise, from the wheel thing. And yeah, if you manage to not spin, it's so rewarding and so fun to drive. And yeah, you can really push it, and you can absolutely play with the gas, as you said. Yeah. It's great fun.
So from your point of view, you'd like to see SSRi host a Porsche Cup Championship then?
Absolutely, yeah. I think I would love a multi-class endurance championship with the Cup cars and the Lambo and GT4, and even maybe the M2 touring car, because that's really my vibe. So, 4 classes on track, each share the same track. So. Yeah, that would be my wish list. But a Porsche Cup car, a single car championship would also be a really nice thing. So just drop me a message and I'll be there.
Okay, we'll do. We'll keep that in mind. But yeah, I think to get all the cars on the same track and get a decent amount of them, we'd have to run something like Suzuka, I think, which can run the most cars, I believe, can't it?
105, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, so maybe it's a fun event, a one-off event that we could do in the future. I'm not suggesting we organise it in the next week or month or two or whatever, but it could be something we could think about for the future, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, next endurance race at Hungaroring is not too far away with the GT3s. Also training for that, so yeah, it's also a great championship. Feel really welcome here at SSRi. Yeah, it's great racing here.
And Yannick, just over to you regarding the Lamborghini. I mean, is it if we ran a multi-class championship, would the Lamborghini jump out at you that's that class, this class you're in now? Would you race that again?
Wow, that's a good question. I think I'd change just for the sake of changing, but I think it's really good fun to drive. And I would definitely be down for something like all-class racing, but it will definitely also be asking a lot of drivers to respect each other, because it's going to be hard with all those different speeds on one track. I think actually this car is not that bad for endurance, since we have 120-liter tank. We can actually do 90-minute stints. So I think we're even ahead of 1 or 2 GT3 cars by that way.
Just on the subject of multi-class racing like that, and definitely, you know, if you're including the M2s and things like that. This is a question for both of you, but I'll go to John first with it. Which car class would you think it'd be the easiest to drive in the endurance race? And when I say easiest, I mean, you know, obviously bearing in mind the amount of lapping cars or being lapped. Which class do you think would be the easiest to be in?
Well, I think the easiest from a driving point, I would say GT4s, because Yeah, they're mostly more understeery, and you can really do long stints with it with no problem. But the GT4s are gonna attack from every other car on track, except for the M2 maybe. So I'd say the easiest car on track for multi-class is GT3. Yeah, because you're so much faster in corners than the other cars, even than the Lambo ST and the Ferrari Challenge and the Porsche Cup car. Yeah, if you be a little bit careful and not yeet it into every corner, yeah, you have no problems getting around traffic.
Yes, good answer. Same question to you, Yannick.
Yeah, I think I'd agree. I'd say probably either the slowest or the quickest car. So the GT3 because it can overtake everyone, or the M2 because it's very safe and you just let everyone pass you and just have a breeze. But anything in between is going to be a fun challenge.
Well, great stuff. Well, thank you very much for joining us. I'm not sure if Chris or Dominic have any further questions. We've kept these two guys in the commentary box longer than most people, and they're still racing.
Yeah, we're actually racing just behind each other now. It's nice.
It's impressive that you can talk while you drive. I can't do it when I drive.
I have to say, I struggle with it usually, but when you've been driving the same track for 4.5 hours, you're not really thinking about it anymore.
Yeah, you're right.
And Hungaroring has such a nice flow to it, so yeah, if you get into the rhythm, I don't want to say it's easy, but it's natural.
Yes, I feel the same way. I've actually been pretty on the pace even while talking to you guys. It's not that bad. Maybe we should just stay here all race.
That's just Yannick's playing mind games with John.
I didn't hear anything.
Well, thanks for joining us, guys, and we really do appreciate your efforts today to take part in this race and putting on a show. And certainly the Lamborghinis and the Porsche Cup car, they're certainly piquing my interest. I'm loving watching how you're getting on with them, and the Porsche Cup car is one of my favourites as well. I've done a couple of championships in it and enjoyed driving it. It's a very good car. So you two guys keep doing what you're doing, and keep entertaining us, and good luck, and may the best man finish higher up the finishing order.
Yes, guys.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm guessing you will both want dragging back to his channel somewhere as well.
That'd be nice, actually, yeah.
Could just leave him here as punishment.
I'll just keep talking to you, Chris. Don't worry.
We can leave you in here if you want. We'll put you on mute for a short while.
Nah, I'm talking with Dan on the other chat.
I was talking to Johnny.
Sorry, I didn't hear. At this moment, I really didn't hear anything.
Do you want me to leave you in here and we'll put you on mute?
No, if you want, I can talk to you a bit later in the race. But for now, it would be better if I am alone with my thoughts.
Right. Okay. No problem.
All right. Thanks.
That's Yannick dumped back in his voice channel, and John's gone back to waiting for the shed. How he's managed to move himself from one to the other, I've no idea.
I dragged him down.
Did you? You're a good lad, aren't you?
Yeah. I'm in great admiration for what they're doing. To be fair, you know, the 12 hours of the whole event, and not the easiest cars to drive either. So and then coming in and talking to us, it's all good stuff. But that's a drive-through for Alexander. And what were we talking about regarding pushing hard and gaining tenths here and there, and rolling that dice, as Lulu said, and potentially gaining a drive-through.
I don't know. What were you saying? No joking.
It's not worth it, is it, Chris?
It's not. It's not Jack, is it? It's Rob Jackson.
Yeah.
So they've been in and swapped drivers. So I wonder if Rob's inherited the limit of the drive-throughs, and just sorry, not drive-throughs. The limit of the
track limits. Yeah.
The limit of the track limits, and then just gone one over.
was crucial for the race that the second place got a trophy.
We also know that Team 990 are on three track limits as well.
It's right, but for now on, it's gave an advantage to the leading car.
Going to cost them dearly. It'll be interesting to see how they deal with this and see where it puts them.
How much of a lead did they have on the 990? 991's just gone around the first corner. They've got quite a considerable lead on them, haven't they? 990's halfway around the circuit. As Class Wester takes over the driving of the 90 Ferrari.
Yeah, absolutely, and that suffered a drive-through not so long ago as well, and obviously now doing its pit stop, so it's sort of shaking out into real time of where they are now, and see Rhys Wiggins still out in that car 666 in 6th place. Doing a good job, just coming round now to complete another lap, and looking like they're not sure if they've just been lapped or they're trying to put a lap on that Lexus, to be fair, when we get a look at it.
Well, the Lexus is the car 33, which is in 4th.
There we go.
And Class is sort of in between them, isn't it? So this must be to try and unlap themselves.
Yeah, I guess
I want to stay.
Rhys showing some good pace if that's the case. He's pushing forward. It's always a difficult one though, trying to unlap yourself, because the guy who usually is in front doesn't always want to let you past.
No, they don't, do they?
No, and you've got to you need to really show some good speed as well, because if you do eventually get past them, it's about not holding them up and putting a gap on them. Otherwise, you're getting constant blue flags and end up having to let them back past.
We have a yellow flag and a car in the pits. Jeez, Aaron. So why is that a yellow flag in the pits? Did it run out of fuel? Please don't tell me CBSR had run out of fuel again. That would be funny. I mean, that would be such a shame.
Chris, you're a little devil. Could it be possible?
Car 991 comes into the pits for driver change.
Mark Knightley's just put in YouTube chat that Rhys has been trying to. I think he's saying Rhys already trying that for half an hour, so I'm guessing he's been trying to unlap himself for half an hour.
Ah, right, okay.
The ultra observant commentary team.
Yes. Well, we've had other things to talk about.
We are here for fun, so yeah.
Oh!
This is cool. What did happen there?
Why? Why has he got a DSQ?
Usually is for not taking a penalty or for driving the wrong way on the track at some point, as Chris knows all about.
Once.
Recently.
Yes, very recently. That's very good. The penalty has been cleared. No, I'm not taking the mickey. I was going to try and clear the penalty so the DSQ didn't stand, and it looks like somebody else has done it for me. Because I don't believe that in a race like this, DSQ should take place.
No, not even if the driver's praying for one.
Yes. Carry on with the punishment.
Oh, please disqualify me.
No, you will carry on.
Oh, yeah, it's good to see. And Aaron circulating in P8 currently. I'm not sure if that still stands at the moment, but I think he's in P8 and running around in his Mercedes.
currently last is our friend John in the Porsche, but that would be because he took that 11-minute break. Well-deserved break as well. So we carry on watching Aaron. Which reminds me, Tom shouldn't... How does that work out? Aaron's in chat saying, I haven't even driven a single mile. So does that imply that either somebody's hacked his account or that some other people are driving his car for him? Also wondering if anybody's listening to me.
I'm listening to you, mate. I'm trying to work it out myself. I'm just wondering if it's the go-go juice that's making Aaron think he hasn't driven a single lap. Maybe thinks it's all an hallucination.
Oliver's just put there are two dudes in that car. Oliver, what are you trying to imply? Aaron's clearly driving and chatting at the same time.
Okay, that is really impressive. And now you got a DT.
Hey,
oh my.
Sorry. Oh god.
Chris, can you tell me where you spot every time the deer?
That DT soon disappeared, didn't it? Can I, sorry, could you repeat that question, Dominic?
Can you tell me where you spot every time the deer? I don't think so that on the tracks every time is a deer.
A deer?
Yeah.
Have I said deer?
Oh dear. Oh. Every time.
Oh, with you. So, yeah, it's an English word that...
yeah, I know.
It doesn't necessarily mean the animal. I mean, for instance, Steve and I call each other dear all the time. Don't we, dear?
Yes, dear.
We also call each other other names that we're not allowed to broadcast.
Dickhead, tosser.
What did I just say about we're not allowed to broadcast? Oh, Matt Tubby, right up the bottom of...
What took you to the bottom?
Matt Tubby, right up the bottom of... Is that Reese?
Oh, God.
Oh, we've got Steve Parker coming to join us as well at the moment, so I'm going to bring Steve up, and Chris, you can lead this interview if you like.
Good afternoon, good evening, good night. That was a short interview, wasn't it? I've lost what time of day it is. Welcome, Steve. You're on mute at the moment, so if you could take yourself off mute, we can have a chat with you.
Hi, Chris.
Very much. So, you're driving the Lambo, if I remember rightly, for Team 444?
I was, yeah.
And how's it going for you?
Yeah, it was actually my first endurance as well. So, yeah, I was a bit nervous about it. So it's a team, and you're not just driving for yourself. You're trying to drive for a team. So you're just trying to keep up with their pace and just keep it clean on the track. But yeah, it was a good round for me. I quite enjoyed it.
Now, I know last night, obviously, we were having sort of chat in the in Discord, and you were a bit worried about taking part. And we said, just relax, enjoy yourself, keep it clean, and everything will be fine. And I'm sure that's what you've been doing. We've not focused too much on yourself, but I don't recall ever seeing you off the track, and we've not had a replay of it. So
yeah, I mean, I don't think you saw it on the stream, but yeah, I did have a bit of an off, but yeah, just on one of the fast left-handers after the chicane. But yeah, other than that, it was all not a scratch really. It was all good. All very clean, very good.
And sorry, we've got a drive-through for the first position. So
no, it's equal to third.
Oh dear. So we've had a drive-through for first and second place. So that's may equal each other out, which I think is what Dominic's just said, and I've just repeated him. So yeah, sorry. So the Lamborghini, this is the first time you've driven the car around here. Is Hungaroring one of your favourite circuits, or not one you've really driven on before?
Yeah, I quite like it actually. I was in the we did this obviously for the GT3 series, and yeah, that's where I really got to know it a lot better. And now yeah, I do quite enjoy it actually. So yeah, it's nice when you get to know a track a bit better, and you can really start exploring how your lines and things like that. So yeah, I do quite enjoy it.
We're just watching a nice battle here between 6th and 7th, and as Matt got the outside on, he's managed to go around the outside of Reese Wiggin there to claim 6th position. He'd been harrying him for quite a while, and that move was long overdue. Sorry, Steve. Yeah, so are you due back in the car any time?
Not at the moment. No, just covering a short stint in the middle. So I think I'm done for the night. I'll be watching the guys. Fingers crossed for them to keep up. I think we had before I got in the car, there was a bit of someone lost in front of us, and we had a bit of damage to repair. So I think that's put us back a little bit. But yeah, fingers crossed for the guys. They can to get up a few places up the grid.
Fantastic. And you sure you're not going to be enticed into doing another stint for them?
I'd be happy to. Yeah, I mean, I'll keep in contact with them, see if they want me to do. But I wasn't planned to be back in there. But yeah, I did enjoy it. I said it was good fun, and I'll definitely look out for some more endurance in the future.
There's one next week.
Yeah, I'll have a look into it.
23rd of April. There's one every 8 weeks, I think. The endurance season's planned for. But if you want more information, just DM me and I'll send you the link.
Yeah, excellent.
For the championship. Also, do you do the 2.4 with us on the Friday?
Not at the moment. No, it's just finding a team to put up with me, really. So
put up with you. That's not true, is it? You've done a sterling job this afternoon.
Yeah, it's been enjoyable. But yeah, thanks for you guys are doing amazing as well, doing the commentary for the whole. You got the biggest stint of us all, so yeah, fair play to you guys, and thanks for hosting the event.
Thank you very much. In all fairness, Tom's got the biggest stint. He's got to be here all 12 hours. We can just nip off every now and again.
Yeah.
Nobody will notice. We'll just go quiet for a while.
Off for pizza.
You're not allowed to mention pizza. You've not heard.
Just pop your address in the YouTube chat, and Chris is sending everybody pizza that does that.
Yeah, nice. I will do.
All right, thank you very much for joining us, Steve.
Guys, have a good stream. Cheers. Bye.
Bye. I've just been corrected in chat. Yeah, you're quite right, Mark. Sorry. That wasn't a pass for 6th place. It was a pass to unlap themselves. It was still a good pass regardless. While I've been talking, Benjamin's been in the pit and cleared his drive-through. Still with a 16-second lead on Rob Jackson in 2nd place. We're all here about to try and get past Aaron Van Druenen's car 69. Not going to repeat what's been said in the chat. So we've just under 7 hours to go.
This means we have 5 hours completed.
Yes, absolutely.
Last time I hit the 5 hours mark, my car was disqualified.
Oh.
Hopefully this doesn't happen at Nürburgring again.
So Steve has left us for a quick nap, and we've been joined by Sam Pearce. Good afternoon, good evening, Sam. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm doing all right. Much better than I was, that's for sure.
Are you 99% recovered now?
Yeah, I think so. Still testing positive, but at least I can talk, and I no longer sound like Barry White.
Sorry, I've just had to close my mic off and just chuckle in the background there, so very unprofessional of me. I just can't imagine you sounding like Barry White.
Oh, it was terrible. It was absolutely terrible.
So have you been watching the event so far?
Been dipping in and out. So, unfortunately, both myself and Nath have got the lurgy now, so kind of just napping on sofas and just sort of popping in to see what's happening in the real world and every now and then. So yeah, it's from what we've been seeing has been a good race so far.
Certainly, racing wise, it's been very entertaining, and also the commentary's been very entertaining with constant talk about food. Which is why I suspect you've actually come and joined us.
No, I've missed the pizza discussion. Although I'm figuring it's about pizza, looking through the YouTube chat. So I appear to have missed the pizza discussion.
Pizza discussion is the whole race.
It's been going on for 2 years, this pizza discussion.
Oh, right, okay.
It's not just for this race. But yeah, it's great that you've come to join us and for a short while. Myself and Dominic appreciate it. As I mentioned, Steve's just gone off for a quick nap. He's had a long day, bless him. Streaming till 3 o'clock, up at 7 there, then having to do some work, and then come to join us and help out with the stream. Greatly appreciated. You go and rest yourself, buddy. Well deserved.
Yeah,
Yes.
and commentating in endurance. I mean, obviously I've not done any endurance commentating yet, but I've watched quite a bit of endurance streams, and it's got to be really hard for the commentators. Just constantly coming up with new stuff to talk about.
Pizza,
yeah.
Pizza goes all the way. Goes every time.
But yeah, I'm not sure if Tom's actually gone for a break yet, but he's certainly well overdue. A nice break. Right. Tom has been and come back fully refreshed. Thank you very much, Tom. As we watch Class Vesta, the Ferrari. So I think
it's quite interesting. Sorry.
No, you go on.
I was just going to say, and I think it's been really interesting. Every single time I've come into the stream to see what's going on, those 3 Lamborghinis have been together pretty much the entire race. So it's really, really good to see that the those three, sort of fighting together.
You know that 2 of those guys are single drivers.
I know. I cannot even begin to fathom doing a 12-hour race on my own. I struggle enough with just an hour-long race.
I think Klaas here is catching Martin van der Kraan. So, yeah, 1.3 seconds behind. I am actually reading this right for a change. And once catching's one thing, passing's another. But he's done it once before, hasn't he? We've seen. Sorry, I'm reading YouTube chat as well at the same time, which is very ignorant. Give car 715 a ballast of 50 kilograms for 15 minutes. I pay €15. Not quite sure. It's a good thing to do.
Little unfair.
Yeah.
Put a 0 at the end. We might consider it.
As Yannick comes into the pits and well, obviously comes out of the pits, so he must have come in at some stage and we not missed it. We just weren't paying attention. That was for fuel. So I think he was saying before he can go for an hour and a half on a tank of fuel, which is some going. Didn't we calculate? Sorry, you calculated, didn't you, Dominic? An hour and 5 to an hour and 15 for the GT3 cars, depending on which car you're driving.
Yes. As the estimate about 396 laps for the GT3 cars, for leading car. When there comes no bigger mistakes, crash or something else.
Oh, we've seen both lead cars have drive-throughs.
Yes.
So anything is possible in a 12-hour race.
It's really. I think it could get a bit closer between P3 and P4 again. They have a gap about 8 tenths. It could possibly be an overtake or fight next few laps.
Yeah. Tom, can you focus on P3, please?
Of course.
Mercy Bucket.
As if by magic.
He's good, isn't he?
He is good.
It's like he sits there and listens for our request. Yeah, this is the battle for third.
Let's have a look how the Ferrari is gaining time again in sector 2 with the corners. Or is the Lexus better, maybe? We don't know.
Isn't this a repeat of a battle we saw earlier on? Did we not see Dominic and Martin? Sorry, Dominic, that's you, Dominic. Did we not see Klaas and Martin battling much earlier on?
You see how fast the Ferrari is mid-apex, and at the corner exit the Lexus gain a bit more time.
So Klaas's favourite car is the Ferrari. Very rarely seen out of it in any championship. So he knows this car very well. I suppose if you focus your entire efforts on a single car, you do get to learn it, get to drive it better and better each time, as opposed to people swapping and changing from car to car. I've never been able to do that myself.
No, me neither. But it's good to see quite a number of Lexus in the field. Don't see them on all that often, strangely enough, considering it's supposed to be, quite a nice car to drive.
Yeah, sort of. It's actually a fact. There are 3 Lexis in this race. 2 are from the same team. Alex Crawford and and Matt Tubby driving for Stack and Sons in 5th and 7th, and the one we're watching at the moment, Martin van der Kram for Lort driving. So we come to complete another lap, and it's another lap with Klaas staying behind Martin. Seems to get some good speed out of that corner then. Don't think he's got enough slipstream to get the overtake move done on this into the first corner here. But it does close up. May have a chance for the second corner. As we've said many times on this stream so far, very difficult circuit to overtake on.
Yeah. But we know the Lexus is a rocket on the straights, so it's very difficult for the Ferrari to gain any advantage on the straights.
But from that shot previously, it does look like the Ferrari is much better on than the brakes. It could be that down the end of the main straight is going to be his best option, but considering we're still, what, 6 3/4 hours still left in the race, it might be an idea for Klaas to just keep the pressure on, don't try anything stupid, and wait to see if he can draw Martin into a mistake.
Martin's been quite good at holding on to the pressure. See Martin's teammate in chat saying the straight line speed of the Lexus and a big smiley face. As you say, Klaas closes up on the brakes. Martin will get to accelerate first out of the corner.
Yeah, the Ferrari doesn't hit the last corner great. And this is the reason why he lost so many time on the straights. We see in the cornering sections of the track he gain 1-2 tenths per lap, but lose them on the straights again.
Jesper coming into the pits. The driver spot. Something happened there.
Well, a bit slow.
Yeah, I'm sure Tom's already on it. Perhaps there was a slight coming together. Take your eye off the ball for 2 seconds and look what happens.
Every time.
We really must have the commentator's curse. We see a replay of what happened. Aston Martin here. Klaas tries to go down the inside.
There wasn't no space.
No space there at all, as Dominic says. And respectfully, they both pull away and carry on their fight.
Yeah, it was very nice for the Ferrari to just kind of, let off the throttle and wait for Martin to get the car pointing the right way again, and then they can both continue and fight another lap.
Sam, I know you took part in our 24-hour event. Oh, yes, you did.
Yes.
Thinking, is that one of the only endurance races you took part in?
It's the only sort of long-form endurance that I had done. So previous to that, I had done a couple of 3-hour, sort of mini enduros with OOR. But that was my first sort of foray into the really, really, long endurance racing. Enjoyed it. It was very, very hard work, but yeah, it takes a particular mindset, I think, to be able to.
Yellow flag at our curb. Sorry that I interrupt you.
Yellow flag as Dimitri Van Bever gets back on track, and that looks like another incident at the same spot that we've seen.
Yeah.
Quite a few cars, mainly this one and the Jaguar. Sorry, I'm reading the YouTube chat again. Stop being ignorant, Chris, and concentrate.
One thing at a time, Chris.
Yes, I'm not a lady, as you may have gathered. I cannot do two things at once, and I should give up. Yes, we've seen several incidents. The same corner by this car and the Jaguar hitting that curb and spinning the wheels and sending them almost into the barrier on the opposite side of the circuit, which is quite common. Incidentally, for anybody that was listening to the YouTube chat earlier on, Lulu's come in and told us she was off to make a barbecue. She's put tragic news, the gas bottles ran out and I had to make pizza.
Oh no! Oh, there's nothing worse than going to start a barbecue and run out of gas.
I don't know. She just got to listen to us talking rubbish for. We've got plenty of gas coming out of us, haven't we?
Buy a bottle it, send it over.
I was looking forward to barbecue as well, but never mind. We've digressed again. To food. Really need to stop.
But I must say, we didn't see so much in the last few hours about the Jaguar.
No, but they're up into 11th.
Yes.
Yes, a pretty good recovery drive from them as we cut to them and they're slightly off track.
Yeah, Oliver's in the chat. And he's calling the corner where we referred to before. This corner coming up, the Jaguar corner now, which should be quite good because this circuit has no corner names, so I think we can get away with calling it the Jaguar corner. Other forms of big cat are available: leopards, lions, tigers.
Just looking at the timing screen, it looks like Bester is catching Van der Kran by back up again, so it's been got that time back down to 0.4. So I think within another half lap or so, then this battle will be back on.
Yep, battle resumed. As we see the race leader. I assume he's just overtaken Yannick.
They push the gap more up. They're now by 80.8 seconds compared to a few laps earlier. They were by 14, 15 after the drive-through.
And this is Rob behind the Jaguar we were watching moments before. Well, will the Jaguar just jump out of Rob's way, knowing he's in second place? No.
Not exactly making it easy.
No.
No, it's a Jaguar team. They said it before. They drive their own race and don't let the other pass.
That was good into the chicane there, though.
Yeah. First time that we see it could go well.
So yeah, again, just a reminder why we're doing this today. This is a charity event for Save the Children, hence why there's only 14 teams running in the event. There was 15, one's had to drop out for technical issues. So if you can take the time to donate, just scan the QR code that'll appear in the top, the bottom left-hand corner. I've got it right this time. Left corner. And that will take you to the Just Giving page, and any funding that you can donate will be greatly appreciated. We will leave the donation page open until after the next endurance event next Saturday as well. We'll be running asking for donations throughout that as well. Currently we have a target of £5,000 and we're at 1,696. So £4 extra will get us to the 1,700. We're hoping to try and get to 2,000 by the 6-hour mark. Looks like it's not going to happen, but you guys out there in the world of YouTube can make it happen. As I've said many times, this money is going direct to Save the Children. All people that are taking part in this event, from the drivers through to the commentary team to the organisers and our good friend Tom, who's on the cameras for the full 12 hours, are all giving up their time freely to do this. So we thank you very much if you have donated. If you haven't, just dip your hands in your pockets and spare us whatever you can. Thank you very much for that. As we get back to the battle. Point 2 between Klaas and Martin van der Kraan now.
So close, wasn't it, before? Maybe it can go now.
Well, the lapped car in front caused problems for this battle. Or will he get out of the way? That's Aaron van Drunen in front. Or is it? We don't know. In the YouTube chat, some speculation. So the Lexus gets a really good drive out of the final corner. Gets a slipstream off the Mercedes. Mercedes lets both cars pass. That's really good to see.
Yes.
And Klaas flashes his lights either in an appreciation or as a distraction. Now in the driver's briefing, Klaas was asking what the ruling on flashing lights was. He actually asked what's the ruling on flashing, and I said, well, if you want to go to parks and do that type of stuff, that's entirely up to you. But in this race, you're not allowed to. Sam, thank you very much for your donation. I wasn't referring to you.
Oh, I know you weren't. I was planning on getting it in during the race, and I thought, what better time, seeing as you reminded me.
Alright, Chris, I will be back in a few minutes.
Tom's just gone taking a well-earned break, and foolish man has given me the permissions for the cameras.
Oh dear.
Yes, you know how well that goes, don't you, Sam?
Yes.
As we see along the straight, the Lexus pull away.
It's incredible how fast he is.
And very close,
Just
very close.
Something that you've always got to be very mindful of when you're racing a car where the strengths and weaknesses of each car is different at various parts of the track. So if you're in a car that's great in the brakes and following someone who's got better top speed, it's so easy for to misjudge braking distance because they're going to be braking different than you. So hats off to Vester and Van der Kram for keeping this clean. It's such a great battle to watch.
And even the minor incident that they had, they were very respectful and let each other go. And classes closed that gap right up for a second attempt. I don't think we'll be far off the next round of pit stops, because Glass has a really good try here on the brakes. He needs to get a really good exit, follow Martin down the main straight and try and outbrake him into the corner.
As you can see, the track gets colder and colder with the time. We are now by track temperature of 80 degrees.
Yes, well spotted, sir.
It's minus 8 degrees. Ooh.
It is 4:45 at night. Sorry, 20 to 6 at night. No, so
yeah,
it will get cooler. It will get darker. We will be finishing in the dark. It should be interesting to try and spot cars in the dark.
Very nice to see how they look in the darkness, yes.
Yeah, especially considering I don't think this track has a lot of artificial light, so it will be interesting to see how then the drivers adapt to the changing light conditions.
Whether we can actually see anything.
Hopefully we can.
The Ferrari up in front give any assistance to these two guys?
Now, and speaking of Ferraris, the P1 Ferrari, Ben McConnell's stretching out even more of a gap. I think last time I saw that gap was now up to 25 seconds, so Ben definitely not letting off. Then the pressure is keeping the lap times up.
After 5.5 hours of racing.
It's good to see. It's it's very easy in these long races that if you're out in front, you've got a nice healthy lead to kind of just relax almost a little bit too much and take your eye off the ball a bit, and before you know it, the lead that you've built up is can quite easily get wiped out with just couple of mistakes of losing concentration, but Ben is definitely keeping the putting in consistent quick laps, lap after lap.
This is not a nice train. About 5 cars?
Yes, 2 Lambos, 1 Lambo gets out of the way.
This train could be crucial for the fight between both. Between the two.
I think it'd be very interesting to see what the gaps between Vester and Van der Kran are after the pit stops. I'm sure then the teams are going to be chatting back and forth, and at the minute debating on whether to fix any damage that they may be carrying, or just deciding how quick they can make then their pit stops to try and maintain an advantage, or get an overcut in the pit stops.
Well, every second counts, doesn't it? So
It does.
You don't want to be repairing damage if you're in a battle like this.
Oh. Ferrer could go for the move. Yes, he go. And he passed him. Oh, no.
Does he maintain it?
He's not got it done
don't think
yet.
it's done.
It's going to be on the outside.
Switch back. Certainly the closest it's been. And Class has to brake a bit more. Very good racing there. I don't know who flies this helicopter, but it does a good job. That's the closest he's been down to this second corner. Go for the inside.
Having a look.
Oh man, they're fighting pretty hard.
Fortunately, we've got to stay with this battle. Don't think we can afford to leave it for too long. Because the moment we leave it, something will happen. That's closes up on the brakes there.
Yeah.
But as we've seen time and time again, Martin pulls away as soon as we're into an acceleration zone. Once again, a back marker getting in the way here. In the way is possibly the wrong word, isn't it? Or the wrong set of words, I should say.
Game the Jaguar. Oh my god. Oh.
Yeah, Ferrari got a little squirrely there.
We're going to start another lap. Same old, same old. I guarantee the moment we jump away from this, the overtake will be made, won't it?
I mean, hats off to these drivers. They've either, been either in the car or more than likely, in engineering for teammates for, nearly 6 hours, and then to be in such a close battle for such an extended period of time, needing maximum concentration is, is really, really good to see.
Around the outside into the chicane, that's not going to work. Aaron Van Drunen asking in chat, can we pause the game in a couple of minutes? My food is arriving.
Some pizza?
Gotta be pizza, hasn't it? drive through for Alex Crawford. Car 990. Now I think when Lulu was in here, she did say that they were they on 3 track limits, Dominic?
I don't know. While Lulu was here, I was at my break.
Good answer. Yeah, I think when Lulu was there, she said they were she'd handed the car over as with 3 track limits already. So I just picked up the 4th and now got a drive through, and
It looks like they're serving it pretty much straight away as well. Just get it out of the way.
Alex and Martin Alex, I'm making names up. Class pushing Martin here.
Yeah, but Martin keeping his cool, keeping a level head, not reacting too much under braking. Just clean, confident defense.
Lulu saying in voice, "Oh dear, we have a SG30 incoming," and she's quite right. So that must be for speeding in the pit lane as well. So that's a double kicking. Could have done without. So undoubtedly that will drop them down certainly a position. Because I think car 991 of Matt Tubby is a lap behind. As we carry on watching this battle.
According to the timing tree, it looks like they're actually 3 laps behind, so... yeah, and Alex and that team will probably comfortably come back out into 6th after serving that penalty.
This was close again. He'd hit them.
Certainly trying. Go back to the...
Cars want to pass him. You get nervous.
Yeah, I do wonder if there's potentially a little bit of frustration coming into Class's driving now.
I'm not so sure. Class is the type of person that gets frustrated with racing like this. I think he enjoys battles. I know I've had the pleasure of racing with Class quite a few times. I've been in Marty's position with Class behind me a few times as well, and managed to hold him off. Yeah, I know it's a surprise. I don't know how I got in front of him either. But yeah, he's a very patient man. As he closes right back up, where he has done each of the laps. This is his best chance, best opportunity. Goes down the inside. Any decent broadcaster would be on that view. Just to see where
it's good.
Yeah,
okay.
But it's...
So the Lexus is going to get the drag down the main straight. Will Class try and throw it down the outside on the brakes.
I think it's just a little bit too far back.
The Lexus did outbrake himself very slightly. Gives Class an opportunity into turn 2. We'll carry on another lap, watching this battle. Which is possibly the only battle that's going on the track anyway. Certainly for a position so close. think, Dominic, you've calculated 369 laps, is it?
96.
396 laps. So we're at 191 now, so that's another 205 laps of this battle to go.
It would be nice.
So far, Class's team has set a fastest lap of a 1:44.830, as opposed to Martin's team of a 1:45.155. So Class is the faster driver.
I think then that's been evident in the few times that we've seen the gap increase for whatever reason, traffic or a small mistake, and it's shown how quickly Class has been able to get that gap back down again. But at the same time, it also shows just how good Van der Kraan is at defending the faster driver.
Yes, absolutely.
He's pushing through the corner. Tries again.
Oh, very poor camera work, sorry. So when I say Class doesn't get frustrated, I think he does. Oh, no, it's a minor punt.
I know what happened. Oh. Shame that the battle has to end so.
He's slowed down, has he? He's slowed down to let Martin come back, which is excellent to see.
He's given the position back.
Really nice gentleman.
If I was wearing one, I would take my hat off. Mainly because it's warm in here.
It's lovely, isn't it? Nice to have a sunny bank holiday weekend. It's just such a shame I'm not allowed outside.
Is it sunny outside? I've not seen. Surely you're allowed outside your own property.
Yeah.
In your own garden and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's just we're not allowed to go anywhere or do anything, so it feels like a little bit of a waste of a long weekend.
I'm not so sure anybody's actually pays attention to that rule anymore. Certainly the government don't say you have to self-isolate anymore, don't they?
No, it's not legally mandated or anything, but it's more the
It's the right thing to do.
It's the appropriate thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Another pump. Yeah. Going a bit more regular now.
It must be really frustrated. Do you know how long he's sitting in the car now?
No, but they have been regular with their driver swaps. They have each time pitted, they have swapped a driver. So that doesn't actually answer your question, but it does imply that. And this Class does actually make a good move. He hasn't got the inside yet for the next corner. We'll cut across to make sure he does. There we go. Job done, and now can Class pull away.
I think Van der Kraan won't let him pass to get out of the way.
Just give himself a little bit of a breather.
Yeah.
Although I would expect coming up to the hour that these guys may be thinking about pit stops in sort of the next 10-15 minutes.
And Tim saying in chat there, we've let him past.
Yeah.
Alright, I focused on the rear wing because I thought I saw another car right behind these cars. Where did that car disappear to? There's a white car behind them. Extreme letting past there. Thanks very much, Bass, for commenting. Apparently the car that I thought I saw behind spun in the chicane. Fortunately I can't do replays. Who not seen for a long while, and asked us to leave us with his thoughts. Leave him alone with his thoughts. The Porsche. John Doe.
John doing this race solo as well?
He is. On his own and everything.
And within a bit of a handful car from what I understand. I haven't had a chance to drive it before, but I do understand the Porsche Cup is a little unforgiving.
He's been handling it beautifully. I think we've only, if I recall, only seen him sort of half spin once. Considering he did have a lot of damage at some stage. Which we're not sure where it came from, but certainly to drive this car, this circuit, and this length of time on your own, got to be admired.
Definitely.
So a big shout out to those guys that are doing this race on their own, no assistance whatsoever. And hose pipes are in the post for 2 euro. Might arrive a bit too late though.
I'm back, guys.
Yay, Tom's back. Let me know when you want to relinquish control, sir. On the 990 of Alex Crawford here. So he tries to close down the 2 Lambos in front of him. Neither of these for position, so he's putting a lap on them. He's dispatched the 444. Next down the line is Dan Lenson in the 31. Alex X breaks himself trying to get past that second Lambo.
Hopefully he's lifted off enough to not get a another track cut warning for it.
Should have him into the first corner. Does seem a little far back now. See him moving on the Lambo. Oliver takes over the driving for the R2R Racing in the Jag. That come out all wrong, didn't it? I can't do the Clarkson Jag.
And it looks like Van Drunen is in for his pit stop as well.
And Aaron asking in the chat if we can pause now because his dinner has arrived. No. I did think about it.
One second.
Got the Battle of the Lambos here. The 444 of the team I can't pronounce.
Yeah, I'm not even going to attempt that.
Apparently if you put it into Google Translate, it'll tell you what it means.
Isn't that bad? Yes, we thought. Put it a few hours ago into the Google Translator.
And what did it translate as?
A big brain.
Big brain.
Big brain.
Big brain. Okay. Looking at the timing board, I'm not sure whether those two Lambos are actually on the same lap or not.
It's difficult to understand that timing board at times. Difficult to understand that timing board at times. That made absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Ben McConnell comes in for his pit stop, and I'm assuming driver change.
Tubby is 3 laps behind Martin.
Second place guy coming into the pits as well.
Yes, and I noticed
Hang on,
very,
200 laps. Sorry.
very careful to make sure they got to that speed limit line.
Third place guy in the pits as well. Go on, can we make it 4? We're almost halfway through the race. Perhaps they all do really think we're going to pause the game. And Benjamin has handed over to Robin Hillman now. So it was a driver swap. Leader comes out of the pits, full enough, in the lead still.
I've just noticed that Van Journen is still in the pits.
I think he genuinely is having his dinner. Rob Jackson and Class West are still in the pits as well. Rob Jackson just exited the pits. Have they done a driver swap? We won't know until the name board changes. They have changed. Jack Alexander is now driving. That's a considerable lead that Team RNE have now got, and as Class Wester passes over to Patrick Treffers.
Sorry, I was just going to ask whether Van Journen is another one of our solo drivers.
Allegedly, yes.
Allegedly.
Yes, allegedly.
Okay.
If you read through the chat, it's a bit difficult to understand how Aaron can be typing stuff in the chat on YouTube and be driving at the same time. And his wording is quite good. It's not like all garbled. As Matt there gets a bit too much grass.
And as we talk, we had hit the halfway mark. Halfway, thus we finished here now, 6 hours left at the clock.
I really want to burst into song, but I don't really want it to rain. Track temps come down another 2 degrees as well, Dominic.
Yeah. And the wind is picking up the whole time. Now we are by 6 kilometers per hour.
It's only going to get darker and darker from here on in. And I mean light-wise, I don't mean with our humour. That probably will get darker and darker.
I think we're starting to get towards then the time of the race where then the sun's going to start to be at that an annoying height where it can start affecting drivers coming into certain corners, potentially missing braking points because of the glare.
I think the word you're looking for is the beautiful sunset.
Beautiful sunset, yes.
That as drivers we don't appreciate.
Yes.
For that very reason. I can't see anything.
Back to Van Journen and potentially typing in YouTube chat and as he's driving. It could be voice recognition software.
He's not that clever. Go on, react to that, Aaron.
Hey Aaron, I'm trying to help you out here.
I guarantee he's been drinking all day long. Sweet, yeah. Go back on board with the, well, not on board, but follow Jack Alexander and the Team SMR car.
Yeah, Jaguar got a TT again.
I wonder if they're going for the wreck off and the number of drive-throughs they can get.
How many is that for them now?
I think that's at least 4.
Aha! I was right. And
Hey,
Aaron
no,
is using Siri.
Don't fall for it. Absolutely not. Absolutely, there's no way he's using Siri. When have you picked your phone up and spoke to Siri and it's actually done what you want it to do? Let alone type in, well not type in, but enter into YouTube chat. Dinner has arrived, please pause. I mean, it's great defence, Sam. I admire your the way you're sticking up for him.
Yeah.
Oh.
That was close.
Very close, and the race leader's behind these two guys now.
Using Anthony, almost the same.
Well, Anthony is his genuine teammate from other series.
The Ferrari's already gotten out of the way.
Jack isn't making it as easy. Go down the inside. Nice clean. Who's that in the background of these cars? The old Lexus, is that 33? It is. Our third place guy. So after all that battling with class, he's still in front. Sorry, he's back in front. But
I don't think they've pitted yet.
no, they haven't. I was about to lead on to that, Sam. But you're quite right. Bouter in YouTube chat saying we overtook someone. Congratulations. Is that, are you referring to Aaron who's been sat in the pits there by any chance? As we see Martin van der Kramp come into the pits. So this is possibly going to be for a driver change. As we focus on the THRC car. Currently being driven by Dimitri van Bever. Who is Walter's teammate, along with Steve Allen. Walter, are you driving again soon? And Winston now in the pits as well. That's good to read. Walter's going to be doing another stint. He wasn't feeling too well earlier on after his first stint. He must have been and had a lie down. Well, Dennis Kroll is now driving the car 33. Well, Martin's passed the car over to one of the Kroll brothers. And Stin in chat saying, Jesper just unlapped himself and gained a position from number 31, who's doing a very long pit stop. My guess is a toilet break, as he's doing it solo. Well, most people do toilet breaks solo, unless you're into one of those weird fetish type things, which we won't bring and discuss any further. I also said do. Have you guys got anything planned for tomorrow? Obviously, you can't have much planned, Sam, because you're still not allowed out. But you must be trying to enjoy the bank holiday weekend as much as possible.
Yeah, we just had no plans whatsoever. We didn't really know, how each of us were going to be feeling. So at the minute we're going through some movie marathons, and over the bank holiday. So today is Back to the Future marathon.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That nice DeLorean. Sorry. I'm more attracted by the car than the film.
Most car people are.
There's some beautiful films. I like them really much. We needed the DeLorean GT3 car. I think that would be really nice.
You need to what, sorry?
We needed the DeLorean GT3 car.
I don't think that we're going to get one anytime soon.
No.
Mr. DeLorean went bump.
Would look pretty, but be painfully slow.
But it would look nice.
It would. A friend of mine in Canada actually owned a DeLorean.
Oh. I think I need to visit him.
He only took it out once a year.
He only took it out once and didn't come back for a year?
No, he only took the car out once a year. Only came out on Halloween every single year. And you can probably guess what his Halloween costume was every year.
Beetlejuice.
No, Back to the Future. Yeah.
Was that when you were over in Canada?
It's got to be done. It's got to be done. If you own a DeLorean, you've got to play Marty McFly for Halloween. It's just an unwritten rule.
Was that while you were in Canada?
It was, yes. Yeah, in Toronto.
You'll have to excuse my ignorance here, Sam, but is Toronto one of the side of Canada where you have to speak both languages, French and Englishish?
Well, legally you'd have to learn English and French no matter where you live in Canada, because it is a bilingual country, but it's not one of the provinces that insist on speaking French first, no.
Ah, right, okay.
It's only Quebec, I think, in Canada who's speaking French. All the others, speak English. When I remember correctly.
Yeah, Quebec is the province that's French first and English second. And I've been booked tickets to go back to see family at the end of May, so something to look forward to.
Nice. How long's that flight? 8 hours or something like that?
If it was direct, it would be, but we're not flying direct. So we're going to St. John's via Halifax.
Hey. And you're automatically assuming I know where that is. No, it's fine. So what's that? Is that an extra couple of hours on top, or?
Yeah, so when we're looking at about 12 hours travel time total, so not too bad.
So if we plan a 12-hour event for that time, you can do the commentary whilst on the plane. Brilliant idea, that is. And just to break just to break this up, Yitzi Medema is in the chat for us. Good afternoon, good evening, Yitzi. Thank you very much for joining us. How's your stint gone?
Well, my two stints were not really something actually, but the class more than made up for it twice, so I'm pretty proud of him.
Yeah, we focused on class for quite a while, trying to get past Martin. Eventually getting past, and you guys are back up into P3. Which is great to see.
Yeah, but I think P2 is way out of reach right now, so we focus to stay on P3.
Okay, so is your race going sort of as to plan then?
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, sort of. Yeah. To be honest, I made the setup and the guys are really happy with it, but I'm personally not really happy with the long run of the setup. So I don't know if it's my driving or something else, but at the end I really get some understeer and stuff. But the guys seem to be happy with it, so yeah, compromise, I guess.
Hey, and are you looking after Patrick as well?
Yeah, I still got him on screen right now, so if something's up, I'm just gonna jump out here.
No, that's absolutely fine. Patrick is relatively new to your team, isn't he? Mind you, having said that, I don't think. Have you driven with class before?
No, I haven't. No, this is first time with class.
All right, so yes, so it's a mixed bag of new talent in one team.
Yeah, it's a nice gathering. Yeah. Yeah, but we all get along, so it's quite nice. And class is from the northern of the Netherlands, and my roots are there. So, you know, the northern Netherlands speak different language, right? The Frisian language.
Yes.
And I understand it, but I don't speak it, so it's quite funny.
So you can understand why when he's cursing and swearing, but you can't curse and swear back at him.
Exactly.
Okay, so there's just over 5 hours and 40 minutes left of this race. You guys all doing the alternating stints as you have been doing? Is that the plan from start to finish?
Yeah, we figured out this is quite an intense track, so double stint is quite difficult for us. Not that good drivers. So big respect to Yannick and the other guys that are alone. It's crazy.
Yeah, sorry, I was just there's a drive-through penalty coming from one of your fellow Ferrari drivers. Not your team, don't worry.
No, I noticed.
And there's a Ferrari leading up front, which you must be pleased about. Well, you don't have to be pleased about. I think you prefer you guys up front leading.
Yeah, actually not pleased about, because it shows how good the car can be, but we are just a little bit behind. But we're having a lot of fun, so that's the most important thing, I guess.
Absolutely, and that's entirely what this event was about. It wasn't to be taken seriously, as some people are doing, and we see some comments in the chat about it. It was always intended to be a fun event. And we've got your teammate in the shed.
Oh,
is
he having a beer?
He better not be drinking. Class.
Hey, Real.
Yeah, it sounds like he has had a beer, let alone having one.
Well, he deserved it, for sure.
Oh, thank you. No, I'm still sober, had some coffee, a lot of caffeine and sugar.
Well, we focused on your race quite for quite a while she was behind Martin.
Yeah, that took quite some time to get around him.
It did, and there was obviously a couple of punts, shall we say.
I really apologize for them. It was not my intention, but it's so difficult to overtake someone so closely matched in speed.
Yeah, so we actually said on stream that we take our hat off to you for each time that an incident happened, that you slowed down and let Martin back through.
Yeah, of course.
Try and claw back that time, and
that's part of the game. So, but he put up a massive fight. I cannot say I saw any mistake during my hunt.
Sorry, class. There was a car just went completely off to the side of the track. Another Ferrari that's just come out of service.
Yeah, I just wanted to say kudos to Martin for not making any mistakes, being in front of me so darn close. He really put up a nice fight.
Oh, I'm sure him and his team will really appreciate that. So, who's next in the car out of you two? Must be Yitzy.
Yep, Yitzy is now back in the car. Is it?
No, not yet. I'm here.
No, he's not back in the car, is he? He's talking to us. If he's
it's
back
Patrick.
in the car,
Patrick is after me. No, Yitzy is now preparing for the next stint. So he's probably having a beer.
I just hope for your sake Patrick just doesn't come into the pits now.
I'm 2 clicks away from driving, no problem.
But really appreciate you guys coming, giving us some insight onto your teams.
Yeah, no problem at all.
And
progress through this race.
I heard you guys talking about DeLorean, so I thought, okay, maybe I should go in and talk about something else.
Oh, we really are getting that boring, are we?
DeLorean GT3, come on.
Well, got a chance of winning. All it's got to do is set the clock right.
That is right. Yeah, that's correct. But yeah, some laps need to be counted, right?
So how are our long riders coming?
We've got Dan Lesson's currently in last place, but he's been in the pits for quite a while, so I think he's taken a long break. Aaron's in 13th at the moment. He took quite an extensive break as well. Jean Dor of Germany, he's in 12th place. Funnily enough, he took a long break and came for a chat with us during his break. Yannick is doing really well. He's up into 8th.
That's incredible.
I think he's only took a minimal break, to be honest. So, yeah, respect to those guys. As I keep saying.
Yeah, heads off.
As we see Alex Crawford come into the pits. I wonder if this is for a driver swap. Can't be Lulu going back in the car.
No, I heard she made a triple stint.
She made a triple stint accidentally, yes. So let's see who else could possibly.
Well, we don't mind her being out of the car for a while. She was much too fast.
I'm sure
Hey guys,
she'd appreciate saying that.
I'm out. I'm going back to Patrick. Talk to you guys later.
Speak to you in a bit. Thanks for joining us, Jitsi.
Yeah, no problem.
Take care.
See you.
So possibly it's going to be John Bianchi who's taking over from Alex Crawford in that pit. Sure, we'll find out very shortly.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a refreshment for myself. So thanks for having us, and I'll see you next one.
See you soon. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good luck.
Take care. Thank you, and see you, class.
Cheers.
Yeah, and it is John Bianchi that takes over the 990 car. Comes back on track in 7th place.
This pit stop, the sister team overtook them. I don't remember what happened to the 991 car, but it wasn't that best, I remember.
No, Alex had a drive-through earlier on, didn't he, as well? So perhaps that was instrumental into their changing positions. But up in front, the gap is coming down. It was up at 22 seconds once. It's down to about 13 now.
Nope.
Yannick stops at the end of the straight.
What did he do?
I'm sure that Tom will find us a replay for that.
Already on the way.
Perhaps he went answering the phone. Or perhaps his pizza has arrived.
The good old pizza. I think I will dream about pizza this night.
I can't see any damage on that car, so I don't know if it was an incident.
Wait.
Strange.
Nice.
That is
just
very
pulled
strange.
over.
Look at his throttle map. There's something strange happening there. It's almost like he.
Off accidentally or something.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, I'm sure we can go and grab Yannick and drag him into the chat and find out if we really needed to. Oh, no, I think we'll just leave him as he is. But yeah, he's doing really well up into 8th place, despite that. It looks like he's got 2 laps on the 9th place team of big brains. I think it's you said it was, Dominic. Yeah, 444.
444.
That's the one with the name that you have to Google.
Ach, there, the big brain.
Yeah, knowing that Yannick is doing this race solo, and in 8th place, it is just a phenomenal result. And he must have come into the race very, very well prepared with drinks and snacks just lined up, ready to go.
Just hope he doesn't get his hose pipes mixed up.
Oh, Chris.
Sorry. Following through the chicane. Obviously, whatever happened before, quite possibly right that his might switch his ignition off accidentally. Needs to be back up to speed now. His fellow normal teammate Dan Lenson still in the pits, taking a long break.
I wonder how much the wind is picking up. We are now at 7 kilometers per hour. We are now at the point where you as driver feeling the wind in the car. How affecting it you while you're driving?
Yeah, so it's a bit of crosswind at the moment, won't it, across the main straight, looking at this. One team we've not talked about for a while is the Dirty Old Guys team of Mark Neutlings. Steadily plodding away there in 5th place. Two laps down. Mark saying to us before that he's not really keen driver of this BMW. His other two teammates were much faster in it. But as we said, being fast doesn't necessarily win you the race in an endurance race. You need to be consistent. You need to plan your pit strategy quite well. And you've got to try and have a good team. All consistent team drivers.
I'm just noticing that the gap to P2 is now below 10 seconds.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Battle.
Yeah, Alexander's the fastest driver on the grids, and it's normally that he catch the Ferrari now.
So
many times.
Alexander's last lap was a 1:44.232.
Wow.
Which is a phenomenal pace. His best, and this is quite shocking, a 1:43.867. So he can go faster than the 1:44 he's recently done. The best lap that the number one car, or the lead car, has done is a 1:44.240, so he's actually going faster than the best lap time that they've set.
As a team, or Robin's best time?
That's the difficult thing to tell you. I don't know. I don't know if that what I'm seeing is a team time or Robin's, in all honesty.
But yeah, then that gap is steadily coming down. We're now down to 8.7, so this battle could definitely be joined before the next round of pit stops.
So Robin's last lap was a 1:45.48. Alexander's lap was a 1:44.532, so almost a second.
Yeah, so certainly within sort of the next 8 or 9 laps.
Back to view John Doe, Germany, in the Porsche. Only Porsche in the race. Doing a cracking job. Still be going and in 12th place. Despite his long break. Oh, Robin just sets a 145.525. Jack Alexander comes across a 144.317, takes another second out of the lead.
I was thinking we should have a solo driver's trophy for this race. Doing a race like this completely on your own. They should have a separate trophy for who wins out of the solo drivers.
Well, to be fair, John Doe has claimed that he should win his class. Being the only cup car, but we've actually told him that there was 4 Lambos. We've classed as cup cars as well, so he needs to beat them first, much to his disappointment. And the gap's at 7.2 seconds at the moment between first and second. We'll soon see what lap time Robin sets on this lap. See if he improves any.
And
It's a 145.6.
And I think looking at the track map, it doesn't appear that there are any cars between them, so...
Jack Alexander sets a 144.7, so not quite a second. But 0.9 of a second is not going to be too shabby, is it? Take out on one lap. Certainly got his bit between the teeth here. Chasing down the lead. 5 hours 24 minutes to go. Temperature's dropped to 24 degrees now. Still nice sunshine.
With this onboard shot, it's looking like the sun isn't playing too much havoc with braking points at the minute.
It will do in the final corner when it comes down to this. It comes a bit lower, won't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Tom says the first corner, quite right, sir. So 144.5 as opposed to 145.935, so that's a second and a half taken out on that lap. I think it's only a matter of time when Jack catches Robin.
Yeah, you can just see him off in the distance now. So he's...
They're too far off a pit stop. There is now a car in between these two guys. This is a relentless pursuit.
You can just see a little flash of black in the distance, so you can definitely see his quarry. As he comes up on the Ferrari of Van Beaver, hopefully he should jump out of the way.
Quite jumped out of the way. And having said that, this is the battle for third. We're watching now with Patrick Treffers and Dennis Kroll. So the roles reversed this time. I think this battle is joined also by Tom Lennox Brown in the Lexus, the white Lexus behind. It looks like they're all on the same lap now. Well, Dennis will be doing to the Ferrari what the Ferrari was doing, what Glass was doing to Martin van der Kraan earlier. Both trying to put the Ferrari driver under pressure.
Hopefully these two can keep it as clean as their teammates did.
Dennis tries round the outside. Got to work that time around. As we see this, although we're watching car 444 coming into the pits, Yanni Valenduc has got a stop-go 30. All that hard work.
Yeah.
Must be tired now.
Yeah. And the 666 BMW also getting a drive-through. Probably for track limits.
Oh dear. Funnily enough, both cars that have got penalties at the moment are in the same image.
The better at the leading, getting hotter and hotter.
Yep, gap down to 2.4.
I think give them 2 or 3 more laps and they're battling.
Both of them coming in to see for their penalties together.
I was just about to say that. How funny is this? Oh, don't hit each other. No. You can't overtake in the pit lane. And you ever said that Yannick's is a stop go, isn't it? He has got to stop.
Yes.
In the pit box. Pay attention, Christopher. The gap is only 1.3 seconds now at the lead. gap as of battle for third. Tom, is it possible to do a dual feed?
Of course.
It's under a second now.
Oh, just seen Yanis come into the YouTube chats, and then the problem that he had on the main straight was that he did accidentally shut off the engine earlier, but in the process of getting the car restarted, it also switched off his pit limiter.
Oh, that's peculiar.
So it sounds like he's got something on his steering wheel mapped wrong, which is probably what led to the speeding in the pit lane.
It's a pity. But I'm sure he'll take it on the chin and carry on. At the top screen, you're watching the battle for first. At the bottom screen, you're watching the battle for third. And we must remind you that this battle for first has come down from a 22-second gap down to a very visual 0.3 seconds. What would you be doing in Robin's shoes right now? I know what I'd be doing. I'd be absolutely pooing my pants. Seeing that car so close in the mirrors.
Yeah, and I would be very apologetic to my teammates, thinking, oh, I'm so sorry I gave up such a big lead.
Goes for the overtake quite early.
Not
Surely
even
this
hanging around.
No, that's got to be into the chicane. Slight door bang, but very nice. Very nicely done.
After 4 hours, did he change again? Not quite 5 hours.
That's an amazing. I'm trying to think of the correct word. Reduction in lead from 22 seconds to take the lead. Yeah, it's took 4 hours to do it, but not 4 hours to do the reduction from 22 seconds.
No, then that's come down pretty much just in this stint, so in about 45 minutes.
As the battle for third is resolved, Dennis runs a bit too deep into the corner. Patrick doesn't give up. That's forced to run a bit wide to avoid contact. That will be a track limit. And it's putting Patrick under such pressure. Absolutely awesome to watch. Bit squirrely. This is the chance for Dennis. Down the inside. They run side by side. Patrick will have the corner for the first braking zone.
Yeah, giving each other plenty of space.
And we have a next drive-through for Wards.
Yeah, so he's just, I think he's only just taken over the car as well. So he must have inherited those track limits. Dennis tries again round the outside. The first turn. Trying to distract Patrick as much as possible. drive-through's been cleared now. Jack Alexander's pulled a 2-second lead already on Robin Hillman. Once again trying to distract Patrick as much as possible. Patrick's soaking up this pressure so much.
Could be the move.
He's got a good drive out to the final corner, didn't he? Well, he's tried going around the outside 2 or 3 times before. Not paid off for him yet.
It's
And
quite.
this is
quite
in-
Go, Sam.
Yeah, I was just saying. I think he's intentionally trying to get the cutback to get the inside onto this turn here.
Comes of it this time.
Quite impressive how much top speed the Lexus have. But he can't convert it into an overtake. It's like the Ferrari.
Perhaps this back marker might help, which is John Doe in the Porsche. Ferrari needs to get the move done as quick as possible. And the other Lexus not losing any position either. You're going to watch him brief on what's happening in front. Hoping to capitalise on any mistakes made by the 2 drivers. Patrick goes down the inside of the Porsche. So does Dennis. And another back marker coming up. Which I think is the Jag, is it?
It is.
Who's in the Jag at the moment? Oliver's in the Jag at the moment. Oliver bailing out and getting out of everybody's way here. .130 laps completed. It's dropping back a little bit on this lap. Maybe taking a little bit of a breather. I think what we've seen before, Dominic, is that the Ferrari's fitted mainly quite before the Lexus has. Maybe this is the move into the first corner. Again, trying to go around the outside. Get cut back.
Yeah, the Ferrari doing it clever. They push the Lexus all the time around the outside, and around the outside he doesn't get the grip to get fast.
But it seems no matter which driver you put in each of these cars, they're just going to battle all day long.
Hmm.
Still has the inside here, but Danny's on the outside, which will become the inside for the next corner. I've even made his name wrong, Dennis. And was just the move done?
I wasn't quite able to get the traction down just coming into the final corner, so that's definitely been his best bet so far. But I don't think he's gonna have it.
Right, to go around the outside again. Needs to go try down the inside once. Well, I think the Ferrari covers that very well. PM rest time. At past 7 real life time in the UK. Had a few issues at the start of the race trying to get the server to start. We have a 10-minute delay. I do apologise if everybody was planning on going to bed at midnight. Got to put with us for a bit longer. Well, Walters, has he hit the favourite curb?
It definitely does look like a lot of front end damage.
I think he's hit the favourite curb of this team and the Jag, and has been in the barrier again. Must have to come in to repair that damage if we can have an in-car view and see where his steering wheel is. Some stage. We appreciate it, sir. But you're quite right, stay on this battle, because this might be the move. Dennis Kroll going down the outside once again.
Easiest pitting.
Yep, the leader's pitting as Dominic just said.
Did they make contact?
I think they did, because neither of the cars squirmed, did they, or seemed any sort of move to the left or right when they. That was very clean and very fair. As has this battle been. Either taking on fuel, maybe changing drivers. The lead has changed, the Ferrari's gone back into the lead due to the pit stop. Tom Lennox Brown getting much closer to this battle. Third now. Only one of them would pit. Who's going to be the first in, do you think? Ferrari or Lexus?
The Ferrari, for sure. We've seen the whole race now that the Lexus go 5 laps longer than all other cars. I think they will wait now to pit stops and then overcut them. It would be now the clever strategy to go.
Yep, I would agree with you. Keeps you unanimous with Sam's in the background there. And this may try and go for the inside here, but I think it's covered off.
Into the chicane. Hopefully that goes well. Yes, it did. Breathing.
I'm nervous for all these guys.
And then the overcut strategy is definitely, you know, a good idea at this point. The only problem is that how much the Lexus is potentially chewing up its tires, fighting for this position. Whether they're going to have the grip to put in the laps that they need to after the Ferrari pits in order for the overcut to work.
I think we did speak to Tim much earlier on, and he was pretty much saying something similar to what you said there, Sam. That the Lexus's tyres were going off quite quickly. So you bring a very good point, as we have a Lambo on scene that's may take part in this battle, which is Dan Lenson's out of the pits. Don't know how long he's been out of the pits, to be in all fairness. As Dennis goes down the inside. Patrick has the inside for this corner.
Wow, they make contact.
Very slight contact.
Yeah, just a little bit of trading paint.
Patrick goes slightly wide there to maintain the position. We've got a BMW joining us.
Oh, again.
Yeah, that's a Salovich.
Yeah, who's
It's just overtaken Lennox Brown.
But he's yeah, but I think he's a lap down on them. Van Drunen with a drive-through.
Oh, that's the slide. The BMW is between it.
Yep, that car's definitely unlapping itself and has got some considerable pace.
Yeah, well, and we all know that a Salovich is a very, very quick driver.
Yes.
And I've just noticed, looking at the track map, that the leader is going to be coming up onto this pack very soon.
Yes.
I think I saw a flash of black in the background there. Yep,
there it is. These guys have played the hurry up music by the leader. After losing the lead. Well, technically he did lose the lead, didn't he? To Jack Alexander, who looks like he's double stinting. See what the gap is between those two now. Between first and second. We're quite rightly staying with this battle. It's prime time entertainment at its best. Forget watching Anton Deck on Saturday night. Watch this instead. break the toe. Dennis going to go shoot down the inside this time. Got to have this position now.
Yes, Gav.
Absolutely fantastic.
That was the move we needed.
And just in time for the leaders coming on onto this battle. While we've been watching that battle, we brought the 5-hour duck even.
Oh,
we're under
right.
5 hours left. Go team! So the leader gets past Patrick now. Tom Lennox Brown looks very interested in overtaking Patrick as well.
Ben's just mentioning in the chat that they're losing quite a bit of time behind in this battle.
And doesn't help that Jack Alexander is out in absolute clear air. Looking on the track map.
Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on the timing tower just to see what the gap is, and it's not showing.
Tell you that Jack's last lap was 1:44.222. He's not giving up any pace. Emily Smith has just donated £24. Thank you very much, Emily. Very kind of you. Should break the £1,800 mark. £1,820 race so far. Just to remind everybody, the reason why we're all sat here watching this race, talking about this race, is it's for charity for Save the Children. In the bottom left hand corner shortly will appear a QR code. If you scan that QR code, it will take you straight to a Just Giving page. If you could donate as little or as much money as you want, you can spare, it would be appreciated. All proceeds go into Save the Children, who in turn will be using their money to help the children of the Ukraine during this awful crisis that's going on at this moment in time. So thank you for everybody that has donated so far, greatly appreciated. Right, guys, I'm just going to take a quick 5 minutes break. It's okay.
Right, buddy.
Nice to see Yannick still up in P8. As our, I believe, our leading solo driver.
Yeah, you're right.
It looks like Robin's coming in for his pit stop. We've got P2 coming around the final corner.
I'm now at pits, which means Jack Alexander go again into the lead.
Looks like they have swapped over to Jonas Hakola. It'd be interesting to keep an eye on Dennis Kroll to see when he comes in for his pit stop to see where the gap between P3 and P4 actually shakes out after these rounds of pit stops.
Yeah.
And P4 has already pitted and done a driver change.
I think it takes take a while if to the point where Kroll will pit. About 5 more laps, then he will pit. And I think he will hand the car over to his brother.
Anderson.
Favorite corner.
Yeah. We see quite often that
I wonder if
cars
it's
go
something in. Yeah, I wonder if it's something in their setup that's making the car a little twitchy over that that set of curves.
Yeah, the most of the cars had these problems with the curb. My experience with the curbs belonged to Formula 1 cars, and they also don't like this curb. it's a tricky cup to handle with.
Personally, I don't have very much experience of racing here. I think I've only raced here once before, funny enough, in an endurance race, and only in a 4-hour. But I think that's the only time I've competed here. So it's not a track that I know very well.
I'm back. What did I miss?
Jag wandering off track again.
Usual
Our favorite spot. Yes.
Just seen in chat. It's very unstable over high speed curbs, and they also have cold tyres.
Yeah, the temperature has been dropping quite a bit, so if engineers aren't keeping an eye on that and helping drivers to adjust tire pressures before pit stops, it's very easy for tire temperatures to get out of sync later on in an endurance, especially as we cross over into nighttime. And that was something that I've struggled with whenever I've done endurance racing is keeping on top of tire temperatures and making sure that temperatures after pit stops are where they should be, with the changing conditions.
You just read the same comment as I have, Sam.
Yes. Yes, few other excuses if needed. We'll let you keep those ones.
I don't understand why the lights on the back of the Merc are flashing. Aaron's saying I'm flashing for the stream. Don't explain why you're Oh, I do now. Yeah, I get it. Your indicators are on. But at the moment, the track temperature and the ambient temperature are identical. 22 degrees. The wind's picked up. It's 8 kilometers per hour.
Oh. Yeah, I would tip that the wind will be picking up to about 15 kilometers per hour at the end of the race.
That'll make things fun, especially if it's a crosswind down the main straight.
Now first and second have settled down a bit. Just noticed that the gap was about 23 seconds. So that will be, let's say, 45 seconds that Jack Alexander has taken out of the RNE team. That makes sense. We had a 22-second deficit. We've now capitalised up to 24 seconds lead.
Yes, because Alexander drove last lap, the first lap of the race. So far, with the 1:43.7.
Eesh.
It's incredible fast.
And especially for this late in a race as well.
Yeah, maybe cooler temperature goes better with the BMW. But Alexander is also a pretty fast driver.
And he's now out on his own. He's not been into the pits yet, though, has he?
No, not yet.
20 minutes ago he was.
Sorry?
20 minutes ago he was at the pit.
Dennis?
Dennis, sorry, Alexander.
Yeah, so I was talking about Dennis here in the Lexus. Oh, you confused me. Doesn't take much.
I'll give him about 5 more minutes. I think then he will pit.
Right, Chris, now that you're back, I'm gonna head off and make some dinner.
Okay. Thank you very much for taking the time out of your day to come and join us.
Not
thank
a
you very
problem.
much.
Greatly appreciate it.
Yep, I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the race, and I shall see you. Chris, are we commentating on Tuesday?
We're not. We have a break. Well, you have a break this Tuesday. It's the next endurance season coming up. So next endurance race coming up. So we've got qualifying on Tuesday and Wednesday this week, and another endurance race next Saturday. You're more than welcome to come and join for commentary on that if you wish.
I shall see what is in the diary.
Bring Nathan as well. Have a commentary, a husband and wife commentary team.
Wait, we'll see how he's feeling. He's about a week behind me in COVID, so he managed to void it off for a week and then tested positive. So he's a little bit behind me. So we'll see how he's feeling next week.
It's a shame. It's a shame. But
share alike.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's great that you're recovering well, and I look forward to the next time we do stream together.
Definitely. All right then, guys.
Thanks for your time.
I'll see you later.
Thanks, Sam.
Take care now.
So
bye bye.
Ciao.
Adam Zalovic here, putting quite a bit of pressure on Yannick. Go down the inside here to this corner. Moved up.
Yeah. Was an easy move. GT3 against the Super Trail.
I think I saw Yannick indicate, to be honest, that he was going to go over to the side of the track to let him past.
Yeah.
Last lap, second place was faster than the first place guy, Jack Alexander, by
about 1.3 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gap now 23 seconds. But soon corrected, Jack Alexander this lap does a 1:44.1.
Yeah. But a Ferrari 1/10 slower only.
Yeah, it's quite good to see, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Jack not having it all his own way this in this stint by the looks of it. It looks like Team Aron have thrown the gauntlet down and put not being disrespectful to the other drivers, but they seem to put their faster driver in right now. Let's try and get this win back. We focus on Jack Alexander here. Perhaps the reason why he's lost a little bit of time is because he's been in traffic. Just get past this Lambo, Dan Lenson. Lambo pulling away from him down the straight. Almost let him pass into the corner. Indeed does. Gap down slightly by half a second, 22.4 seconds. First and second.
Again, the Ferrari was about 8 tenths faster. What happened to Alexander that he's become so slow?
Well, we saw him trying to get past Dan Lenson on the pit straight. Well, I wouldn't say that cost him a second.
Maybe.
Dennis comes into the pits now for third place. Just behind over to his brother, Tim.
That given 5 more minutes, and 5 more minutes was correct.
Well done, Dominic.
Yeah. I see on pit wall how much the drive per stint was every time about 1 hour 15. 1 hour 16. Quite impressively, he drove 10 laps more than Alexander in his last stint. Oh. Wow.
Yep, it's got maintained at 22 2 seconds there. So, has Dennis stayed in the car?
I think he will hand over the car to his brother.
Yes, yeah, you're quite right. Tim is now driving that car. But more importantly, the Ferrari, driven by Jitsi Medema, is now in front of the Lexus again. By about 5 seconds. So the overcut didn't quite work there for these guys.
No, the Lexus isn't the best car to overcut another car.
So the drivers now with the lights on. Sun start the evening starts. But funnily enough, it's still showing its bright sunshine in the current time, the 10 minutes and 30 minutes window. Up to first seconds. Actually stabilising at 22 seconds now. Yeah, Jonas set 0.3 seconds faster lap than Jack did on that last tour. I think I've just realised something. Tom, you can say I'm an idiot if you want, but have we switched over to the other stream?
No, we have to do that. So, we can do it in a few minutes if we want. Give everybody a heads up.
Okay, so in a few minutes' time, because of the restrictions on YouTube, we are going to have to switch over to stream number 2. If you've liked and subscribed to what you're watching so far, you should get a notification the second stream starting, or you should be able to find us again following a similar link that you followed to get here in the first place. So obviously none of that made any sense, because nothing I've said so far today has made any sense. So I'm keeping up with tradition. So I will notify you when we do actually finally swap over.
Alright, I'm ready. Let's do it.
So we say bye-bye to the first stream, and we now move over to the second stream. So I'll see you there in a few seconds.